Welcome to Daytona International Speedway. Welcome to the 24 hours of Daytona here from the World Center of Racing. It is the WorldSimSeries 24 hours of Daytona. On the Daytona road course, we've got the LMP Freeze and the GT Freeze, two full grids of cars, maybe even three full grids of cars racing here, but we're taking Division 1, the fastest guys and girls out on track that we're seeing. This is the track map that we've got, a legendary track in terms of 24-hour racing. I'm sure most of the viewers already know what this circuit looks like and how difficult 24 hours of racing will be around here at Daytona. And I'm joined, as always, by Lorinas.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this very first special event of 2025 on the WorldSimSeries platform. As usual, during the winter time, we head over to Florida on a track which is located on a beach, and the road course is inside of the famous oval. A couple of parts, well, the big part of the oval track is used on this road course, and as always it gives the viewers and the participants a very nice racing feeling. So yeah, let's cheer up for a very exciting 24-hour event in the coming future, in the nearest future, as we currently look at the qualifying session of the LMP3 group, because the GT3 cars have already finished their runnings and Taiga Motorsports have clinched the pole position for the race, as we still have 13 and a half minutes for the LMP3s to finish what they have currently started. A couple of drivers, a couple of teams are still going back into the pit lane to maybe tune up the setups a little bit to get themselves a better run. But as we see right now, International Racing Team, they are currently on the provisional pole position.
Yep, a very Mercedes-dominated GT3 field, but quite a few Lamborghinis. Mercedes on pole ahead of a group of three Lamborghinis. Got a couple of Audis, a couple of Porsches. We even have a Nissan GTR in the field. Not a car we see very often in GT3 racing. So, quite a few cars in the LMP3s. It is only one car that the teams can take. And we've got the Duquesne this time round. Even if the current LMP3 field is dominated by Ligiers, we've taken the Duquesne to run this time. This is the Dream to Drive car, currently sitting in second place behind International Racing Team in qualifying at the moment. 2 tenths behind, that's the gap that separates the front two. IRT number 2, they're right behind, 3 tenths behind pole and a tenth behind second place. Quite a close qualifying between those two. Sean Clark Racing in fourth. Last year, remember, they were dominant in all races, in all the special events hosted on WorldSimSeries. Let's see if they can get close this year as well. Let's see if they can provide a similar type of speed. Not showing that in qualifying just yet, but fourth place still wouldn't be too bad. It is a 24-hour race after all, so we don't need to be too worried about pace in qualifying.
Yep, so teams still have enough time to try and get better runs. As we see Dream to Drive, one of the dominant teams, trying to chase down the International Racing Team, which are currently in the lead. Albrecht and Nani are behind the wheel of the LMP3s. and they are doing a very decent job. Nice to see such tight gaps at the front in both of the classes. LMP3 is currently on a very quite similar pace, which promises us a very competitive race, as the Sean Clark Racing team has just jumped over the curbs on the Le Mans chicane and decided to call it the day, go back into the pit lane. Still a little bit of time. Teams trying to use out the possibilities of virtual racing, where you don't have to head back into the pit lane, waste your qualifying time. You just stop by the nearest side of the racetrack, hit the escape button, go back into the pit lane and hop back on the track to try and do things better for your team. As we look at virtual loop racing team, they are currently 5th, and there we go. That's the procedure. Just stop on the grass, hit the escape button, do a 360 in the pit lane, and head back straight on to the track where your rivals are currently at, running on the banking of the Daytona circuit. It's the Dream to Drive car driven by Toros Tunila, and they are currently 2nd. I've seen this team doing a lot of preparations before this event, and they were pretty dominant in the sprint races, but well, there you go. This is the real 24 hours event, and you get yourself some nice competition.
I'm sure not everybody was showing their real speed in the sprint sessions as well, so hiding a little bit from their competitors what their ultimate speed is, but looks like in qualifying, at least for the time being, it is International Racing Team who are quickest. And knowing this circuit and how little time you can actually gain, I mean, there's not that many turns around here. It is quite a big difference. Those 2.5 tenths, that's actually quite a bit of a gap, considering this is for pole and between very strong teams, because then a 2/10 gap, you're only seeing that from 2nd to 5th. So 2nd to 5th much closer together than 1st to 2nd even.
Yep, but yeah, well, 1st and 16th place is separated by 2.5 seconds, and 1st and 14th place is basically within a 1.5 second distance from each other. That means that during the 24-hour event, when things sometimes might go wrong, that means that there are a lot of teams that are in contention of winning this event. So I will be cheering for most of the teams remaining for all the 24 hours and give us some nice competition, especially in the morning and before the finish. I'm always cheering for some nice battle between at least a couple of teams for the highest positions to finish off this first 2025 event on the WorldSimSeries platform.
And an interesting thing this year is that we've got the LMP3s. They're quite close in terms of pace compared to the GT3s, so you might be seeing a lot of difficulty when making those moves, when making overtakes. Straight line speed super similar between the LMP3s and the GT3s. LMP3s really gained their time in the high speed sections, the high speed turns, and in the braking zones. So this will be very, very difficult in traffic for the team. So might see quite a few incidents here, well, in the next 24 hours. So today and tomorrow, it's going to be very, very difficult, I'm sure, for the teams to overtake and make those overtakes clean as well. That will require a lot of cooperation between the GT3s and the LMP3s.
Yeah, especially if an LMP3 will gain on the GT3s before heading onto the bankings, onto the oval part of the racetrack. On the straights, the GT3s are really, really strong. So imagine a slower LMP3 gaining on a faster GT3. That's a thing where we might see some issues happening. In the meantime, Virtual Loop Racing Team with Campo behind the wheel, they took over P2 from the Dream to Drive team, and well, Tunila heads back over to the pit lane right away. and heads back out onto the racetrack. They have things to improve here. And Albrecht, well, they are still on provisional pole position, and it looks like they are doing pretty strong here in the qualifying session. We have we have 11
and
cars.
This is a team that we haven't seen much before.
Yep, Campo and Cassiaro. It looks like an Italian team here joined this American tasting event. And they are, well, looking for some bright future ahead of the team. Doing pretty good, running pretty strong. Of course, there's still something to a little to improve. Only one car is beneath the 1 minute and 38 seconds time distance, and it's currently the International Racing Team. Going through the names, I'm trying to find the famous German name of Jan Nimtz, but I don't
I think he's not in the qualifying session, but he's definitely in the event, that's for sure. I've seen his name in the pre-qualifying. I'll have a little check through, but I'm pretty sure I have. In the, yep, Jan Nimtz is in the Sean Clark Racing car, but actually in pre-qualifying not the fastest driver, actually slowest in the team, but I'm sure that was just to do with his lap in pre-qualifying. I think the actual qualifying lap may have been different.
Interesting insights from the drivers on the racetrack. They say that the wind direction has changed, and therefore the teams are losing at least 1/10 of a second per lap. That's gonna be very difficult for the teams trying to improve, especially for the ones who are already on the limit, to try and find something on the racetrack as time runs out in this qualifying session. 3.5 minutes on the clock, so not a lot of time to gain something here, and unless the wind direction changes again, that's going to be a very difficult for all the teams in this session to try and improve, try and go slightly better than your rivals. That's Toros Tunila behind the wheel. You can see his onboard on the left side, and the track view on the right side of your screens as Toros goes around the bankings to try and cross the line. Does he have something in it? Because Sean Clark Racing just went P2, Dream to Drive dropping to P4 as Toros Tunila crosses the line. There's no improvement, so well, the track is still fast. You can see that Sean Clark Racing managed to put in something with their lap, but that didn't work out for the Dream to Drive team as they have had imagined. They still have a little bit of time, but that's gonna be very difficult for them now, especially mentally, when you have to gain something and, well, you currently lose the time and lose to your opponents. That's giving you a headache. Of course, P4 is still a good starting position, but that's, well, not something dominant you would wish to start events like these.
Yep, I think it's maybe the car's more set up for the race. That could be the case here. So if it is, then maybe they're not too worried, but still, if they plan to have the fastest speed, and you'll have to have the fastest speed. I mean, this is an endurance race by name, but this really is a sprint race. You have to go all out for all 24 hours of this. So it's gonna be difficult.
Yep, so more inside info. Dream to Drive, they are back into the pit lane. Their qualifying session is done here, and they say that they could go slightly faster, especially at the beginning of this session. They had a faster lap, but it was invalidated due to a cut in the Le Mans chicane.
Yep, cuts are going to be a theme of this race. You only have a few to do, and penalties will come, that's for sure. It isn't as long of a pit lane as you might have in, let's say, Spa, where you'll lose over a minute. You'll lose 1.5 minutes, I think, at Spa. It's not as big of a loss around here. Still recoverable, but getting penalties is just going to make life a lot more difficult, especially in a grid that's pretty close between each other.
Yep. International Racing Team still on the racetrack, so are Sean Clark Racing, Virtual Loop and Dream to Drive have their sessions finished, and we have a slightly bigger gap between Dream to Drive and all the other teams. It's a 4/10 gap. Then we have a lot of teams, as Gustav has already mentioned, we're very close to each other. We have 15 cars within 2 seconds. And 16 LMP3s in total. Wonder how many GT3s we have. We have 29 GT3 cars, so there's gonna be a very big battle in the GT3 category also. So 16 LMP3s and 29 GT3s. That's your running field for the 24 hours event. And that gives you 45 cars in total. Nice. This is exciting. We have 2 divisions here on the WorldSimSeries. And if you'd like, or you have friends participating in the Division 2, I think there should be a live broadcast happening on the WorldSimSeries Twitch platform.
Yeah, just without commentary, it's...
Yeah, just... Oh, and Sean Clark Racing goes faster. I think they will not overtake.
3/10 of a second as well, so really found a lot of time in this final attempt in qualifying. But International Racing Team goes even quicker and goes fastest by another 10. So lap time's really coming down in this final run of qualifying, final attempt in this qualifying session. And it looks like it's going to be International Racing Team who do take pole for the 24 hours of Daytona, ahead of Sean Clark Racing and ahead of Virtual Loop Racing.
Yep, so we might just maybe go through the results of the qualifying session. Maybe we could start off with the GT3 class and go through the results, how the teams made it, and who will be the team that will start from pole position in the GT3 class.
Yep, so it's Taiga Motorsport Racing Team on pole ahead of Assetto GT Corsa, Monkey Z Racing Team in third. Then it's B-Series ACRT Racing, Mach 1 Kart Racing Team, Bravos Motorsport Customs GTAC, Chuspanchik Race Department, Team Mami Corsa, Zonda Racing, Passionate Racing Alpha, Team EXA, Muffler Shop Racing, MSC AL Corsa, Pandilla Pistachio Racing, just lost the results. Then it's Northeast Automotive Club, B-Series ACRT number 3, Bravos Motorsport B, Nordoaker Racing, Gas Speed, B-Series ACRT, Dokpavirot OX, Midnight Racing, GT Panama Blue, LV, Everyday Normal, GT Panama, Echos Guri, and Baklajane in last in qualifying.
Oh, wow. That didn't go as planned for one of the dominating teams.
Nope, maybe part of strategy as well. That seems like a very strange position for them to be. An International Racing Team, though, take pole position in LMP3 ahead of Sean Clark Racing, Virtual Loop Racing, Dream to Drive, IRT number 2, Thermum Esports, Steer, Project Evil Cookies, Muffler Shop Racing LMP, Shitsoko Racing LMP3, CDT, ERS Endurance, Lamos Racing Team Chickens M1, Manolo Racing, Golden Lion, and Astur Racing Team round out the LMP3 field.
Yep, so a little bit of time till we get the chance to open up the 24 hours event. So let's make a very tiny short break and we will be back right before the race start.
Win, you should win.
Welcome back to the track here at Daytona, as we're almost there for the start of the 24-hour race. You can't win it at the start. You can lose it at the start, though. It will be interesting to see how the teams approach this. How much risk do they actually take to get to the front of the field? You don't really need to be at the front of the field. This is almost like a Formula E race where you're kind of hoping to stay behind and save some fuel when running behind others. So here we go. Get ready.
Rolling start, actually.
Yep.
It's gonna be a rolling start. A small surprise for us also. We just had a discussion of what start will we have, and looks like that should be a rolling start.
Yep, so they should do a lap around the track.
Oh yeah, behind the safety car. Nice to see something new for us also. And looking at the procedure.
Yep, I think we had it last year, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, in the Nordschleife, as you've mentioned
And
already.
even here at Daytona, I think we had a rolling start at Daytona. I'm almost sure of it.
Yeah, my memory is already a little bit older, so I might not remember that as well. But if you say so, I definitely trust you.
If we had somebody from one of the teams, they might be able to tell us. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that. And we did have a safety car.
Oh yeah, and we also can look at the different strategy options already by the teams. We have international and Jean-Claude racing teams on hards, as we do have virtual loop and dream to drive team cars on mediums. we have one GT3 car, one Mercedes with softs that match one kart racing team. They are currently 6th in the GT3 class. So there goes your strategy straight from the start of this event, and hopefully, as we have a lot of teams, we have a lot of competitive teams, so that's going to be really interesting to see how the teams do on their strategy games. And of course, the one biggest, most important part of this event is the survival mode. So you try to be as clean as possible, race as clean as possible. Especially at the beginning. After the start, the cars are really packed tight with each other. That's where things sometimes go wrong. Hopefully everyone will survive those first corners and roll into the 24 hours, which will be a little bit less, actually, because the official time has already started. That's how things work on the original Assetto Corsa platform. We are already 2.5 minutes into the race, and we haven't even started yet.
Yep, so a little bit less running, but won't make that big of a difference.
Yep.
It's still almost 24 hours at the end of the day.
Wonder who's behind the wheel of the safety car. Is it, that should be our race control guy, shouldn't it?
Yep, should be. Let's hope no incidents for the safety car.
Yeah.
Through the lap safely.
Oh man, that's exciting. We are about to release the beasts onto the racetrack. The LMP3s are slightly faster, but not on the straights. They are faster through the corners. They have more aerodynamical efficiency, and they are lighter. But the GT3s, they have a lot of power.
Yep, and the GT3s, they do have more mechanical grip. So that's also a difference. The GT3s should be quicker in the slowest of the slow speed turns.
There we go.
Here we go. Rolling to the start. It's now up to the leader, and we're racing for the 24 hours of Daytona in 2025. International Racing Team gets a beautiful start as Dream to Drive trying to go up into second, round the outside of turn one. A little bit of contact with the Sean Clark Racing Team car. Somebody spun round.
Oh, yeah.
There's three cars, I think, in the pit lane exit actually right now. Another GT3 spun round in the back. Taiga Motorsport though keep the lead in the GT3's gas speed, staying there as well. As that's Bravos Motorsport involved in something. A few cars exiting the pits, but they're not exiting the pits. They're actually exiting post-crash. Oh, somebody else off.
And that's Virtual Loop.
Yep, Virtual Loop was off. And they're now down to 45th position overall.
I think they went through the pit lane, and I've seen that Match 1 kart racing team, they have also received a penalty, so maybe Virtual Loop have also faced some issues. Maybe they had penalties. I think this was the car that was running through the pit lane as the GT3s tried to safely complete that first corner. It didn't went so safely. It wasn't so calm and smooth as we have hoped for. But the event is running. We have 13 LMP3s still within a couple of tenths from each other. We have 3 LMP3s that are currently way in the back of the pack. And there goes Dream to Drive. They are on mediums. International Racing Team are on hards.
Yep, getting that tire temperature in early, and Dream to Drive up into the lead of the race as they take the line for the first time. They lead in the 24 hours of Daytona, 1 lap down, and probably about 600 or 700 more to go.
Oh yeah, that's only the beginning. Well, some of the teams possibly made some strategical mistakes with the type of tire they have chosen. You have to...
I mean, International Racing Team is definitely going to come back at the end of the stint, that's for sure. But It all depends now on how quickly can they get these tires up to temperature. And if they can stay in the slipstream, they might be able to save some fuel as well. So they might have a big advantage once they come to the end of the stint. But now the crucial part for them is stay behind and stay in the loop. But staying behind, they're still in slipstream range. That was what was important to them, hugging the double yellow at the bottom of the banking. Everybody's staying extremely low. This is Taiga Motorsport Racing Team.
Yep, looks like they didn't have any issues during the race start. They are on a very similar strategy as most of their rivals. So what about the
Actually, monkeys?
Oh, there's an LMP3. There's an LMP3. That's certain international
Racing Team 2 stopped on the exit. GT3's coming through. They gotta stay high here, get back up to speed. And we'll see what happens now. They're gonna have to come through the GT3 field early. There's actually quite a few LMP3s have come through the field early.
And the IRT number 2, they are on hard. Maybe this is what have caused the incident. Maybe it's not a very hot track and the hards don't produce enough of grip. Maybe they are still not up to the temperature. And on the Le Mans chicane, looks like they were a little bit too aggressive over the curbs, and it was not enough grip for that LMP3 to stay on the track.
Could be nerves as well. You know, it is the start of the race. So teams, drivers, maybe less experienced drivers can be nervous and make silly mistakes in places where maybe they shouldn't make those mistakes. Especially this early on, to lose so much time. It's, well, they've already given away 20 seconds, and to gain back those 20 seconds, you're going to have to work hard. This is Mach 1 kart racing team getting closer to Assetto Corsa GT up in front. We'll see if they can make any moves here down the straight. The AMG should be quicker in a straight line than the Lamborghini. It's all going to depend if they can stay behind through the Le Mans chicane. They clatter over the big curbs around here. Actually, the track has been updated in real life. Now those curbs have big sausage elements through them as well, so you can't actually go that crazy quickly. One team down onto pit road for a long pit, and Mach 1 coming in to serve a penalty, I believe.
Yep, they did receive a penalty at the beginning of the race start, and the IRT number 2 team, as we've lost vision, they have also entered the pit lane, as we still don't see any.
Can't see anything, but pit lane speed this weekend, 50 miles an hour or 80 kilometers an hour.
Okay, we will try to figure out what is causing these issues.
Nighttime has come early around the track, but more dark, I think, than we would have expected normally. Dream to Drive, though, we're gonna run this as a radio show right now. So Dream to Drive increasing their gap at the front of the field. Now that gap up to 4.5 seconds. And actually probably gaining more time than we expected on International Racing Team, and more time than I expected on the GT3s. Taiga Motorsport still leads that category, but just 6 tenths behind. Well, actually now a second behind is the Monkey Z Racing Team, and I think we're going to take a short break to figure out what is happening with our program.
Welcome back to the live views of the racetrack after some interesting black screen issue. Hopefully we will not face it once more, as we are 14 minutes into the race, so still plenty of time on the clocks as Dream to Drive comfortably holds the lead with 5.8 seconds against the International Racing Team, who took the pole position, started on hards, and it looks like it is not doing the job they would hope for. At this moment, the mediums seem to be faster tires on the LMP3s, and it looks like the mediums are slightly better tire, is a slightly better tire on the GT3s than it is the softs. We had the Match 1 car racing team in P5 or 6. They had to go through a drive-through penalty because of a starting procedure infringement.
Yep, so back out on track, I think everybody. And these early penalties, they can hurt. It puts you a little bit out of sequence with everyone, and they're going to catch up to slower cars and lose a bit of time trying to overtake them. This is now what happens when a GT3 and an LMP3 head down the front straight away. As they go down into turn 1, the GT3 is worse on the brakes, so still advantage LMP3, but down the straights it's going to be difficult for the LMP3s to make any moves. They're going to have to be done into the braking zones, and I'm sure we'll see difficulties there. Another LMP3 coming through the field. That is... can't really see who that is. CDT, I believe, coming through the field at the moment.
Yep, it is CDT. Sorry for my ignorance and silence. That's number 12 LMP3 car. Let's try and figure out where this car has started the race. Number 12. Is it car number 12? CDT. Yep, it is. They started 11th on the grid in the LMP3 field. They were involved in those unfortunate accidents at the beginning of the race, and they have to go through the GT3 field a little bit earlier than they would have expected. They are currently 14th, still not the last on the LMP3 grid, and they are running on hards. And look who is doing quite well on the mediums also. That's Ethereum esports team with Van Negas behind the wheel. They have started 6th. They are up into P4, and they are right on the tail of Jean-Claude Racing and actually of the international racing team, as Panama Blue have just completed their one of 14 long pit stops.
Yep. Somebody complete the long pit. That was very, very early on. That was, I think, lap 1. Somebody, I think, it's one of those cars that had a crash. They decided to complete a long pit to get their car fixed.
Oh, and straight into P2. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Gustas, but Ethereum, or is... Oh, okay, that's not P2. Sorry, this is a lapped LMP3 car. I wondered. I thought it was International Racing Team, but Ethereum managed to overtake Jean-Claude Racing, and they overtook one lapped LMP3 already. But look at the advantage that the mediums currently provide for the teams that have chosen to start the race on. And they are actually still gaining on the International Racing Team. 1.1 second between these two cars, 7.9 seconds between the Dream to Drive and International Racing teams. There goes the qualifying session and all the effort that the teams have put in to start as high as possible. The grid has shuffled enormously, as we also have a swap in the GT3s. That's Monkey Z Racing Team already ahead of Taiga Motorsports, and 1.4 seconds gap already between the two GT3s. So plenty of action happening already, and we have just started out with this first special event on the WorldSimSeries platform.
That's the big difference in how you set up the car for the race compared to how you set it up for qualifying. And also how the drivers can actually extract that maximum performance out of a car in the race and in qualifying. Some drivers do it better, some drivers may struggle more, so that's the big difference. And I think the LMP3 should be now catching up to the GT3 field, and we'll see how they get through. It's gonna be a struggle, I'm sure, because the GT3 is still close together, still battling for position. So the LMP3s will have to take care, and the GT3s will have to look how to lose the least amount of time while being overtaken.
Yep. So the teams will have to go through 14 long pit stops that have to be at least 3 minutes long. So a lot of long pit stops in this 24 hours event. I think that's the biggest long pit stop count that we ever had.
Not sure, but I mean, it's good for the teams that they can get their cars fixed as well. So quite a few chances to get your car fixed for free, essentially.
Yep, that's good on some occasions. Well, the main thing is that it's equal rules for every team. So every team has to go through the same amount of long pit stops. They still have a couple of pit stops that have not to be those long stops. The teams should do roughly 23 pit stops.
Well, that's the optimum amount. But we'll see how optimum can the teams run their races actually. I'm sure we'll see quite a few cars actually doing more than that in terms of pit stops.
The battle.
Just purely from incidents and disconnects and other issues you might have in the race. And sometimes maybe it will make more sense to push harder and use up more of the tire or more of the fuel and gain that track position. Maybe you can make it back with some maybe you can make those pit stop losses back by having a bit more pace sometimes. So we'll see how that goes throughout the race, what kind of strategies the teams pick.
Oh,
but,
and
first thing that we know now is that the hards are not working on the LMP3s so far.
Something happened in the LMP3 field. The International Racing Team, they have just dropped to P6 from P2. Ethereum are up to P2.
And maybe pushing too hard?
Yeah, maybe those hard tires are not working as the driver would hope for. Now they are stuck behind Shizokor. LMP3 cars right in front of Steer team. And this is a 3-car battle for P5.
Yep, approaching some traffic. So can these guys use the traffic to their advantage?
Oh, locking up. Right in front.
Yeah.
Shizokor losing 2 spots in turn 1 as they go through the field of GT3 cars being chased down also by that lapped LMP3 bright yellow car in the background. So a lot of action on the racetrack already between the LMP3s and the GT3s. Oh, look at the steering wheel of Steer Team. Oh!
Oh!
Wow. Shizuku, they just went through back into P6, overtaking Steer car with a very interesting steering wheel.
They live up to their name. The Steer team has a very interesting steering wheel, yep.
Okay, so...
And the number is 69 car on the side. That one, the Steer car.
What else do we have in the LMP3 field? This is a battle for P10 between Project Evil and Astur Racing Team. Project Evil Cookies, actually, team. So, if you're thinking about a snack time, this is about now, because we are looking at a very interesting battle between some cookies and Astur Racing Team as they go side by side over the banking, and this is going to be a one-place game for Astur Racing Team. The draft, at least for the LMP3s, looks to be working quite nicely. Cars being dragged quite nicely up to their rivals as both of the cars missed the braking point into turn 1.
Yep, and Astur missed it by more. This is Golden Lion now having a chance at Astur down the inside, and I think they're going to make it stick. Yes, they do. And, well, Astur, after gaining 1 spot, now they lose 2. Virtual Loop, by the way, they are in 28th overall and getting through the GT3 field slowly. And setting very good pace, actually. They're running faster than the leaders at the moment, but after those early issues, clearly, it's not gone too well so far. This is still that battle. Getting close to a GT3, trying to go around the outside on the banking, actually has much better exit. That's why they can make that move, and a brilliant exit from Golden Lion, who's going to try and take that position from Project Evil Cookies. They're still around the outside, and they just about get the move done. Just important now to hold it down into turn 1 as Project Evil Cookies coming back down the inside. And looks like they're pretty good on the brakes down into turn 1. That's a second time they've defended their position, but actually working very hard to defend that position. And it is only, well, half an hour into a 24-hour race. 23 and a half hours still to go, and they're battling like it's the last lap of the race almost. Assetto Racing, LMP3.
Yeah, but this is a battle for P5, so International Racing Team, they are still struggling on those hards. Even though they took that 5th place, well, they were running 2nd. They went back up into P5 after losing a couple of spots. They are not feeling that comfortable with Shizuku Racing right on their tails. The biggest difference between these cars is the medium tire. Wow, how much later into the braking zone of the Le Mans chicane goes Shizuku Racing Team driver.
Trying to take it the very long way around, the very high side of the oval, almost coming up to the safer barrier at the top. They're going to try and now go down the inside, but they get pinched in. Well, they kind of did it to themselves. There was really nowhere to go. They had a GT3 on the inside and an LMP3 on the outside. And now, International Racing Team going to go down the inside of the GT3. Much better on the brakes. The GT3 leaves a lot of space to even let Shitsoko Racing through as well. So that's your position switch.
Yep. How do you say that? Shitsoko? Shitsoko.
I'm not sure. I'm just guessing, really.
They are up to P6. They have started the race from P10. So it looks like the medium tire currently is definitely the better tire on the LMP3s. We don't have a lot of tire options on the GT3s between mediums and softs, but all the teams on the mediums are in front, so not a lot of strategical battles in the GT3 class. But look at this excitement in the LMP3s, where the qualifying winners have to struggle by defending from a car which was definitely slower in the qualifying session. They are on a better tire currently, and that's not giving some good feelings for the international racing team who came here. Definitely
be stuck behind the GT3, and actually international racing team on the brake super duper early, and that loses them the position. And now they're actually gonna pinch them in, so nowhere to go now for Shitsoko Racing LMP, because the international racing team pull the old Daytona trick of boxing someone in behind a slower class car. But now you can see the advantage that the GT3 has down the straight. The LMP3s can't really do much. They're going to almost bump draft each other down into turn 1, and international racing team round the outside of the GT3. Shitsoko comes right behind them as well.
Into the wall goes one AMG Mercedes GT3. It looks like everyone managed to go through safely, and as we are witnessing this phenomenal battle between two LMP3s, Ethereum esports car is in the pit lane after 30 minutes of racing. They were running second. I'm not sure what is the purpose of going into the pit lane so early, but this is a big shame of losing one of the leading cars so early. I'm not sure if we have lost them, but this is definitely a very early pit stop for a team that was running on podium places.
Tires, maybe realizing how bad the tire package is?
Mediums, maybe. They were running on mediums. I don't know, we don't have any info from the team, which could help us and viewers and maybe the rivals to understand this 30 minutes into the race pit stop. But that leaves the door open for the teams that we're running behind, including international team Shizokor and Steer. This became
also that they know how many chances they really have in the race to how many pit stops they need to do and how early can they make a pit stop. So this could be the kind of the splash and dash at the end that they've sacrificed now because they realize that they have issues with their tire strategy.
Maybe they have started on lower fuel also to have that lighter and faster car.
I don't think that would ever make sense.
Yeah, that might give them slightly better speed on the opening laps. I don't know, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, but I mean the refueling amount that you'd have to do, you'd lose any kind of advantage that you might have.
Yeah,
by having a little bit more speed.
And it was one of the quicker stops. It wasn't that long stop where the team has to stay for 3 minutes stationary in the pit lane. It was a quick stop. They dropped down to P14 in the LMP3 class and went straight back onto the racetrack. So definitely doesn't look like some sort of an issue. It looks more as like a strategical advantage. Strategical planned pit stop, and maybe they have good calculations on the table and they know what they are doing exactly. Still looks a little bit interesting, and well, hard to understand why that happened and what's the reason behind it. GT3 class Monkey Z Racing Team first. Look at Team EXA. They are up to P2 as our pole position sitters of the GT3 class are already down into P3. They are trying to chase down. It's a very close and tight battle. One battle happening behind also between Muffle Shop and WorldSimSeries AC. Two teams running quite close to each other as we run through the infield of the Daytona International Raceway on the laps of Taiga Motorsports Racing Team. This is Colossi behind the wheel of this German manufacturer car, driver from Italy. As Gustas mentioned, this is a car that has a lot of power and it should be slightly faster down the straights. Doesn't work with the slipstream so nice as it is in the LMP3 class. Still you get that small advantage of running behind your rival car, not only by gaining a little bit more speed, but also by saving a small amount of fuel when you find yourself in the draft. And look how that draft is working magics. As we had another black screen I've just noticed. Taiga Motorsports back into P2 in the GT3 class in turn 1.
Both cars on mediums, but very, very different cars they are. So the AMG and the Audi.
Both cars outbraking themselves, sliding into that Rodriguez International Horseshoe, turn number 3. Looks like Taiga Motorsports braked late, but Team EXA with Frutos behind the wheel, they tried to brake even later. Who received a penalty? Pandilla Pistachio, car number 30. A drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That should be one of the GT3 cars.
Yep, that's one of the GT3s, and I think they are the team who had done a long stop very, very early on. So damage on lap 1, and now, well, issues in lap... I'm not sure what lap are we on. Lap 19 for the LMP3s. And for the GT3s, we should be on 18. Yep.
International Racing Team up to P3. Trying to understand. Ethereum, we're in second. They went into the pit lane. So they are... looks like they are...
Will be very interesting to see where they will come out, actually, once everybody makes their pit stops. How quick was this early stop? It had to be quicker because they just had to put less fuel in it anyway, because they had more fuel in the tank. But will be very interesting where they actually come out and where they are in terms of track position.
And also keep an eye on the virtual loop car number 3 team. They have started from P3. Oh, as this gets tight into turn 1 with all the traffic, and look at those GT3s flying off the racetrack.
Cars off.
Yeah. That's dangerous actually for all the teams. The GT3s, they're definitely reaching slightly higher speeds down the back stretches, but they have to brake earlier, and sometimes it looks like the drivers get distracted by that very late braking of those LMP3s, and we had a couple of GT3s who managed to outbrake themselves into turn 1. Thankfully everything went smoothly as Steer, I think it was Steer, yep, right in front of the Muffler Shop team, who made a small mistake into that west horseshoe corner, braking slightly later. We can already see on the cameras that there is some tire particles on the racetrack, which might make the braking zones slightly slippier if you are on the dirty part of the racetrack, so the drivers have to be careful. Small mistakes, trying to be a little bit faster, sometimes might cause some issues.
Actually, the track will kind of clear up as we go along, purely because of how once the field spreads out a little bit more, you're kind of going to be always in traffic. So you're always going to be overtaking and always cleaning that part of the track.
Again, goes wide, it leaves the door open for Steer team. And nice swapping of positions happening now on the track between these two LMP3s for 4th place. Yep, okay, now I understand who are we missing. So early pit stops, maybe that's not early pit stops. Shizuko Racing Team, they have already completed their pit stop. That's what confused me the most, and they chose to run on the medium tire also, while Ethereum, they put on hards. Now it is 7.5 gap between Ethereum and Shizuko. There's your answers coming in of how the teams will do as they complete their pit stops. Ethereum have actually lost quite a lot of time. They were running second before their pit stop. They now find themselves 8 seconds behind Shizuko. So, by the looks of it, the medium tire is still the preferred tire. And this is something that some of the teams maybe were not aware of. This is the only explanation by me for now why Ethereum have lost out that much to their rivals.
Yep, it looks like it is a question of tires. The hard should come back once we get more temperature in the track, definitely. We did start in early morning time, so the track's gonna just warm up all the way through. Drive-through taken by one of those GT3 cars that had a drive-through given out to them. This muffler shop in P4. Trying to catch up to those 2 cars in front on hards and 1 car behind on hards.
Yep, so a couple of LMP3 leaders have already went into the pit lane. Most of them are still staying on the racetrack. Yep, this is another battle in the GT3 class. This is B Series against Muffler Shop. Lamborghini against Mercedes, as we have LMP3s trying to overtake those GT3s around the bankings, and look where the GT3s are gaining advantage. Still quite a long chunk on the racetrack remains before the brake zone. That's gonna be interesting. LMP3s losing out a lot at the very end of that straight, and they have no chance to overtake those GT3s in the braking zone. This is definitely some difficult driving for the teams, but I actually like the combination of cars chosen for this event. This makes it a little bit more exciting than we would have LMP2s and GT3s. This makes the driving a little bit more difficult for the teams, especially in the multi-class meeting up situations, as we lose the back end of the Lamborghini. Nice car control, but that doesn't help with the lap times and also the longevity of tires. Again, sliding a little bit into that 6th corner, which leads to the bankings, 7th and 8th. And B Series lost roughly, well, let's say 1 second within those slides. And definitely, I think they have to think about the temperature of the rear tires right now. They will cool down slightly down the straights, but they still have to be slightly more careful into the Le Mans chicane, trying to cut those curbs as much as they can, running a little bit wide on the exit, still managing to stay within the track limits. This is how you deal not only with your rivals, but also with the technicalities of the racetrack and the race car. You have to be really cautious and think everything through as Shizuko Racing with that completed pit stop and medium compound tires. They are already through the field battling their rivals who haven't stopped yet. They have fresher tires, they have a slightly heavier car, but they have that pace. And coming through the field nicely. This is nice views. Hopefully promising us some nice intense battles up through the 24 hours that were on the clock when we started. It's still 23 hours and 16 minutes, so even though the teams are trying their best, I think it's still everything about survival and no mistakes being made on the track at this moment. Car number 11, let's see where they started this race at. They started 12th. ERS endurance race with Kristevski behind the wheel. And they are currently 6th, looking pretty strong behind Stier. Stier made a pretty decent job, but I think they are not avoiding mistakes because sometimes they gain on their rivals. Sometimes they lose. Now they have to battle, and look how much time they lose on the straight due to the draft working for ERS Endurance team. It looks like ERS, they were slightly more cautious and lost quite a lot of time due to that cautiousness. Is there a word? Cautiousness.
They just lost, they lost time, and strangely lost time, and I think Stier also surprised me that they defended the position as well. Quite a few teams really trying hard to keep their positions, which is strange. It's so early on in a 24-hour race. Down on the brakes and into turn, getting through the GTR. A rare car, definitely, to see.
Yep. You don't see the GTRs often on the special events, and that makes me happy to see more brands on the racetrack than usual. Sometimes we have full fields of GT3s of one brand dominating. This time that's not the case. We have Lamborghini leading, a Mercedes and an Audi. So 3 different manufacturers in the GT3 class that take the podium spots at this moment. Another GTR on the racetrack, so it looks like it fits this Daytona racetrack quite nicely, at least for some of the teams. And look again, the GT3s versus the LMP3s on the bankings and on the straights. That's a big of struggle, and the drivers have to be cautious of both of the classes. The GTR brakes much earlier to try and get out of the way.
Any kind of crash, because you can get very close to an incident very quickly here. And an incident into the Le Mans chicane can cost you a lot.
Golden Lion on the racetrack, P9 with a very beautiful car and some sort of a Fast and Furious style to it. You can see the neons flashing on the asphalt, which will be very nicely separable during the night time, as Duok Pavairuoti receive a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So what we see already, some LMP3s and GT3s going straight into the pit lane with 48 minutes of racing action on the clock. Lamo's racing team Chickens running 7th in the LMP3 class with 1 completed pit stop. I'm not sure when the pit stop took place, but well, you can say that they are best doing LMP3 car of the cars of the teams that have already went into the pit lane. Car number 8, they have started the race from P13, so 6 spots gained already as the race continues.
Lamus on your screens. They are in 7th, and the highest running car who's made a pit stop. See where Muffler Shop comes out. As we get closer and closer to that pit stop range, we're about 10 minutes away. And with Muffler Shop still in the pits, Lamus up to P6. And again, they've completed a pit stop already. And I think, with looking at how long a pit stop is, I think they're actually gonna be in the lead once everybody takes their pit stops. But again, this is different strategies, and we'll only really know once we get to the final few hours of the race what actually works. And throughout all these hours, everybody has to stay out of trouble, and I don't think that's going to happen. I think some teams are definitely going to have issues, and we'll see them drop out of the fight for the lead, unfortunately. But that's just the way these 24-hour races go. Sometimes you do make mistakes.
Oh yeah, definitely. But this is what the 24-hour races are about, to make mistakes, to learn from them, and to always come back stronger. And I think these kind of events give the most experience for any participating driver possible. So I strongly encourage anyone who is at least who has the slightest interest in sim racing, just join those special events, participate with your team for the 12 or 24 hours or even 6 hours of races. This is where you gain the most experience possible, and you carve not only your driving skills, but also the racing knowledge, the understandings, and with every special race, I'm pretty sure every team constantly gets better, and every driver and every participant of that team. So yeah, sadly we cannot join races with Gustas, as we have to do a lot of talking here, but I definitely miss those times where we participated with our teams in events like that. Gustas also has quite a lot of experience, and yeah, that's definitely worth giving a shot if you have at least the slightest interest in these kind of races.
Yeah, that's for sure. It is... these races are fun, definitely. Very, very fun to do. And doing these races, it gives you a lot of experience. And other races that you might do then become a lot easier. And Daytona, I would say one of the more difficult ones mentally. This is a GT3 overtaking an LMP3 down the straight. That position switch goes back again once they get to the braking zone. This is the difficulty we were talking about, especially once LMP3s get some damage as well. We'll have quite a bit of chaos out on track. I think once we hit sundown or so, we should have quite a few cars struggling quite a bit. Up, car into the pits.
Was that a Nissan GTR?
Yep, the MSC AL Corsa. car in 29th at the moment. They were on the soft. So no surprise there that they're coming into the pits. I can't imagine that that tire was going to hold on for much, much longer.
Yep, so the mediums on the Dream to Drive are definitely dropping down quite hugely, I'd say so, because they had a bigger gap. Sean Clark Racing with those hearts is slowly gaining on the Dream to Drive, but still the medium was definitely the preferred tire for the start of this race, because look at the gap that the Dream to Drive LMP3 managed to put them to create, to make them for the team. They've started 4th, took the lead, never looked back, and well, they gave themselves quite a nice start for this very special event this afternoon. It's definitely, I'm pretty sure we will see battles for the lead in the coming 23 hours. It doesn't mean that you hold the lead for the first hour and basically settle down and that's the thing's done. It's not. Sean Clark Racing, International Racing Team, Ethereum, the virtual loops, they will definitely be there at some points. I'm pretty sure about it. As we see more and more GT3s coming into the pit lane for those first, not mandatory, for the first planned pit stops. So the pit wave starts to roll out as we approach the first completed hour of this race, and this is normal procedure, something that one could wish for, especially at the very start of this race. This is Ethereum Esports, the car that stopped earliest with a very different strategy than the most of the cars on the track. They are currently down in 11th. They stopped from P2, the position that they have gained from speed, from performance. Something didn't go as planned for them. They are trying to chase down now their rivals, and virtual loops are also doing really good. They gained on Ethereum. Only 2.5 seconds separates the car number 4 and car number 3, and these cars are one of the better performing cars on the WorldSimSeries platform, especially in the pre-qualifying stage. The numbers you see on the cars, they basically reflect the pace of the teams they had during the pre-qualifying session, so that might give you some sort of idea what you might hope during the race. So looking at the ERS Endurance Racing Team, they are currently 4th, but they had only 11th team pace in the pre-qualifying stage.
Yep, so pre-qualifying, sometimes it's hard to tell because teams might just do the lap time that they need and not run the pre-qualifying sessions anymore.
Leaders in the pit lane from the GT3 class.
Yep, and GT3 is actually coming in earlier.
That's quite a surprise for me, actually.
Yep.
I definitely thought that the LMP3s will be the first cars to go to the pit lane. But this is...
Normally they should.
Maybe this is some part of a strategy calculation that the teams have made.
Maybe the mediums are actually losing some pace in the GT3s as well. Could be. But Dream to Drive actually extended their lead at the top. So maybe in traffic. Deer on your screens. Team that has been looking quite quick actually, but already 40 seconds behind the lead. To recover that, they'll need some luck, maybe some magic here really, to recover 40 seconds. That's a lot, even in 23 hours that we have remaining. Now they're going to have to hope for issues. I don't think they can do it on pure pace if Dream to Drive continues to drive like this. I mean, it's a very big gap, really. After 1 hour of racing, to have 18 seconds at the front of the field, that's a pretty strong statement.
Yep, but this is not the first time we see the Dream to Drive car dominating during the races, especially at the beginning and opening laps. But yeah, this is endurance racing. The teams have several drivers present. All the drivers, most of the times, have different performance. You always hope to gather up a team with the drivers who have the most similar performance on the track, but that's not always the case. So we will have driver changes. We will definitely have different strategies. Maybe at some sort of time, the other teams will kind of guess the better strategy with the tires. So I'm just cheering up for a very competitive race. And even though we already see that huge gap between P1 and P2 in the LMP3 class, I'm just hoping for more competitiveness later into the race as we approach the half time of the race so far.
I don't think we're approaching half.
Yeah, yeah, this is a good catch.
We've made it at 1 hour through.
So yeah, I think
we've got 11 more hours until we reach the middle, the half part of the race. But I like your optimism.
Yeah, I'm really optimistic. I think this is the best time now to go through the current results in the LMP3 class and the GT3 class. So maybe first just let's go through the LMP3 class, if that's possible with you.
Let's have a look. So it's, again, we're still waiting on some pit stops, so it's difficult to tell for now, but Dream to Drive at the front of the field, ahead of Sean Clark Racing, International Racing Team, ERS Endurance, Steer, Lamos Racing Team Chickens M1 in 6th, 7th for Assetto Corsa Racing LMP3, Project Evil Cookies in 8th, 9th for Golden Lion, Ethereum Esports in 10th, CDT in 11th, 12th for Muffler Shop Racing LMP. Then it's Virtual Loop Racing. Remember, they started in 3rd, now down to 13. They had issues at the start. Astur Racing Team, Manolo Racing, and IRT number 2, another team that had issues at the start. They round out the field. They have done a long stop. So the only car of the LMP3s to have done a long stop is the IRT number 2 car. Let's see if they can recover anything as this race goes on. And in the GT3s, it is GT Corsa at the moment at the front of the field, ahead of Team Exa, Taiga Motorsport Racing Team, the pole sitter, in 3rd at the moment. Then it's Muffler Shop Racing, B Series ACRT number 2, B Series ACRT number 3, Customs GT AC, Team Mami Corsa, Bravos Motorsport, Northeastern Automotive Club, Gas Speed Passionate Racing Alpha, GT Panama. Then comes MSC AL Corsa, Bravos Motorsport B, Nordoacre Racing, Baklajane, who are still struggling, and this is a big surprise for us for sure. B Series ACRT Racing, Mach 1 kart racing team, they had good pace at the start, but had to serve a penalty early on. Dokpovirot, LV Everyday Normal G, Midnight Racing, OX, Monkey Z Racing Team, Zonda Racing, Chuspanchik Race Department, GT Panama Blue, Aos Guri, and Pendilla Pistachio at the end of the field. They've already done 2 long stops, and very, very early on to do 2 long stops, so they might struggle.
Yep, so, well, that's what the current positions after one full completed hour are, and Dream to Drive and Jean-Claude Racing, International Racing, ERS Endurance Racing, all 4 LMP3 leaders are still on the racetrack. Which what wonders me the most, Lamos Racing Team Chickens, they have completed 1 pit stop. They should come out pretty strongly as the cars in front will go into the pit lane, but maybe this car has stopped or maybe had a drive-through penalty. That's why they are so high in the standings at this moment. Some GT3s taking long pit stops already. Straight away after the first hour, they have to do 14 long mandatory pit stop. A long pit stop takes 3 minutes for the team to stay stationary in the pit lane, to make those driver changes, to make those adjustments, maybe grab a drink or soda, and then go back onto the track. 24 hours race, we should have 23 pit stops for the teams that will face no issues. But looking at the distance that the teams managed to put through with this first run, are they looking to spare 1 extra pit stop? Is that even possible? Well, if you will face no issues, can you spare 1 pit stop by staying out on the racetrack for so long? Of course, we did have that race star behind the safety car. That's why it's a little bit off with that clock. We ran 1 full lap behind that car and started only after that. And I think we kind of spent 3 minutes in that procedure as the clocks have already been running. So that maybe puts off the strategy slightly regarding the time. So minus 3 minutes behind that safety car at the beginning. That means that roughly the cars are on the racetrack for 1 hour and 2 minutes at this moment, as Tauras Tunila still stays on the racetrack, misses the entry into the pit lane, decides that there's still plenty of tires on that car. And my oh my, they are on mediums and they are still faster than Jean-Claude Racing or International Racing Team on hards. Good strategy, Koval. They Dream to Drive have definitely good strategists behind the scenes.
Yep, still staying out.
And Jean-Claude Racing and International Racing Team with those hards, they are straight into the pit lane. Earlier than the car that started the race on mediums. Wow.
I think it's more to do with actually looking at traffic as well. If you can see a lot of traffic up in front of you that you might have to negotiate, it does make sense to sometimes go into the pits early and not have to negotiate that traffic, because you lose a lot of time around here. Because in the LMP3s, when you don't have that big of a pace advantage that you might have in something like a GTP or even an LMP2 car, you struggle a lot to get through the field, so it sometimes makes sense to get into the pits early.
Yep, so the teams definitely try something out. As International Racing Team and Jean-Claude Racing Team, they are still in the pit lane. Lamos Racing Team going up to P2, so this is the team that we will have our eyes laid on for some time. Because, well, it's really interesting to understand how this team came up so high with 1 completed pit stop, as Dream to Drive team already into the pit lane. I think the leaders will double stint with the same drivers at the opening stages. Not sure about it, but that should be a not that long mandatory pit stop by the current leaders, as we might see the order shuffling up a little bit more than it might be due to that long stop rule. Some of them might make a driver change already, and that will cost 3 minutes of time, and some of the teams might just do that refueling and tire change pit stop, and that will kind of shuffle the teams and the real order that they are running. We have to wait that out as Lamos Racing Team takes the lead and stays on the racetrack. So are Shizuku. They took the lead, actually. Shizuku with that early stop, as Gustas talked about it when we were discussing the strategy of a Ethereum esports car, who stopped the earliest from P2. But this means Lamo's racing team is officially taking the lead over from the Dream to Drive team. Which is Shizuku taking the P2.
but they had a very early stop, so they had much less fuel to put into the car.
Yep.
Both those teams. So
this is all strategy, you know, but track position is quite important because it prepares you some sort of mentally, psychologically. It kind of reorders how the cars run, and that puts you in another psychological perspective. Dream to Drive was leading the pack with no problems whatsoever. They had quite a big gap between themselves and P2. They are now 14 seconds behind Shizuku and 22 seconds behind Lamo's racing team. So they are on another mission now, not to lead the pack, but basically try and figure out the strategy of the teams that they are racing against, and maybe they will come to another conclusion, maybe to push a little bit more, take out a little extra of that medium tire. No, Lamo's racing into the pit lane. Yep. So I think they had an early stop. Maybe that's something out of the order. But Shizuku, they were definitely in the game. They didn't stop early of some sort of issues. I think they have just made another strategic call, and that has cost them. Well, that didn't cost them. That brought them the lead at this moment. Panama Blue drive-through penalty for crossing. So I'm not sure what that crossing means, but maybe for
the pit
track
exit line. I'm gonna guess it's for the pit exit.
Yep, pit exit or maybe pit entry, but they just received themselves a penalty as we look at the new LMP3 leaders, and actually we have new GT3 class leaders. Taiga Motorsports back into the lead after the most leading GT3s have made that pit stops. Yep, they are in the lead by 1.8 seconds. So strategy plays a very big part in events like these. It looked like Taiga Motorsports lost everything they had after the start. They started first, they dropped down to second, they battled for second for a little bit with Team EXA, and they are back into the lead of the GT3 class now. We have some battles on the track, definitely, with such a huge grid of cars. As we look at Northeastern car trying to chase down Godspeed with one left car between themselves. Small contact. It was not a battle for position. It was a lapped car, which was in the way, and Northeastern Automotive team, they are chasing down Godspeed.
Yep, chasing down that Audi in front. Drive-through taken by Panama Blue.
Yep. Oh, this is actually a 3-car battle.
Yep. Porsche involved in it as well. This is the highest running Porsche actually in the field. Again, not a very common car here at Daytona.
Oh, so early into 6th gear. Looked like they almost short shifted.
They're saving fuel. There's no point in making a move into the Le Mans chicane. I think it makes more sense here to save a bit of fuel, especially if you feel that the pace is similar, and if Northeastern can get the move done on gas speed, GT Panama can just follow them through. So I guess this is the smart choice at the moment. Just stay behind, short shift, and save a lot of fuel.
GT Panama, isn't this the car that just took the drive-through penalty?
No,
if I'm-
that was the blue car. GT
Oh,
Panama Blue
okay.
took the penalty.
So yeah, so we have teams that run a couple of cars in events like these. So sometimes it's easy to mistake the cars on the racetrack at what positions they are. As we continue our journey in this battle in the GT3 group, it's a battle for P8 between these three cars and three different manufacturers. And as LMP3s are shuffling through the order, this is Tauras Tunila involved in this nice battle, coming safely through in the infield as GT Panama tries to take that position, but yeah, just had a little sneak peek into the inside, but decided to not make any foolish mistakes as VD Silva braked a little bit earlier. This is Silva against Grodinis against Dexnis. So from the sounds, definitely looks that they are saving fuel as Dexnis makes a big mistake into the Le Mans chicane. And
What was that? Why would you just run into the back of him?
wow, it looks like the Mercedes.
Yeah, the Mercedes, well, he slowed down, but GT Panama made no effort to go around him. He just ran straight into the back of the car in front.
Northeastern
back of it.
Automotive.
Yep, Northeastern, and I think they're gonna, yep. Looks like the rear wheels are turning, but the car is not moving.
Oh man, another car. There was another car on the.
Yep. Slow and coming down into the pits.
That was the Gospete. I think that was no. Actually, Gospete is still on the racetrack. Some purple Lamborghini, I believe it was, going slow.
Can we see who's in the pits?
Wow, that was the things were changing pretty fast. So Dexnis made a small mistake into the Le Mans chicane, was starting to lose places, and well, I'm not sure what the thought behind hitting the brakes for the Northeastern team driver Grodinis was, but yeah, they just hit the brakes, and GT Panama car had nowhere to go, hit the back of that Mercedes and totaled the car. And actually, well, yeah, that's interesting, but that's how fast things can change in events like these. I'm pretty sure no one had bad intentions there. But it definitely caused some issues. For sure, for some of them. Okay, so Shizuku, they had to make another stop. This is already a second pit stop of Shizuku Racing Team, and
because they made a pit stop very, very early.
wow.
And same goes for Lamos. Yep, Lamos Racing, but they're in 5th. So they've actually kind of come back on the normal strategy. They just
I think I think Lamos made maybe a drive-through penalty at the opening laps or something like that. They were pretty high on that order with that one completed pit stop. We didn't notice when that pit stop took place, but I'm guessing Lamos had some sort of a penalty at the opening laps. That's why they had that one completed pit stop, and well, they managed to stop a little bit later than the Dream to Drive car. But I think it was not strategical. That's why they are still higher than Shizuku. Although Shizuku lost quite a lot of places with that second stop, and it was actually a very early second stop. It looks like the Shizuku Racing car is on a 40 minutes strategy per stint. they will have to enter the pit lane for quite a lot of times here in the 24 hours, because it's only 1 hour and 18 minutes into the race and they completed 2 stops already. So that's less than 40 minutes for one stop, for one stint. What about the Ethereum? They are still on the racetrack. They were the ones that stopped earliest in the LMP3 class, but I think, well, I can understand the first early pit stop, but if you make 2 early pit stops, that's something off for me at least. I don't see it working. As a good strategy as Dream to Drive gets squeezed on the exit of turn 2 by these GT3s, and there's a contact, and your leader has been spun around, and there's a big accident.
More contact for that second one. I mean, the Dream to Drive car started moving. Yeah, and that's going to be damage, and that's not good for the race leader, who was very, very safe in the lead.
Oh my, this is not good news for the Dream to Drive guys. Let's try and take a look at the onboard camera of Tauras Tunila. Is the wheel straight? Do we see any damage? It's hard to tell on the banking.
There's definitely damage because he's turning a little bit right.
Yep.
And the track's going left.
Oh man, they have to take decisions now. Yep. Big damage. It's quite a lot of angle into the steering wheel. I think Tauras Tunila will try to do another lap to try and decide how much damage the car has and how does it impact the lap times, because it's quite early to make that second pit stop for a car that is fighting for the win of this race, but suddenly things go off plan. Look at what Tauras Tunila has in mind. Yep, he's staying on the racetrack, trying to figure out how much damage is that causing. But looking at the gap between Dream to Drive and Muffler Shop, it looks like it's still extending. Good news, that's Assetto Corsa simulator, and the damage model, well, it's, let's be honest, it's not the most realistic one. And after a contact like that, you still can have your car on the racetrack and make strategic decisions based on that.
I think they're going to have to pull this one in. I can't see how they're going to keep pace like this.
Well, looking from the outside, it looks pretty normal and pretty casual. Looking from the inside, as you see on the onboard view, Tauras has to slightly steer the wheel to the right. That means he should have good entry to the left-hand corners, but he should suffer slightly with the right-hand corners. And he's still gaining on Muffler. Well, of course, Mufflers, they are up to P2 actually. Muffler Shop team with Tomala behind the wheel, they are up to P2. They will most likely lose it to Jean-Claude Racing, but there is another strategic call that wins the teams some places. But they are still losing quite a lot in comparison to that damaged car that Tauras Tunila needs to drive now. He's still much faster on the track.
Yep, we'll see how much faster he is, but faster or slower. So this has been a lap that's been pretty clear. 41.8. I think that's about a second off the pace that they normally have, even more. Maybe they'll cut this stint a little bit short, just so that they can do that long pit stop and get the car fixed.
Yep, some decisions will be made. First decision has been already made. Some damage to the car. Good news for the team. The next pit stop should definitely be that one long mandatory pit stop, and that's exactly what Gustas has mentioned at the very beginning of this stream. Those long pit stops will play a big part in this race for the teams who receive damage, and at this moment I'd say the Dream to Drive are still lucky to escape the situation with minor damage. pretty decent lap times. Looking at the field of the LMP3s, Shizucore and Virtual Loop, they are pretty fast on the racetrack, 1 second faster than the damaged LMP3 of the Dream to Drive car, but that's not too bad. By having to drive the car with a slightly angled steering wheel, maybe there is not such a big impact in the driving. Who knows? But it looks like they are staying on the racetrack, calming themselves down, and trying to figure out what's the next decision of the strategy will be for the team to try and lose out as less time as possible. So yeah, they will have that long stop for sure. The car will be fixed. It should be fixed during that stop. Actually, doesn't it reset with the driver's change? Do you have knowledge how it goes?
No, the track limits?
No, I mean not track limit. The damage to the car. They will definitely swap the drivers.
It just resets.
Yep. Okay,
That's
so
why the long stop is like a quick repair. You completely fix the car. You can even change the setup.
okay, wow. So some sort of virtual. Virtual clerks of the event where you have something slightly different than what you would have in the real runnings. But well, it is what it is. That's virtual racing. You have to know that system in and out and how to use it best to win event like these. But at this moment, I should say it doesn't look too bad for the Dream to Drive car after that accident that took place a couple of corners ago.
So Dream to Drive, that gap is staying stable, which is good for them. That's really the maximum they can do in this stint of the race, is just keep everything stable. Don't lose too much. Shizucore Racing. This is 4 position over ERS for P8. Shizucore with 2 pit stops done. ERS with only 1 and gets in front. So that's the positions switched now. Lamos Racing, they're up to 4th. 21 seconds behind the lead, but they've done 1 more pit stop and are actually now have done that 1 more pit stop and are in front in terms of pit strategy, fuel strategy. So we'll see how much time they can recover throughout this stint over the leaders, over a damaged car of the leaders. So Lamos Racing looking pretty good at the moment. Virtual Loop, they've recovered time as well. 46 seconds back from the lead, and gonna try and gain some more. Shizucore on your screens, going down the inside of one of the Porsches. Gets that move completed.
I'd say Lamos Racing is the biggest surprise here, running 4th. Basically on a well, what I understand, identical strategy with their rivals. They have 2 pit stops, but I assume that 1 pit stop was some sort of a penalty, so that puts them in P4.
I think no, they actually pitted early in the first stint.
Yep, maybe.
And because they ran much longer than everybody else. They ran about, I think, 10 minutes or something like that longer than the race leader. And they pitted again. So they've done 2 pit stops in the time that the leaders have done 1, but they're a little bit in front of strategy at the moment.
And they started 13th, so this is good drive for them now. I think they are being... Well, I couldn't say they are being chased by International Racing Team because the previous lap time was basically identical. So they're looking good. I'm not sure why Sean Clark Racing and International Racing Teams, they decided to stay on the hards as their rivals are still running on the mediums, and it still looks like the medium tire is the tire of choice at this stage of the race as the drivers continue their journey on the Daytona International Raceway. Some of the LMP3s have to deal with the traffic as they faced issues at the beginning of this race, so they are down by quite a lot of positions and they need to battle these GT3s that are slightly faster down the straights, especially at the endings of the longer straight runnings. Look at the pace that the GT3s produce. The LMP3s has to use that slipstream. They will have the advantage of later braking into the corners. More grip, more aero grip versus the mechanical grip of the GT3s. Give them that advantage, but it's still, well, pretty hard to overtake those GT3 cars on the racetrack. But I think the organizers have nailed this event with a combo of cars like this. It makes the race much more exciting to watch, because if the LMP3s would be LMP2s, that's the straights where you most likely make those easy overtakes on your rivals. You have to deal and share the track now on the infield around the corners where more braking is required, and you have to be cautious and calculate your moves quite strongly. And that caused some issues for Dream to Drive. Sean Clark Racing gaining on Muffler Shop. Definitely gaining on Dream to Drive. 1.1 seconds. They were faster on the previous lap time. That's where some competition is getting back into this race. Only 11 seconds separating Dream to Drive and Sean Clark Racing, and one car in between. I believe Muffler Shop car is a slightly slower one. They qualified 9th with a lap time of 1 minute 38.5 versus 1 minute 37.7 of Sean Clark Racing. They are currently on the different tire, and we assume that the mediums are still the preferred tire on during this stint. It might change as we get later into the day and the temperatures rise. And I'd say that Sean Clark Racing and International Racing, they have made these small strategic mistakes already by choosing the hard tire when the weather is slightly colder, especially when you see the rivals performing much better on the mediums. The next stop, that's going to be another question. I think we will see more LMP3s putting on those hards because I cannot see the weather, but it's getting hotter, definitely.
Yep, the sun coming up, now shining on the circuit. And the gap for the lead has pretty much stayed stable. I mean, it's gone down by about 2 seconds, but that's not that big of a difference. So Dream to Drive still holding on, and well, luckily for them holding on. We'll see how that might change still throughout this rest of the race, but for the moment, Dream to Drive still holding on. This is Sean Clark Racing. Somebody trying to unlap?
Yep, definitely trying to unlap. That's going to be really difficult to understand and catch.
Who's trying to unlap themselves?
Ooh, yeah, let's... I can't... yeah, that's... There we go, that's Project Evil Cookies.
And they managed to do it, actually. They unlapped themselves. Which, not surprising, really.
On mediums, yep, they are on a medium set of tires. This is the biggest mistake for now made by Jean-Claude Racing, an international racing team. And that's the only way I see them being slightly slower than their rivals. They tried to choose the safer strategy, where I'm pretty sure the mediums get worn out much easier, and they can and tend to overheat easier, but the overall pace, it's definitely on the mediums.
Yep, it's, I wonder how long those mediums will be quick. And Muffler Shop into the pits early. Another early pit stop. So Muffler Shop from second, they come into the pits, and that gives a little bit more breathing room for your race leader. So still in the lead of the race is the Dream 2 Drive car, but they might be being caught by Sean Clark Racing, and if Project Evil Cookies was at the front, they'd be getting caught much quicker.
Okay, game on for Jean-Claude Racing, as Dream to Drive might go into the pit lane due to that damage that they have.
Actually, they're holding on quite well, so they might just keep going until they are kind of at that hour mark, because they're not doing bad. That's the big difference here. They're not doing a bad job. It's actually going quite well, even with the quite big amount of damage that they had.
This is Shizuko versus Steer versus Virtual Loop. Look at Virtual Loop recovering from that drive-through penalty or whatever it was on the opening laps. They are up to P5 now, already overtaken some of their rivals. So, of course, Shizuko...
Well, Virtual Loop had that crash in the beginning.
Yep. I'm not sure if it was a crash or it was a drive-through penalty. Well, you've seen it as a crash, I think it was that car who went through the pit lane after that race start.
But you cannot serve a penalty at the race start, can you?
Yeah, but maybe, I don't know, maybe they had an issue or something. Something has... well, something was up. Whatever, if it was a crash or if it was a drive-through penalty in the pit lane, they've lost plenty of places. As they started third, they started actually the race from the very end of the field. Now they are up to fifth, and this is definitely another car that has to be looked at. They are on medium, so they are kind of on a very strong pace. They are actually the fastest car on the racetrack. They were the fastest car on the previous lap, and they are on a very nice pace, I'm pretty sure. As they battle with Shizuko Racing Team for P5. They should work it together now. That should be the wiser case, I assume.
I think they're actually quick enough to run away in this case here.
Well, yeah, looking at the lap times, they had to make an overtake into P5. And they are trying to build out that gap as they will try to chase down International Racing Team. As Lamus Racing Team is up to P3, so those all kinds of different strategies causing all kinds of shuffled order on the grid. with still Dream to Drive with the damaged car, managing to stay in front and losing only 2 tenths on the previous lap to Sean Clark Racing. So a damaged car with a medium tire looks to be a better decision and a better choice than a healthy car with hearts. Oh, Virtual Racing Loop running wide and Shizokor following them and making much bigger mistake. This is not the first time we see such things happen in the first corner, as one car that is in front brakes slightly later than the car behind decides that it can brake much later.
It's very easy to follow someone, and if you're maybe a bit less experienced or less focused, you just follow the car in front, and if they do a mistake, you do the exact same mistake because you were just following them. You didn't have your own good references, reference points for braking, for turning in, and you just follow in somebody who's doing a bad job. So this sometimes happens, and the best drivers know how to avoid it. The other drivers, they still have to learn.
Well, what do we have to expect? Be serious, they are in the pit lane. They were briefly shown as the leading car in the GT3 class, but I think Be Serious had some sort of an accident on the racetrack where they had to tow the car back into the pit lane. That's why they briefly went into P1 of the GT3 class. That's my assumption. Tango Motorsports leading comfortably now against Muffler Shop and Customs GT. That should be P3 in the GT3 class. Who are we missing here? Yep, Customs GT are third now.
I don't remember who we had actually in the GT3.
Oh, we had Team EXA who just made their second pit stop. Yep, we had Team EXA who were in that battle with Taiga and Muffler Shop, and they just made their second stop, which is quite an early one for the second time to go into the pit lane. Trying to figure out what position they are at on the field. Yep, 33rd with 2 completed pit stops, so they lost quite a lot of places now. But I think it's still okay, I assume. Just because that pit stop that they made. Early pit stops from the GT3s.
Yep, could also be damage.
Yeah.
Normally an early pit stop can kind of indicate that they might have something going on.
So I wonder, did we lose the Team EXA from the battle for podium places in the GT3 class? Well, we have to figure this out. And we will figure this out when we go later into this race.
Actually, EXA has done a long pit stop, so that's why.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. We have long pit stops on the board, so that's why we sometimes will have this order in a not very correct positions due to the different strategies.
Pretty much for the whole race now, we'll not know where each team is until we get to the final hour or so of the race, or maybe the last 2 hours. That's when everybody will complete their long stops, when everybody will complete everything they need to, and that's when you'll kind of know where everybody is, because now everybody's getting shuffled and shuffled a lot.
Yep. So, well, Shizokor, they're still doing good. Virtual Loop are not able to extend that gap, and it's still holding on roughly between a second as we run into a slower GT3. through that Le Mans chicane, and Shizuoka gets stuck. That's where they will lose quite a lot of time. Wow, look, they lost 1.5 seconds in that situation. Good for Virtual Loop. They managed to overtake that Mercedes in a much, much comfortable way. As we see the gap disappear between Dream to Drive and Jean-Claude Racing, it looks like it's getting even harder for the driver of the damaged car to control the car, especially as he gets involved in some sort of traffic. Gap is now down to 4.2. It was 11 seconds a couple of laps ago. I think it's time for the Dream to Drive to make those decisions, prepare that other driver and go for that long stop. They are losing too much now, by the looks of it, as we have Pandilla Pistachio car in the GT3 class who have just completed a third long stop, and we haven't even finished the second hour of this event. As interesting things come to our screens, a battle for the lead in the LMP3 class, as Jean-Claude Racing without Hart, especially at the end of the stint, that's where the Hart should become a better tire. And with the damaged car on mediums, they have the edge, and there goes Toros Danilo, brakes while very, very late. Doesn't want to lose even more time as he heads straight into the pit lane for what is going to be a long stop for the team. A driver's change, and as we have a pile up into turn 1. That was a close call, and that's
Jean-Claude Racing. Maybe a change of underpants needed. Because, yeah, big incident right in front of them. Lucky to escape it, really. And now they take the lead of the race, but obviously Dream to Drive in for a long stop.
okay. Oh, Dream to Drive kicked from the race. They had issues, I believe, and that's not good news for the team. I think they had to take some decisions. I don't know why they were kicked from the race.
They disconnected.
Yep, then the message came that they got disconnected, but before that it was a message that they got kicked. Oh, this is the car where Jan Nimtz is hiding. Jean-Claude Racing, it is being driven now by Lesko, and it's going to be driven by Jan Nimtz.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yep.
But we were still in qualifying.
Oh, wow. So they are really strong contenders here. Definitely. Even though they are running on hard, they didn't... Well, it looked like they were on the worse strategy just as the Dream to Drive got involved into that accident, and they had to kind of crawl around the racetrack, where the driver made phenomenal job of keeping the car on the track with a decent pace right before the tires began to run out on him, and then the damage, I'm pretty sure, became much worse in the case of drivability. And they had to take that earlier pit stop just to fix that damage, change the driver. But this goes into the hands of Jean-Claude Racing Team as they start to lead this race with 22 hours and 14 minutes to go. That's going to be a very interesting battle, I'm pretty sure, and I'm excited about it. All I can cheer for is for no issues for the teams here on this racetrack. The least you want to say a battle go to nowhere due to some unforeseen issues that sometimes happen. So hopefully they will have everything in their hands. Yep, long pits for Dream to Drive as we receive the message on our screens, and you couldn't expect anything different from the team that had the damaged car, but it's gonna be fixed. This is virtual racing. No damage will remain on the race car for the coming stint, unless they will get involved into other issues, but hopefully they will not. as this promises a very exciting battle through the remaining 22 hours, as we see Project Evil Cookies making some hard work on the racetrack as they have completed their second pit stop, overtaking Golden Lion, who are on a hard tire and an old tire. So they are definitely lower on pace here. As Virtual Loop goes up to P3 with a very great pace on the racetrack. They were 1.2 seconds faster on the previous lap than International Racing Team, and it's only 14 seconds. So the car that faced issues at the opening laps is looking to be one of the strongest cars on the track. That's Campo behind the wheel, and he'll stay there for at least 12 minutes or something. And that's what the pace will look like. Well, at least it looks like promising it is. Sean Racing and International Racing Team, both cars were slightly slower on the previous lap. 142s, that has to do something with traffic. That's my guess.
Yep, I think temperature's coming up as well, so we should see lap times get slower. But anyway, you have a lot of traffic, so some 120-second stop and go for speeding. Did I read that correctly?
Yep, Pandilla Pistachio Team. Yep, they received they just received a very harsh.
Wow, 120-second stop and go penalty.
More than one lap.
That's a 2-minute stop and go. That's a lot for speeding in the pits. I wonder how fast they went to get a 120-second stop and go penalty.
Rocket ship fast, I can tell you that.
They had to go in flat out into the pits. I mean, for that kind of penalty.
Well, luckily for them, they didn't got disqualified for speeding like that. So they will stay stationary for some time in the pit lane. Think.
Bit of time to relax, really.
Yeah.
Have something to eat. I've never seen well, that's a very big penalty.
I think we have similar penalties in ACC where people can get disqualified also for speeding in the pits, but not in AC.
I think maybe you can get disqualified. If we're seeing 120-second stop and go, I could see somebody getting disqualified.
True to that. I think it was not the first time that they were speeding in the pit lane. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Penalty, but still, it went from a drive-through to 120-second stop and go. So it's a pretty big jump of penalty. 62 laps, by the way, completed by your race leaders. It's Sean Clark Racing still at the front of the LMP free field after Dream to Drive took their long stop after the damage they sustained half an hour ago in the GT Freeze. It's your pole sitters, Taiga Motorsport Racing Team. They're back into the lead. 60 laps completed so far as we're getting closer to 2 hours of racing here at Daytona. 22 hours and 10 minutes still to go.
As we ride on board with our current race leaders, Sean Clark Racing, M. Lesko behind the wheel. I think it's getting closer to the end of the stint of this car, where we might see the German driver stepping into the car. I cannot recall seeing Jan Nems driving anything else rather than a GT3 or a slower car. I think, to my memory, as far as it takes me, Jan Nems will be driving this LMP3 for the first time, as we're witnessing, well, something faster than a GT3, and I'm pretty eager to see how he will do in this car. Looking at the pre-qualifying, I cannot see the name of Jan Nems actually doing the pre-qualifying runs. Are we sure we will have?
Yes. Because he was very, very far down. You'd have to look at the teams. He actually did a lap time, I think, 2 seconds slower than the fastest guys in his team. So I think he just did a lap that he needed to do and
yeah.
backed up.
as usual stuff coming from the fastest drivers. They will, I think, something to do with the strategy to not scare your rivals too much. I'm pretty sure Jan Nims can do better lap times than 2 seconds slower of your teammates. And this is going to be another thing in this race to wait for, to try and figure out the pace of the different drivers, the changed drivers of the teams. While looking at the Dream to Drive team, we have Matas Mendelis hopping behind the wheel of that LMP3, and look at the pace that he's carrying through the track, 1 minute 40.5. It's the fastest lap time so far of this current stint. The fastest lap time of this race belongs to Campo from Virtual Loop Racing, 1 minute 39.5. Fastest lap time of Toros to Nila was 1 minute 39.8. It was at the beginning of this race when the conditions were still better than they are right now. The pace will become slightly faster as we will get closer to the evening times.
So I've done my research now. So looking at the races that Jan Nims has taken a podium in, the last time I could find him in a prototype was the 2022 Road Atlanta 10 hours, where he... Oh no, actually I'm wrong. That is still a GT3. No, I cannot find another race where he's been in a prototype.
Yep.
Yeah, can't really find anything where he'd be running in a prototype. Most of the races I can find are in either a GT3 or a GT4.
Muffler Shop Racing, one of the leading GT3 cars. Yep, they have just made a long pit stop, leaving Taiga Motorsports out on the track, who did not make that long pit stop. So that's your GT3 order shuffled roughly in and out. So Team EXA and Muffler Shop made those long stops, and Taiga Motorsports staying on the track with no long pit stops on their board. As Matas Mendelis battles with a GT3 car. It's gonna be interesting down the end of this straight, as the GT3 will get slightly faster, but no, it's a clever driver. Nice seeing people understanding the situation where they need to basically bail out if they want to avoid trouble in this traffic. Once again, nice decision by the organizers. I really enjoy this battle, this type of car field on this event. Differently paced cars, but slightly closer on pace to each other. The biggest difference is the corners, as Matas Mendelis runs very wide into the West Horseshoe corner, as Virtual Loop Racing have just completed their long mandatory pit stops, so the driver changes come into play at this stage of the race. To no surprise, actually, it's what one would expect. Double stinting in virtual racing is a quite common choice, but it might become different during the colder time of this day in this event. Monkey Z Racing team drive-through penalty from race control. This is a team from the GT3 class. Oh, is it?
They were at the front of the field, weren't they?
I think so. But like, to the love of God, I cannot find them.
They're actually very far down. They're down in 41st overall and 26th in
oh yeah,
and so drive-through for reaching 3 warnings. That was the penalty. But Monkey Z they've actually done 2 long stops. So something must have gone on. They must have had some quite big issues to have done 2 long stops. We'll see how their race continues on.
Yep, there goes those long stops on that table as we quite quickly approach the completion of the second hour of this special event.
Yep. So we'll have 2 hours down, 22 to go. As the teams continue working through their strategies, LMP Freeze still have a pit stop to do, and GT Freeze as well, but GT Freeze, more of the GT Free field has done pit stops than the LMP Free field. Strangely, LMP Free is actually running longer on fuel. Could also be because they're getting stuck more down the straights, so they're just lifting off and saving some fuel. As big move down the inside by ERS Endurance. Sean Clark Racing, though, leads so far, and that is because Dream to Drive did take that long stop. We'll see how the field will shuffle out after Sean Clark take their long stop as well.
There will definitely be some changes in the running order. As the teams will do those long stops, and some of them will not do them.
Maybe someone will not do them, but I think this is a very good time to consider doing a long stop, because 2 hours done, you've kept your driver in for 2 hours. Now it's kind of time to start doing long stops and start to change drivers finally. Here are your results after 2 hours of racing. It is Sean Clark Racing at the top of the field overall and in LMP Free. Then it's International Racing Team, Assetto Corsa Racing, LMP Free, Steer, ERS Endurance, Ethereum Esports, CDT, Project Evil Cookies, Golden Lion, and Dream to Drive in 10th position at the moment. They are the first ones of the lead pack to have completed a long stop. We'll see where they come out later on, in Muffler Shop Racing, LMP behind them as well. Lamos Racing Team also completing a long stop, and Virtual Loop Racing also completing a long stop. All of these cars, they're in the battle for the lead, or at least a podium. So we'll see how that kind of pans out as the race goes along, but will be difficult to keep track of everything. In GT Free, it's Taiga Motorsport Racing Team ahead of Assetto GT Corsa, and then B Series ACRT Racing number 3 in 3rd, MSC AL Corsa 4th. Mach 1 Kart Racing Team, they're recovering and now up to 5th, with Muffler Shop Racing in 6th, B Series ACRT in 2nd, Team EXA in 8th, 9th for Baklajane, and Gas Speed in 10th position. That is your top 10 in both classes, and we'll see how the rest of the race pans out for everyone, who'll gain some more time and who'll lose some more time as well. And this was your top 10. We'll be taking a short break, and we'll be back in about an hour's time to take you through another part of this race. We're sure that there's going to be much more drama happening, and many more things happening in this race. So stay tuned, keep watching, and as the race goes on, it's still Sean Clark Racing at the front of the LMP Freeze and Taiga Motorsport Racing Team at the front of the GT Freeze. That's 22 more hours to go here at Daytona. welcome back to the 24 hours of Daytona here on World Sim Series. It is still the international racing team at the lead of the field. They have not yet, well, it is now the international racing team at the lead of the field. They have not completed a long stop yet. Sean Clark Racing sits in second. Third for Muffler Shop Racing LMP, Dream to Drive in fourth after their early issues, and Shitsoko Racing LMP3 in fifth, but they're currently completing a pit stop. In GT3, it's the MSC AL Corsa team leading the race ahead of Taiga Motorsport Racing Team B Series ACR2 Racing Team 2 in third, fourth for Team EXA, and GT Panama in fifth position. That is your top 5 in each of the categories as we head into 21 hours to go of this Daytona 24-hour race live on World Sim Series. And if you want to join any of the daily, weekly, or the special events, head on over to WorldSimSeries.com and sign up. Next event coming up on the 23rd of March. It's the 12 hours of Imola.
Yep, and we are back on the Daytona racetrack, straight into the middle of action as the multi-class racing continues. The drivers not only battle their rivals, but they have to pay very close attention to what the cars from other classes are doing. Basically, they have to give enough room to each other to try and finish off the racing as clean as possible. So, some leading changes in the LMP3 class, as Gustav has already mentioned. International Racing Team taking over the leading position of the class. It looks like MSC AI Corsa is currently in the lead of the GT3 class ahead of Taiga Motorsports, but as we already discussed, some teams take those long pit stops, long mandatory pit stops, and the others don't on the same pit stop. That's why the order gets shuffled up sometimes, and MSCL Corsa team, they have not taken one long pit stop, as most of the GT3 cars have taken those long pit stops already. So virtually Taiga Motorsports, they are currently still in the lead of the GT3 class, 28 seconds behind MSC AL Corsa. That means they will definitely easily overtake the rivals as soon as they will head over to the pit lane. Dream to Drive up to P3 as Muffler Shop Racing LMP3 team car goes into the pit lane for the long pit stop. So slowly trying to climb back those steps they have lost. They were leading the race. They are currently on 3 pit stops in total. Let's take a look at the long stop count. So Sean Clark Racing, they have made 1 long stop. Dream to Drive have also made 1 long pit stop. International Racing Team, they are still on 0 long mandatory pit stop in this race, saving them. Well, I think they are saving most of them to the end of this race to create themselves a little bit more opportunities if something goes wrong, to have that 1 long extra pit stop in case they need it. And they are trying to stay on the racetrack to do as clean as possible. They are currently in the lead, trying to avoid mistakes. So the real battle currently for the lead is between Sean Clark Racing and the Dream to Drive cars. Jan Nimt behind the wheel of his Sean Clark Racing LMP3, and Matas Mendeles behind the wheel of the Dream to Drive car. So virtually Sean Clark Racing currently in the lead of the LMP3 and overall classes.
And again, International Racing Team still owe us a long stop, so they'll drop behind for sure the top 5. I think maybe top 4. I think it's around 1.6 laps, something like that for a long stop. What I remember.
Up 3 minutes.
It should be around
yeah,
something like that. Because everybody else has to pit, so I think they're more in P4 kind of range right now. Should be close with virtual loop. And this is the Dream to Drive car. Big gap to Sean Clark Racing. Right now being driven by Jan Nim, 66 seconds. Dream to Drive has made an extra pit stop, and they made that pit stop because they made it earlier. So I think Sean Clark Racing, we should expect them to be down on to pit road very shortly. They're coming up to the end of their stint. Muffler Shop LMP3. They're going into their second long pit. They've just completed their second long pit.
Yep, quite. Oh, the earliest of the second long pit stoppers. Well, maybe not the earliest. Shizuku Racing LMP3 car have also made 2 long pit stops already, including IRT number 2. I'm not sure why Shizuku made that long stop earlier, though they were the car that kind of went into the pit lane 2 times early, or at least earlier than most of the rivals. On board with Jan Nimtz, second placed car at this moment, virtually the leading car of the LMP3. Quite a huge gap between themselves and the Dream to Drive car, 67 seconds.
Yeah, but because we're expecting them to be in any time now. So
yeah, exactly. They
difference here.
Oh yeah, they owe us a pit stop, exactly. So we will figure out how approximately one pit stop takes, and I think that's gonna be not the long stop.
No, it should be a short pit stop, but I think they'll come out right next to each other.
Yep. It's gonna be an on-track battle. Well, let's hope for an on-track battle between Jan Nimtz and Matas Mendelis on the racetrack. That would not be the first time these two names meet each other and greet each other on the track. It should be the first time as these two drivers meet in a prototype car, as usually we see Jan Nimtz driving those tin-top cars like GT3s or BMWs. Well, at least in the previous series on the WorldSimSeries platform. And let's wait out for it. Around the banking, gaining on the GT3 still because of a better exit. But as usual, those GT3 runs run a little bit faster down the back of the straights, though this Mercedes goes straight into the pit lane as Sean Clark Racing car number 5 stays on the track, crosses the line, 1 minute 41.6. That was 1.1 seconds faster than the previous lap time of the International Racing Team, with Chrissy Natty behind the wheel. As we continue to dominate the infield of the famous Daytona International Speedway oval track. As usual, the 24-hour event greets the cars with that infield course, and a famous event taking place every year after year with a lot of race stars competing here. And we enjoy watching our WorldSimSeries race stars battling it out, and currently it looks like a very nice and tidy competition in both of the classes. We have a much clearer leader in the GT3 class. That's Taiga Motorsports. They have 24 seconds advantage. Team EXA, who have just I believe, entered the pit lane were the ones who were in the battle in the GT3 class with Taiga Motorsports. So we're... I think we... Was it Muffler Shop Racing? There were 3 GT3 class in the battle. I kind of lost it out. Who was the third car? I think it was Muffler Shop Racing.
In the top 3.
Yep.
There could be.
They are on 2 long pit stops, so now they are
But
down
I
in
think
P12.
that was the LMP3 muffler shop car taking the long stop.
No, it's actually... Well, looking at the results on the WorldSimSeries platform, I can see that car number 37 has completed 2 long pit stops, and this is the GT3 car.
But the LMP3 has done the same. And actually, the LMP3 came out of the pits 5 minutes ago. So I think that must be the LMP3 car.
Yeah, maybe it was, but still, Taiga is on 1 long pit stop, and Muffler is on 2 already. Team EXA, they have made 1 long pit stop.
Yep, and they're making.
They are still in the pit lane. Yep, so that should be the 2nd long pit stop for the Team EXA. There we go. Jean-Claude Racing in the pit lane. International Racing Team also in the pit lane for their 1st long pit stop, and that's the Dream to Drive team heading back into the lead while being in a battle with a lapped car. Beautiful overtake by Matas Mendelis. Jean-Claude Racing exiting the pit lane, and that's definitely close, and that's what we have expected after the pit stop.
So it's about a 70-second loss in the pits, and yep. Coming out 4 seconds behind. They were 66 ahead. This battle for the lead, not over. Definitely not over. And we'll see how it goes. It is Mendelis versus Jan Nims. Jan Nims maybe not having that ultimate pace that he had in the GT3s, because looking at the fastest lap times, him compared with his teammate Lesko, about a 2/10 difference, so not that huge. And who gets a drive-through?
Oh, I didn't catch up with that, sorry. I was looking at the lap times of the Dream to Drive guys, so the fastest lap time of Matas Mendelis.
Assetto Corsa Racing LMP3 who get a drive-through for reaching 3 warnings.
Oh, Matas Mendelis so tight in the Le Mans chicane, still manages to find his way through without making a big mistake. As looking at the fastest lap times of the drivers, Matas Mendelis was 2/10 faster on his fastest attempt than Jan Nims with his fastest lap time. So looking at the pace, looks like Matas Mendelis still has a slight edge against Jan.
Well, that's fastest lap, so we'll see how it goes throughout a whole stint.
Yep,
and again, that tire difference is still there. So mediums for Dream to Drive, hards for Jean-Claude Racing. We'll see if now that, well, I think the temperatures have to have risen. Now, if anything changes here.
Oh yeah, and you can see Matas Mendelis in the distance. I think he lost a little bit of time in that Le Mans chicane, which might give some confidence for Jan Nims. And remember, Jan just came out of the pit lane. He needs to bring the temperature into the tires. He will have a slightly heavier car, but much more fresher tires. That's going to be a nice duel between top 2 leaders in this race. It's still early on to decide who will take that checkered flag, but it's nice seeing battles throughout the race in different stints, on different stints. But this is as close as it gets after the race start. 2.6 seconds between 2 cars. Through Le Mans chicane goes Jan Nims, no problems here. Tries to take that draft of the car ahead of him. And that's gonna play something in his advantage if he manages to make that overtake smoothly, goes high onto the banking, will cause him to run a slightly longer distance, still gaining that higher top speeds as he almost reaches the limit of his engine, revving out the engine to the maximum before he hits the brake into turn 1. No mistakes here, tries to dance around the first corner, as Shizuko Racing LMP3 have just taken the drive-through penalty, and look how much time Jan Nimz managed to gain on that straight and through turns 1, 2, and 3. The gap is down to 1.8 now, and that's definitely gaining on Jan Nimz. He has the stronger mental side now, while he chases down Matas Mendeles. Matas needs to keep himself together, try to not make and run into any mistakes.
By the way, the International Racing Team did come out in 4th, 20 seconds behind Virtual Loop, and they've got Lamus Racing 3 seconds behind them. So our prediction was right for P4, but I was actually expecting them to be maybe closer to Virtual Loop, so closer to Lamus actually, and that is a battle for 4th. We'll see if anything comes out of that, but Jan Nimz looking pretty comfortable. Looks like the hard tire's working well, and fastest lap of his race so far. 1 minute 40.2 last time round. See if he can improve this time around as well. Virtual Loop, by the way, does have the fastest lap of the race. It's a 39.5. And they've caught up quite a lot, actually. Looking at the gap, 1 minute 25 seconds to the lead. They were down by 45 at least.
Oh yeah, they are definitely the car to watch, because I am pretty sure they have something in their pocket. They have the fastest lap time of the race so far. Both of the drivers are in the 1 minute and 39 seconds zone. Yep, and there's still plenty of time on the clock. They just need to be as careful as they can, avoid mistakes, and interesting things in the future await of them. And of course, all the viewers, as we have at least 4 teams in contention of taking the checkered flag in this race in the LMP3 class.
Gap stabilizing at the front. We'll see what happens when they need to reach the next little group of traffic. Catching up to what that looks like an LMP3 in front. So, oh, that's the Dream to Drive car, right? But we'll see what happens once they reach the next group of traffic. So both of them will gain some time, will lose some time. And yep, they are definitely catching up to a big group of traffic, actually, up in front. Dream to Drive catching up to a bunch of GT3s and LMP3s. This gap is definitely going to go down. Again, one of those Nissans up in front, a very rare car to see. The GT3s battling for position. That holds up Dream to Drive. That gap now down below a second, down below half a second even, down to 3/10. This battle is definitely on for the lead of the race. And Jan Nimz, well, he's on fire at the moment.
Oh, breaks himself into that Audi, and yeah, that was way too late.
A little bit of contact. We don't know if he pushed that Audi out completely, but that's something I guess the stewards will have a look at for sure. As they come up onto the oval, the GT3 stays up high. Luckily for the LMP3s, because they managed to get up the inside early, but now this is going to be a chance for Jan Nimz to go to the outside, as Mendeles actually defends the position with 20.5 hours to go. But Jan Nimz takes the lead of the race without too much trouble. It is now Schalkark Racing back into the lead of the race, and this time it's real. I mean, last time it was just because they were out of sync with pit stops. This time it's on circuit with the same pit, well, a similar pit strategy between these two.
Yeah, well, similar count of pit stops. Look at Matas Mendelis is trying to
Going down
figure
the
out something
inside,
here.
He just about stayed with 2 wheels above the double yellow line somehow. And as he follows Jan Nims into 1 and 2, he keeps second and keeps right behind Nims as they negotiate a little bit more traffic up in front. They've got an Audi, and I think they'll negotiate it still in the infield. Nims gets a good run out of the hairpin and into the next braking zone. Oh, actually down the inside through the kink. Mendelis gets it done. So good cooperation there from the GT3. The battle still on, but Nims extending that gap, and considering he's on the hard tire, this is not good news for Dream to Drive and not good news for Mendelis. If he can do this at the beginning of the stint with the hard tire, what can he do at the end of it?
Oh yeah, maybe the temperatures are already up to the point where the mediums is not the better choice. And of course, Matas Mendelis has them already quite used on the LMP3 that he's driving. His pit stop came way earlier than the one from Nims, so Nims on harder and fresher tire does much better here, and I think Matas Mendelis, well, he tried to defend the position, but not too hard. It wouldn't be wise now to try and waste a battle way too early. And well, what he needs to do now is to concentrate on the race of himself and not to battle Jan Nims. Just try to stay on the pace and leave it for later stages in this race. It's gonna change again, definitely, as we will approach those cooler temperatures on the track as the time will go deeper into the evening, and that's where the decisions might come back to the teams with different strategy choice. This is Muffler Shop Racing LMP3 down in P8. They try to gain on the Golden Lion LMP3, which has those neon lights on the tarmac beautifully lit up. But I believe that's actually Golden Lion who have managed to overtake Muffler Shop, well, at least looking at the lap times of the previous lap. Golden Lion was slightly faster. Yep, actually that is a position change. Golden Lion were behind Muffler Shop Racing. They are now ahead, so the position change has already taken place. As you can see, the gap extending on our eyes to 2.3 seconds. And MSCL Corsa down in the pit lane and already giving room for Taiga Motorsports to take back the leading position of the GT3 class as they run slightly wide on the exit of turn 3, I believe it was. No, actually it was West Horseshoe turn 5 as they head over onto the banking of the racetrack and enjoy the lead once again.
Yep, they've done a good job. They had lost the lead at the very, very beginning of the race, but they've clearly recovered it back now, and yep, doing a very, very good job to continue to lead this race from pole position, by the way, they started. Well, I don't think we've seen this team much either, right? I don't really remember that name.
The GT Panama?
No, Taiga Motorsports Racing Team. Tarchali is one of the members. But it is a Hungarian flagged team. All drivers Hungarian.
Oh yeah, we definitely seen Tarchali and Kalostsai racing on WorldSimSeries platform quite on few occasions, so we know the names.
Yeah, but it's a new team name, and it's a fully Hungarian flagged team as well, so interesting to see a few new teams out on track. I mean, makes sense, it's a new season, a new year, so new teams and new battlers for the lead. And to lead on your debut, that's pretty impressive.
Much one kart racing team. They are doing a phenomenal recovery job, up to P5 in the GT3 class after that unsuccessful start for this event. They held on to the position, they held their heads up high, and will they continue to walk through the grid, gaining positions. Now they are 11 seconds behind B-Series AC team, and looking quite opportunistic. I think if they continue up with this pace and the way they gain those places back, they are looking at a very strong race. Though, looking at the lap times of the GT3 class, top 6 cars, actually most of the cars are on a very, very similar pace. The fastest lap times are very minimally different. So they have quite a heavy competition, still doing a decent job. And
yeah, it's hard to gain time around this place, really, to have a big gap, because so much of the lap is just flat out. I mean, you're not really going to gain or lose time when you're going flat out.
Yep, that's what makes this racing interesting, and everyone tries to stay out of trouble, but it's not always the case and not always possible, as we've seen a very interesting accident a couple of hours ago where one car had to come to a liftoff or something for cutting the chicane, and the other just ran right into the back end of it. And actually, I wonder if we can find the car which found itself stuck on the racetrack. It was Northeastern Automotive Club. They are 32nd, should be 32nd.
Or maybe they're in the pits or lost.
They're down in. Yep, I think they went into the pit lane or something, because on the WorldSimSeries result table they are 32nd and 16 in the GT3 class.
Oh, maybe you're looking at qualifying?
Yeah, most likely.
Yes, you are looking at qualifying.
Nice catch.
Yeah, I was looking at the results page myself. I thought maybe I was wrong, and then I looked at the qualifying results, and yeah, I saw that they were exactly 32nd in qualifying.
Yeah, so it was really painful. I'm not sure if they could have done something different. Well, they had a car right behind them. I'm not sure if it was wise to get on those brakes as soon as they see the info that they cut that chicane. But, well, it is what it is. That happened. They have to kind of get out of it right now. On a new racing scenario, they are 40th, 13 seconds behind 39th. Still something on the table if they have the pace. That's going to be a difficult task for them, but, well, they are here. They are trying their best. And they will definitely try to recover, as we see a couple of teams successfully doing some recovery drives. This is a battle between Match 1 and B-Series AC. Wow, that happened fast. They were pretty much further behind, as they find themselves into a 3-car battle now, one with a lapped car and one, well, live battle on the track.
They stay behind. B-Series AC defends the position. Again, a lot of battling, and quite aggressive battling, considering how much time we've got left.
Lamus Racing Team Chickens they received a drive-through penalty for crossing the exit line of the pit lane. They have just completed the long pit stop. Yeah, they are down in P11. as we go with the Match 1 car racing team. They try to chase down B Series AC. I think B Series made a mistake because they were much further ahead of the number 18 car. Yeah.
Oh, somebody. Oh, that's the LMP3 battling the GT3 down the straight. So another LMP3 comes through.
That's Virtual Loop, P3 in the LMP3 class. I'm trying to figure out Match 1 car racing team. They were 5th, weren't they? They are now 6th. So they actually lost a place.
Yeah, I guess they lost the place to be serious. I guess they lost the place to be serious.
Oh yeah, because they are surrounded by B Series cars. It was one ahead and one. It is one ahead and one behind now. So basically, a B Series sandwich happening with Match 1 car racing team Mercedes. And it looks like they are losing to that Lamborghini, so yep, they lost that place, but it's still a nice recovery drive. Currently maybe slightly slower on pace, so 148.3, they lost a little bit of time in traffic. Trying to hold on. But as mentioned before, the GT3s are on a very similar pace. Oh, both of the cars make a mistake, and looks like Match 1 car racing team, they just spotted that black LMP3 right behind them. That's Assetto Corsa LMP3 car, that should be at least. As they head over on to that banking and try to stay in the race. One position lost, still not the worst part that can happen in a race. 20.5 hours on the clock. Meaning that still a lot of changes can wait for the teams in this event.
Yep, definitely. Still a lot of opportunities.
Here we still have a very nice race so far. One very nice special event. The first one on the WorldSimSeries platform in 2025. Hopefully this is a nice insight of how things will look through this new year for the platform and all the participants. It's really nice to see such a huge grid participating in an event like this, and I think we have one car which is already out of the race. That's an LMP3 of Assetto Racing Team. They are 67 laps behind and not present on the server currently, so we might have one DNF already. Still a 24-hour event, so some teams might consider a comeback just to try and reach the finish line if they want. They are registered here. This is virtual racing. You don't have to fix any heavily damaged car. So you never know what will some of the teams decide if they have to. Muffler Shop Racing LM P3 car. Trying to kind of hold on to this golden car, which has previously overtaken their rivals. But basically we are currently in a spread out field situation where every team tries their best to stay on the track, be as fast as possible. Still those different strategies, even though we are already later into the day where the temperatures are higher, and one would expect most of the cars, well, at least the LMP3 cars, to run on hards. We still have a couple of cars who are running on mediums. Some cars have changed from mediums to hards. Well, they started on mediums, now they're running hards, but well, we still have teams who know and feel that the medium tire is better here. But I was certain at the opening stages and during the first 2 hours that the medium tire was the better choice. I think it's the vice versa now, and the hards, well, they deliver better, well, not only deliver better performance, but you can kind of trust on the tire a little bit more. You do not have to be afraid on those tiny mistakes where you lose some traction. On those harder tires, they don't tend to heat up that quickly, as the mediums, well, any tiniest slide can build up the temperature in the tires a little bit too fast, and then you have to be slightly more careful during those next 2 corners. So that's a little bit of a risk, to my assumption, to be on a strategy like this, where you have to be very careful and very precise with your driving, allowing you no mistakes. As with the hards, you can just trust on your driving instincts, lock up those wheels, and still be positive on the next corner, brake as late as you wish. This is the tire of choice, I believe, at this stage, as we see an international racing team continuing their show, their performance. That's Adam Kajani behind the wheel, delivering for his team, running fourth, still in contention for the win. Biggest comebackers in the LMP3 class is the Virtual Loop Racing team, on medium still, as is a Dream to Drive car. We have a couple of different opinions here, and well, currently both of them are working quite nicely. We have the hard tire in the lead, but this is only one stage of this long special event, and that might change quite drastically in the coming hours. Well, not maybe in the coming hours, but in the changing hours, where we will see the sun setting down. Temperatures will cool, the track will get cooler, and I'm pretty sure we will see more medium tires. Again, in the LMP3 field, as a GT3 car, Lamborghini was off the racing line and on the grass in the background for a brief moment of time in turn 1.
But Virtual Loop Racing, they've actually stuck with the leaders. I saw they had recovered sometime. I think they've lost a little bit now again. But I believe they're actually catching up to Dream to Drive quite quickly. That gap now down to 18 seconds. It was about 26 when we started the hour. Well, I think we were about... actually, I think it's like in 25 minutes they've gained back around 8 seconds.
Yeah, but that should be because the Dream to Drive car is on the outsynced pit stop strategy due to that damage that they received, and I think they are running out of tires at this stage. That's why they
I think Virtual Loop is in quite a similar pit stop situation. Okay. We'll see when they pit, but they definitely pit before Sean Clark Racing, that's for sure. I think they're in the middle somewhere between Sean Clark Racing and Dream to Drive. There's about a 25-minute delta between them, something like that.
Okay.
And actually, Dream to Drive lost quite a bit of time, if you look at the grand scheme of the race, because they came in early for a long stop. They fueled less, but anyway, you have a minimum time that you have to be in the pits. So anytime they would have gained from fueling less, they've actually lost because they used it as a long stop. So got to keep in mind that at the end of the race, Sean Clark Racing will need to splash less
If things
I'd
go
say
right, you know.
yes. If everything goes like it's going now, but you have, I mean, when you're making a strategy, you cannot assume that somebody will have issues.
Definitely.
You have to think that the race is gonna go like this for the next 20 hours and 17 minutes. So it's actually probably worse now for the Dream to drive than what we're seeing out on track. I think there's another 20 or so seconds in this. 15 maybe.
Yeah, but right now they are currently losing on the racetrack. Sean Clark Racing doing better performance, and well, by quite a lot. Their previous lap time was 1 second faster than the lap time of the Dream to Drive car.
Yeah, too bad we cannot see maybe an average of 3 or 4 or 5 laps. Because if you're looking at only the last lap, it's very difficult. And I think Mendel is struggling with the car. Looks like it's sliding around a bit.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Anyway, I think it's not that easy to tell what the speed of the car is when you're looking at it like this. When you're looking at the last lap, you need to have maybe a 5 or even a 10 lap average to actually know the pace. Because right now, it all depends on traffic.
On board with Matas Mendelis as we try to figure out how much of a struggle he has in his hands on this current stint. This is his second stint, so I'm pretty sure whenever he comes into the pit lane, that's gonna be a long stop and a driver's change. They are a 3 drivers team on this event, as far as my knowledge goes, and the next driver behind the wheel should be the young Lithuanian Domantas Knyva, as he gets himself prepared, because I think we don't have a lot of time on the clock remaining when we will see the Dream to Drive car heading into the pit lane. That's not gonna happen on this occasion, as Matas Mendelis goes around the high side on the oval on the GT3, which might do a little comeback down the main straight. Of course, the drivers are cautious. They know that the GT3s gain a little bit more speed, just trying to get out of it. A better situation. Side by side goes in front and almost goes into a battle, so doesn't want to lose a lot of time and just wants to take as much time out of this situation as possible, use that slipstream, and well, was quite cautious into that corner, left plenty of room for that LMP3, and gave himself a little, some little extra tenths in the battle with his rivals. So sometimes you gain, sometimes you lose. Virtual loop racing, they gained a little bit on the Dream to Drive car, then they lost again, and it looks like they are gaining again. So similar pace, just on different laps, making that gap sometimes go higher, sometimes go lower. But looking at the pace, it seems they are very, very similar paced cars at this moment. Just that out-team strategy to be answered. As Gustav's guessed, so I believe you think that Virtual Loop should stop earlier than the Dream to Drive car?
No, earlier than Sean Clark Racing, later than Dream to Drive.
Okay.
So they should be somewhere in, I think they'll be somewhere in the middle between those two.
Yep, so we assume, oh, there's someone in the wall. This is a Mercedes of Pandilla Pistachio trying to get out of the way. We've seen this car for a couple of occasions. They are currently 44th, so the last car on the track trying to deal with its own demons. Hopefully they will manage to get out of the way of the drivers coming at speed around the oval, as they try to recover from that mistake. That's MSC Al Corsa. They are down in 9th in the GT3 class. They were running in the lead because of that later long mandatory pit stop they have taken. This is a Nissan GTR car, doing quite nice on the racetrack. Thinking about their race and, well, competing in their own missions. That's B-Series ACRT racing car. The one that is still behind the Match 1 kart racing Mercedes. To try and understand, they are behind actually Match 1 and gaining on them. Okay, that's giving me a headache, but looking at the timetable, we have 3 B-Series AC cars currently on the track. 1 in 21st, 1 in 18th, and 1 in 29th. All of them running Lamborghinis. So one team brought at least 3 cars into this race as we watch that battle panning out between the 2 cars in the GT3 class. And this is again for P5, so I'm not sure if these 2 cars had been running vice versa before, because Match 1 kart racing team, they were 6th behind B-Series AC car and in front of one B-Series AC car. So I'm just trying to figure it out if this is the same order, just the car number 24 losing out and trying to gain that again. In the slipstream on the banking, approaching La Manche chicane. Oh, going straight into the inside. That's going to be an overtake. You can see in the upper right-hand corner. And Match 1 car, Match 1 kart racing team, they are driving pretty wisely here. They didn't come and cause too much headache for their rivals and for themselves. They just spotted the faster car and, well, left the door open. And they continue their journey here because we have 20 hours and 10 minutes on the clock. That's the wisest thing one can do at this stage of the race. If you have a slightly faster car behind you and it's going for a move, there is no need for that harsh racing. This is not a sprint race. This is an endurance race where you have to think about the longevity of this one. And think about the future. What you can lose now that might be a gain in the coming hours if you make no silly mistakes. And that's exactly what Match 1 kart racing team has done here. Just doing their own race, minding their own business, and that has worked out beautifully for the team who have lost a lot of places at the opening laps.
Ethereum. Looking for the LMP3. So the last LMP3 still running is the Project Evil Cookies car.
And they are quite a fast car. They were in the mix between the leaders at one point of this race. They are currently down in 15th, so a lot of pit stops have been completed by car number 14. But they are still in the race.
Two long stops for them. And Assetto Racing team have retired from the race. 76 laps now down they are, but 3 laps down is Ethereum. Sorry, Project Evil Cookies, but Ethereum as well. And the GT3s are 2.5 behind them, so.
And this is a battle for 12th place between IRT number 2 and Ethereum Esports. Kind of interesting to see the international number 2 car being so low on the standings, but it looks like it didn't just go as planned for this bright yellow car in this race. This is a famous team. We know them from many previous races. Currently struggling a little bit too much as expected. Similar to the Baklajani team in the GT3 class. Wow, Baklajani are down in 42nd position, so nowhere near the spot they usually run at, but it looks like this is not going to be the race for a couple of teams that had more success in the previous races.
A virtual loop, closing that gap to Dream to Drive. And Dream to Drive into the pits. And likely a long stop.
Yep, that would be our guess of the strategy of the previous race leader, as this nice little battle continues on. Oh, the Mercedes is off the racetrack, not wanting to get into the mix of this battle for P10 in the LMP3 class. And look at virtual loop racing also in the pit lane. Well, they disconnected from the server, so I believe.
Yep.
Yep, they came into the pit lane on the very same lap as their rivals. And we will have 2 driver changes. So Mendel is out, and that should be Kniva in. Yes, exactly. And for the virtual loop, Fedele is out of the car, and we will have to wait and see who the next driver getting into the car will be. Currently seeing Fedele and Campo on the drivers list. Campo was the faster driver out of the 2. Drivers driving the virtual loop LMP3. That's gonna be Casiaro, so the 3rd driver who has not completed 1 full lap in this race. He will shortly have his opportunity to do so, and we will have to wait and see how these new drivers will perform in the cars of the teams that are currently in the battle for the win in this race. No matter that they, it doesn't matter that they are currently not behind, not in the lead of this race. They are definitely in the battle for that win, as Jean-Claude Racing and International Racing teams stay on the racetrack and continue to lead this event so far.
Yep, so long pit stops going on, and we should expect, I would say, Sean Clark Racing to take their long stop as well. International Racing Team took their long stop, well, not too long ago, actually, like, well, half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago, so we shouldn't expect them to be in the pits for a long stop, so they'll take over the lead of the race most likely, but it will only be a virtual lead of the race. In reality, the race will be led by Sean Clark Racing still, but these different strategies can sometimes pay off towards the end of the race, but I think most teams are going to try to keep it at 2 long stops, 1 long stop per 2 hours, and have a 2 long stop reserve as they go to the end of the race, because then you can gain a lot, well, you can use them up in case you have any extra damage that you really need to fix at the end, or even during the race. If you've got some extra damage, you can use the long stop to fix it, so sometimes that's what the teams use it for. Bit of traffic, another one of the GTRs. It's a very unique car. It's a very tall car. It's a big car in general. So it's interesting to see it on track, and you always notice it. because there's a few teams running the Nissan. So it's easier to pick them apart. With the AMGs and the Lambos, there's so many teams, and they're all running very similar liveries, well, some of them, that you can really get, well, you're looking at the car and they all look so similar sometimes. Dream to Drive actually lose time in the pits compared to Virtual Loop. That gap now down to 11.7 seconds. And Virtual Loop stick with the mediums, and Dream to Drive take the plunge. Now they're on the hard tire. We'll see if they can find some extra pace. It is Don't Eskniva behind the wheel of that one. And for Virtual Loop, it is a Cascario taking the wheel of the car now.
Dream to Drive back into the pit lane. Issues with the driver. Looks like they have some hardware issues with the FFB or some sort of it. And this is going to be another long stop. Oh, that's not great news for the car that was leading this race, and they will be definitely very out of sync on the strategy when they get back on the racetrack. We will not see them leading this race for at least, well, I don't know, for a very long time, because, well, they will not gain back that long stop till the end of this race, I believe. It's going to be very hard for them to lead this one. Hopefully they will not meet any, hopefully they will not have any issues later on. Still not the worst that can happen here in these long races, but definitely a painful one. They had to take that decision as Virtual Loop Racing battles with the IRT number 2, who has to run on the lower side, which is not the ideal line.
Well, it's not allowed as well, so you shouldn't really run below the double yellow. As coming into the braking zone, Virtual Loop get it done quite easily. Golden Line not putting up. Oh no, that's IRT number 2. Sorry, but oh, they were being lapped, so not putting out too much of a fight.
Okay, drama continues as we have more teams facing different issues, but well, the race is on. The drivers, the teams, they take decisions as IRT number 2 goes straight into the pit lane, where the Dream to Drive car is back and standing for the next 3 minutes. So that's going to be at least 6 minutes in total lost. Well, not exactly lost, but currently lost to their rivals. They are not losing too much now. Maybe that extra stop.
Yeah, what they lose is the extra pit stop, so about 70 seconds. That's their loss. They do push their pit stop back a little bit. That's good for them. They get closer to strategy with Sean Clark Racing. So now you'll see Dream to Drive always further down the field than they should be, and I believe Toras Tunila has taken the wheel of that car.
Yep, they had to take some sort of decisions, and this is, I think, the wiser decision as Virtual Loop.
Oh, and doesn't touch the wall, just about stops it. So they put it into a loop by spinning it around at the entry to the Le Mans chicane. Interesting, very, very interesting what we saw. I'm gonna have to look back at the broadcast. I want to see what actually happened. I think what it looked like was the car just bounced up into the air, and that's how they spun it round. And so they came in side by side, still side by side, and no contact, I believe. Just looking back on it, but No, it doesn't look like there was contact. I think they just went over that curb pretty hard and lost it. Just the car got spun around, it bounced up into the air. And these cars, they don't have much suspension travel, so if you go too hard on the curbs, that's what happens sometimes. So virtual loop racing, definitely in trouble and losing time where they don't really need to. Remember, they lost time on lap 1. They lose time again here. So virtual loop racing, difficult race for them so far, and we're only 4 hours in.
Yep, and not only the teams are facing issues, I believe our race control has faced some sort of issues. They have to wait on trying to decide on some sort of contacts. Happened before. I think everything is okay and working now. So, well, you kind of always have different issues in events like these, but everything is fixable. So whatever someone may face, there's always something you can do about it. But it's not only about the teams having difficulties. Assetto Corsa, this Nissan GTR is on a very interesting strategy, and again, we see it climbing. We see the team climbing up the order and going up into P2 again. They were once in the lead due to that out of sync strategy with the long stops. They are currently out of sync with some of the teams, but on the same strategy as others, including Taiga Motorsports and Match 1 Car Racing Team. So this Nissan GTR is currently doing pretty good. Looking at a positive outcome of what the team has faced this weekend. That's a very hard and competitive weekend for all the drivers competing here to try and take out something positive out of all this experience. So car number 27, Nissan GTR, up to P2. Oh, actually up to P3 because B-Series AC have reconnected, so still doing good. Car number 27, they started 14th, so definitely some places gained, even though they are running third now, with a chance of maybe getting that P2 after they cross that line, because car number 42 is still in the pit lane. And it's definitely difficult to understand what position every car is at, because we have some cars with 4 mandatory long pit stop, and actually a couple of teams have 5 mandatory long pit stops completed. That doesn't mean that they are in some sort of an advantage. They are definitely more in a disadvantage situation, but that means
if you've got 4 or 5 long pit stops completed, then you're in trouble.
Yep, so...
but this is 4 or 5 pit stops completed we're talking about.
Oh no, I'm talking about long pit stops. I'm looking at the results. Yep, so for example, car number 29, Monkey Z Racing Team, they are currently 41st in the GT3, 41st overall and 26th in the GT3 class. They have 5 mandatory pit stops
yeah, but that's... if you have 5 long pit stops completed in 4 hours of racing, you've got an issue.
Yep, of course.
And that's not going to be good. Even 4, I mean, you've completed a long stop every hour. That signifies that you've been in quite a lot of incidents, and you're either going to have to really stretch your stints, or you're going to have to complete more long pit stops. So, I mean, either option is not great. A 3-hour stint during the night, not really an issue for most, I think. But if you've already had 5 incidents in 4 hours, maybe a 3-hour stint will be difficult. This is Lamus. Nope, it's Ethereum and Lamus up in front.
No,
Nope.
Manolo is up in front.
Oh, Manolo's up in front. Okay. So Ethereum also looked. Lamus actually looked very good at the sort of midway through hour 2, but dropped back again. So it's definitely a battle for the win between International Racing Team, Sean Clark Racing, Virtual Loop, and a Dream to Drive. That's, let's say, my prediction for the battle for the lead here.
Yeah, with the latter having difficulties, and it's already gonna be a very difficult task for Dream to Drive to recover, though it's still 19 hours and 50 minutes on the clock, so a lot of things can go wrong for other teams also, and that's what happens during these events. But still, at this moment, Dream to Drive, well, with that issue they have faced, they are kind of in a more difficult situation. They will be kind of now left in the shadow here. While looking at the overall standings, they are now down in P12. That's gonna equal out at some stage of this race, more towards the back, especially, well, hopefully the Dream to Drive will not face any issues anymore, but they will be that kind of a team that will stay in the drive in the shadow through the coming hours, as we look at Ethereum Esports and Manolo Racing Team battling it out for P7 at this moment.
On board with Ethereum. Heading into the braking zone for the Le Mans chicane. Goes to the inside of Manolo. Backs out of it though, right before going in a little bit wide through the middle. You get that arrow wash when you're behind someone through the Le Mans chicane. That's why when you're behind someone, you lift off early and get set up for the exit. This, well, Ethereum has now ruined any chance they have of making an overtake at the end of the straightaway, and don't follow the slipstream. Interesting choice, but as they head down into the braking zone for turn 1, even if they're looking to be quicker, they're clearly not gaining enough and not driving smart enough to actually make those moves stick. Now they're going to be in traffic. This is going to be an opportunity to either gain that position or lose a lot of time. Ethereum hopes it's gained that position, and Manolo actually lifts off and let them go.
No,
oh, no, maybe not. No, they stick to the outside and actually hold on to the position as one of the Lamborghinis goes wide, and they crisscross on the exit. Manolo's still there on the inside of Ethereum, as Ethereum tries to outbrake them, but they're going to be on the outside as they head onto the high bank. I think they're going to get past that Audi just about, and that's good for Ethereum. Not great for Manolo, but they'll have a chance to get right behind, and Manolo has a chance to overtake here. To the outside goes Manolo. Ethereum on the inside. Looks like Manolo just has that better straight line speed, really. And tried to... spin! Ethereum, same way that that Virtual Loop did it, but this time into the wall goes Ethereum on that exact same curb. Looks like it really launches those LMP3s into a spin. So other teams, I'm sure they're watching the broadcast. They know now, don't touch that curb too hard or you'll end up like this. So sometimes other teams watching the broadcast can give you a lot of very, very valuable information about what's actually happening out on track. Into the braking zone comes Ethereum. This time behind FDV Shitsokor. Has a chance to make that overtake if the car is not too damaged, but maybe losing a little bit of time. Looking at virtual loop, they're 2.3 laps behind Sean Clark Racing. We know it's about 1.6 laps to make a long stop, so you can make that calculation yourself. Looking at Dream to Drive, they're 3.7, so about half a lap behind, and they've essentially lost the position to virtual loop, I believe.
International Racing Team in the pit lane.
Yep, and it should just be a fuel stop. Well, fuel and tires, because they're done at the same time. So anytime you pit, you change tires, which I'd like to maybe explore. I don't know if it's possible to not make them be done at the same time, but it would be interesting if we could have fuel and tires done separately. Maybe we'd see some more interesting strategy options.
So International Racing Team, they are back on the racetrack in P2, and ERS Endurance Racing climbing up to P3. So I believe it's gonna be a very good moment to try and go through the current results.
Yep, so 4 hours done, 19 hours and 45 minutes to go, so about 20 hours to go in this one. Sean Clark Racing leads ahead of International Racing Team. ERS Endurance sits in third. Quite a few cars still on one long stop, and we expect Sean Clark Racing in soon to complete their second long stop. Golden Lion in fourth, and fifth for Virtual Loop Racing. They're Virtual Loop Racing, the highest placed car to complete 2 long stops, and your ex-race leaders in Dream to Drive, they've completed 3 long stops. They had to do an extra one because of some issues. In GT3, at the front of the field, it's Taiga Motorsport Racing Team, Mach 1 car in second, MSC AL Corsa in third, B-Series ACRT team in fourth. They're the highest of the ones to complete 2 long stops, and GT Panama sit in fifth. Again, 2 long stops completed for them. So different strategies in the GT3s so far. LMP3 a little bit more simple on strategy, but still International Racing Team, the ones who are running the longest without making extra long stops, so keep an eye out on them. They'll have some more extra long stops to do, so a bit of time to lose, but also a chance to fix the car a little bit more.
Yep, Sean Clark Racing into the pit lane, so very similar strategy and very similar timing as the International Racing car. And the the gap will go down between these 2 cars as Janims will hit the track. Still standing in the pit lane, trying to figure out. I think that's gonna be a short stop, though. Maybe it's a long one. No, well, the car is still standing in the pit lane. I haven't seen them disconnect. Maybe it is a long stop by Sean Clark Racing, where we will see some drivers change. It is a long stop. Justin Neirola will get behind the wheel of that number 5 LMP3, so take over from Jan Nimtz as Kajani is battling on the racetrack with lapped cars. Sean Clark Racing will remain stationary. That's going to be at the second long stop by the team. So where did the ERS Endurance race car come from? They are in P3. Well, Dream to Drive had issues. Virtual Loop Racing made that mistake in the Le Mans chicane. ERS Endurance Racing Team, well, it looks like they are running around the track without bigger issues at this moment. And they might just grab themselves P2 for at least some time. No, actually, Sean Clark Racing are back on the racetrack after their long pit stop. And, well, the difference between International Racing Team and Sean Clark Racing is not that big as ERS Endurance Racing Team goes into the pit lane. The gap between our International Racing Team and Sean Clark Racing is only 49 seconds, but Sean Clark Racing have 2 mandatory long pit stops in their sleeve. That means they are pretty far ahead of their rivals. So showing nice performance on the track, as one would expect from a team with drivers on the list who are very fast. They are looking strong here in this race. Dream to Drive up to P8, 8 seconds behind CDT, so they will climb a couple of places again. Lost a little bit with that very short stint of Kniva, who had issues with his FFB. This is not too big of a loss, but it's still a loss, and that's gonna be clear and understandable a little bit further into the race of how much the teams have lost during this facing of the issues. They were leading the race, they have the pace, they had a very good strategy. Finally on hard now, as Tauras Tunila tries to lead the car back into the at least top 3 places on this field. They are actually 9th, not 8th. I think one of the car that was ERS Endurance, they are on a long stop also. So they were out of the pit lane for a driver's change and not on the leaderboard. Yeah, and that's gonna be a tough one for the Dream to Drive now. Currently chasing down and gaining fast on CDT in front, but then there's a very big gap between Shizokor and CDT, roughly 30 seconds. Maybe they will have the chance to overtake ERS Endurance Racing, who are still in the pit lane. This is all for track position, not exactly for virtual finishing positions due to the outsynced pit stop strategy. But it still gives you some sort of a taste that the team currently stands and tries to fight for in this race. CDT entering the pit lane and the ERS Endurance still standing, so up to P7 for Dream to Drive, 36.7 seconds behind Shizokor Racing. And down to the next Shizokor GT3 car team. 2.8 seconds behind GT Panama. Well, it's always interesting to get back into the GT3 class standings. This is the class where things get shuffled quite a lot around, and the positions of the teams, they change throughout the race time. Currently, we still have Taiga Motorsports in the lead with 1.4 laps gap. Second place currently belongs to Match 1 kart racing team, MSC El Corsa. They are third, and this is a battle for P5.
You know, what's very interesting is that we've now got in the top 5 in GT3, we've got 4 different brands.
Oh, yeah.
Which I didn't expect when starting the race, because we've got the front 2 are AMGs, and then we've got a Nissan, a Lambo, and a Porsche. The highest placed Audi and 27th overall, so I think they're 11th in the GT3s.
Oh yeah, but that's Team EXA. They were running so strong at the beginning of the race.
That's Gasspeed and 27th,
oh, yeah.
and 28th is EXA, so they're also ones that were running at the front. So it does actually look like most of the cars are actually competitive, and it's not dominated by a single brand, which is nice to see, and kudos to the organizers and the BOP that we have this weekend. We'll obviously see how well that BOP has worked once we get to the end of this race, but for now it looks like it's working quite well, because we've got different brands in running at the front. Actually, GT Panama has lost a bit of time. They've actually lost that position, but anyway, still in that kind of battle, so good to see.
This is a battle between 2 Audis, Godspeed and Team EXA. It looks like EXA have slightly better pace, and that's gonna be some sorting out on the racetrack. Whoever gets the position, wonder to see if Godspeed will be will try to be competitive, or just acknowledge the better pace of their rivals at this moment. That's Dexnis in Gasspeed versus Vega in Team EXA. Let's try and compare the fastest lap times of the drivers. So the fastest lap time of Dexnis is 1 minute 45.3. The fastest lap time of Vega is 1 minute 45.2. Another very similar paced battle. So whoever has the better tire now, or whoever is in a better position to gain more speed through the corners, should come out as a winner, but that should be a difficult battle, and I'm not sure if drivers will decide and go for battle on the track. Well, the previous lap time was 7 tenths faster by Team EXA, but that might have been something to do with the traffic. Let's switch over to that onboard and on-track view side by side to kind of get a run with the driver and how it looks like from the outside. Looks like Vega has a little bit more confidence in those tires, goes a little bit faster through the corners. Look how different, how much of a different line the drivers have chosen in the brake zone, as Vega tried to go for a better exit while Dexnis searched for better grip down the braking zone. And again, different lines on the entry, almost similar lines on the exit, meaning Dexnis has a smaller apex speed, maybe better grip due to that rubber on the asphalt, allowing him to take those tighter lines into that corner, while Vega focuses on better exits, just open up the corner a little bit better, down on the banking. 0.5 second difference between these two cars, and the draft is almost non-existent with this gap between the cars. into the braking zone of the Le Mans chicane. Dexnis again goes wide, cuts the chicane, and he loses the position.
Almost crashed it into the wall on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. It's easy to do, and he almost went right into that wall head first. That would have been huge damage.
Yep, so that gain of his rival definitely caused some issues for the driver. I'm pretty sure he panicked slightly, well, lost focus, tried to be faster as he could. Oh, and there's a contact between Dexnis and Team EXA, I think. Oh, and that's a heavy hit into the wall and into the barriers. And there goes your luck for Team EXA. That's not good news. Look at the front windshield. And, well, that's not good news for both of the cars. Because, well, Gustas can go through the replay. But I think that was Dexnis who missed his braking point completely.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, he ran into the back of EXA, but yeah, it's definitely the fault of Dexnis behind, and I'm sure he'll get a penalty for it. But just looking at Team EXA, yeah, I kind of get it because it was his kind of unexpected for him. But at least what it looks like to me as well, that he tried to turn, then thought of going to the right, as in going and turning around, because there's a big runoff, and then straightening it up, and then he turned again to the left, but it wasn't enough. And he hit the edge of the barrier, I believe, into turn one. So I think he could have escaped it. That's at least my point of view, if he would have kept on turning and kept on trying to escape it. But yeah, I can't really say anything more to that, I guess. So
that's basically racing situations that can happen. Close racing action, drivers try to be as fast as possible to lose as less as they can. And things sometimes go out of hand, and that's pretty easy to achieve, especially if you clip that inside barrier. Then, well, there's nothing you can do further on. Maybe you can, but, well, yeah, Team EXA in the pit lane for a long stop. That's obvious thing to do to fix your car, and you most likely try to keep as many mandatory long stops to the end of this event to have those 3 extra pit stops to repair your car. They have no choice now, and they have to go with the fix.
Yep, it's good that you have that option, but you want to use it the least amount possible. And unfortunately, they'll have to use it this time. Hopefully not again this race for this reason. But yeah, interesting incident. I'm sure that Dexnis will receive a penalty for this, and the EXA car, well, unfortunate for them, really shouldn't have gone that way.
And this is Shizuoka and Panama Racing. Once again, they are battling each other on the racetrack. And Shizuoka trying to gain that spot once more. He's currently in front, and looks like the move is done, though that Porsche is still all over the place. And they've swapped places once. They tried to do it again. Well, they have swapped it again. Not sure where Shizuoka lost that position. But they will try to keep it as it is from now on. Similar pace. We have some traffic around these drivers. In the background, we see a couple of cars. They are either 1 lap down or 1 lap up.
The only car that could be a lap up on... Oh no, we're watching the same thing. Yeah, the only car that could be a lap up would be the race leader.
Of course.
No, I got
Good catch.
into.
Those, yep. So
I was
those,
looking. I was still looking at the replay, and then
yeah.
I realized we're looking at the same thing live. But yeah, I remember. Was it last year's Daytona where I was
Yeah.
watching the replay for about 20 minutes?
I think it was definitely last year. It was a very nice event and commentating things on different timestamps. This time you made sure we are on the same page. Another GT3 battle. That's MSC L Corsa versus B Series AC RT Racing Team. Okay, B Series AC RT Racing Team, and they try to be clever, let the Dream to Drive car through, and will try to kind of use that slipstream, especially down that main straight. They have a couple of more LMP3s behind, so wonder what the driver will decide here. He's chasing that Nissan GTR down the main straight. He has to kind of slot behind.
Hope it's not both LMP. Yep, he was smart there to not let both LMP3s by. He only kind of let one go, and then the other one got him on the exit. So lucky and smart at the same time, I'd say.
Except he lost a little bit more now, 1.6 seconds, but well, that car in front will have to deal with those 3 LMP3s also, so he's hoping for some luck in the coming corners. It's a bigger distance now, that Nissan GTR. Okay, he's trying to kind of defend his position a little bit more, but I'm not sure if that's the wise case to do, because it might cause him a little bit more time. And look at how much...
He's lost so much more time. And the B Series ACRT car, props to him, very smart way of dealing with the traffic. And the GTR in front, well, it looked like he almost tried to defend against an LMP3. That's not going to work in a GT3 as ACRT almost goes down the inside. This is the MSC AL Corsa Nissan, and they're the highest running Nissan by far. They've been that for the whole of this race down the inside, and that was almost more. I'd say, getting surprised by how early MSC broke rather than a dive bomb move that was pre-planned. It was more...
earlier braking by that Nissan.
Yeah. Very early braking, and that wasn't the only braking zone where they did that, so strange.
Oh, and he's back in front, so
Yep.
looks like managed to create himself a better exit out of turn 6.
I think it's also a big advantage that Nissan should have is the straight line speed. The car is huge, it's heavy, so it has to come back on BOP somewhere, and I think it's straight line speed.
Yep, so once more, the Lamborghini has to figure out different ways to try and get in front of his rival. That's going to be a very difficult task. I think he should kind of think about a turn 1 move, which didn't happen on this lap. To have a little bit more of that infield run for himself to try and create himself a bigger gap between these two cars. They will approach those long straights of the racetrack, where that Nissan seems to be doing and performing a little bit better than the Lamborghini. But this is a difficult stage for both of the drivers, where you will kind of think about the whole scenario of the race and also try to fight for position. It's always pretty difficult to run behind another car which is probably on similar pace, but on some occasions the driver in front makes 1 or 2 mistakes. You can still not go around him and feel faster. Oh, and you need to be fully concentrated in situations like these, and for sure try to avoid accidents. So I'm not sure what the Lamborghini driver is focused on right now, either to gain that spot or just to stay as safe as possible and lose as less time as he can.
I think he needs to gain that spot. Looking at how he was so much quicker in the braking zones, I think he wants to get that position back. But again, now the gaps have kind of normaled out again. So this is, can't call it strange, but surprise with seeing how much quicker the Lamborghini was when he was running behind the first time.
I think the Nissan makes some. I think Nissan makes some small mistakes. So it looks like by pure pace, without mistakes, that Nissan is slightly faster. But those small mistakes in the brake zones that they allow that Lamborghini to run much closer. You see, we've seen that Nissan sliding a little bit too deep into turn 3. And
I think there's also a pretty big difference in how these cars get their lap time. I think that Nissan is so set up for the long straights that it's quite slow in the turns.
Yep, now Lamborghini gets a little twist out of turn 6. That's gonna give advantage for that Nissan, especially on that long straight.
Can see how much quicker he is anyway down the straight. I mean, the Lamborghini is not gaining any time. He's sitting in the slipstream. I mean, he's gaining a tenth, maybe? That's not big when you're sitting in the slipstream of a car that's massive in front. He's punching a massive hole out for you. And you're just losing time all the way through. And you'll see it once they get back to the infield. They'll be back into normal gaps, and the Lamborghini will catch back up, and then once they get onto the straight, the Lamborghini will lose a lot of time again. So he needs a perfect exit somehow. Look, again, we get to the first braking zone and they're nose to tail again. So that's the difference. And that's different cars, and it's nice to see. Nice to see the strengths of two different cars, completely different cars. How they're playing, how these drivers are playing advantage.
Well,
oh, down the inside again, and. I think they might just have that position. Will be serious ACRT, but we'll see what happens down the straight now. I really want to see this. I think the Nissan's just going to power through. And Lamborghini getting a worse exit. See what happens now down the straightaway.
Yeah, it's getting closer, but that might just be enough for that Lamborghini. If he can survive the Le Mans chicane, I think he should be safe for the next corners. Well, we will still have the long straight. He needs to nail that Le Mans chicane. Both of the cars sliding around, and actually Nissan getting into bigger troubles, though still on power quite early. 0.3 of a gap. It's extending. The Lamborghini had a better exit. Now it's the moment where the Nissan should come dragging towards that Lamborghini. Not sure if that's gonna be enough, but
Mach 1 on a long pit stop from second, I believe. They should have been. So now this becomes the battle for second. And finally, I think, position gained by Be Serious. And that Nissan, it looks horribly understeery. Right, when we were on board with him, it looked like he was just fighting understeer all the way through.
Okay, a little bit of traffic that might come into the game and mix things up again. I'm pretty sure Be Serious ACRT team driver is just praying to make no mistakes and be as good on the exit as possible, though that Nissan is really close now to that Lamborghini while we exit off turn 6, and that's again the place where that Nissan shines. So a CRT team driver was not able to pull out a big of a gap, and he's in trouble most likely now as they gain on a lapped GT3 Mercedes on the racetrack. So both cars will get some sort of a slipstream. They have to figure out what should they do now, because the Lamborghini, he will go on an overtake, and the Nissan gets the door shut by that Mercedes, who is one lap down. So good news for ACRT Racing number 2, as they gain that spot, and that should help them create that gap they are looking and aiming at this moment. Intense moments for ASRT number 2. They have to avoid mistakes, and they're actually in P2, as Gustas has already mentioned. Match 1 kart racing team are in the pit lane for that long stop, opening the doors for the drivers and the teams behind. And that lap Mercedes is not being overtaken that easily. This is a 44th placed car, Pandilla Pistachio. He has just been overtaken by that Nissan, but I'm pretty sure the driver of that Nissan is not gonna be very happy about this outcome. That's Nuber behind the wheel, a driver from Germany, against Menacci, a driver from Italy. So, oh, and deep into the corner, this was West Horseshoe. And basically best news for Menacci that he could hope for. So I think this battle, at least now, is basically done. Now, talking about those incidents and the incident between GoSpeed and Team EXA, I think the decision has been already made. And, well, if I understand that correctly, GasSpeed has been issued only with a warning. So no time penalty, no drive-through penalty. The stewards have a good look as GasSpeed makes their long stop. The stewards had a good look at that incident and have decided that most likely there is fault on both of the drivers. I'm not sure how you describe this situation with your eyes. You've seen that replay in and out. Maybe it was caused.
I've only seen it from one angle, but
okay.
I don't know. No comment.
Well, maybe that EXA braked slightly earlier than expected. I don't know. Well, the stewards make their job, and they will understand it, what's happening on the racetrack. I currently don't see any drive-through penalties or stop-and-go penalties from the stewards in this race so far anyways. Most of them are just warnings. So I'd say that's a pretty clean race so far, even though we have some incidents, and that's usual for races like these. But most likely most of them are racing incidents.
Yeah, or at least with small faults, I guess. You can get free warnings to get a drive-through as well, so like some drivers have already done that because I've seen those penalties. Okay, Dream to Drive, 1.4 laps behind Virtual Loop. 1.3 laps behind Virtual Loop. So that's the difference. Virtual Loop would then be behind. Yes, they would be behind Dream to Drive if they made a long stop. So I guess Dream to Drive running quite quickly on the hard. Virtual Loop still on the medium.
Yep, and it looks like the medium is definitely not the tire choice in this part of the race with those temperatures high up. I think they are not working that well.
No, I don't think so. It looks like they're definitely struggling. You can see that, yeah. They're losing time. I mean, they had that spin, but they're still losing time. Our Virtual Loop 2 Sean Clark Racing, and that's their closest competitor, and also Dream to Drive in it as well. But
looking at the onboard camera and the on-track camera side by side, and trying to spot any difficulties that virtual loop racing are facing on this medium tire, but it doesn't look too bad actually. Their previous... Oh, and there goes the mistake.
Yeah, you shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have said that, because it happened immediately.
Oh my god. Their previous lap time was not that bad, 1 minute 41.7. It was actually 7/10 faster than the lap time of the Dream to Drive car. It was 5/10 faster than the lap time of Jean-Claude Racing, and it was 2/10 faster than the lap time of International Racing Team. So, well, it looks like the mediums can be the faster tires still, but as mentioned before, it's very hot outside and you have to be really precise on the track to not slide the tire, to not brake too late and cause any twists of the car, any scrubbing of the tire with the tarmac, because then you risk to overheat the tire and run out of the edge of it a little bit too soon. But it looks like Virtual Loop, they know what they're doing, they have made their homework, and they have chosen this tire because they really know that this is the faster one. Cassiaro is behind the wheel of this LMP3. His fastest lap time was 1 minute 40.7, so it looks like the previous lap that was on the clock was 1 second slower than the driver has achieved so far. And even with that slide, 1 minute 41.8 was still the fastest, well, one of the fastest laps in the LMP3 class. Lamus Racing with 9 pit stops in total already. They are running 5th. They were the fastest car on the previous lap. No, actually, still we have Muffler Shop in 1 minute 41.7. So, wow, it's really nice to see a lot of identical pace of the teams between both of the classes. The GT3s are definitely very tight on pace, running really similar lap times, and we have a very similar situation in the LMP3 class also. So this is a very highly competitive event now, which can have different outcomes after 19 hours and 10 minutes approximately.
Off the road is ZRS Endurance. We've seen quite a few cars go off there. LMP3s don't have ABS, so that's the difference.
Again, locking up of tires.
Yep, you can lock it up quite easily down into turn 1. It is a difficult braking zone, so not surprised to see cars locking up and going off wide, but should try to avoid that more.
Yep, you need to look after those tires. Though, in this event, every team changes the tires with every pit stop, and there is no other option, I'm pretty sure about it, because the tire wear is set to 200%. But
well, there's no point in not changing tires because they're done at the same time. I said before that I'd really like to see one of the events done with tires and fuel separately, being done separately.
Yep,
it would be nice to see some more strategy options with teams going for maybe losing time changing tires, but gaining time while only refueling and gaining time after the pit stop.
Yep, that would definitely open doors for more strategical options, not only for those long mandatory pit stop placements, but we don't have this in this event, hopefully in some of the events in the future. And we have still to wait out and see what AC Evo will bring the drivers on the table. It should be out actually in 5 days with that early preview, so it's still, I'd say, at least half a year of when we might see some online racing action happening. But I'm pretty sure everyone is already waiting eagerly to see what we will get into our hands with that new title coming out. which might bring us a little bit more options in what one could choose while organizing and participating in events like these. And good news, it's not that too long of a wait for every interested virtual racing driver.
Kart Racing 50 seconds behind the lead. They're closing that gap to International Racing Team, and International Racing Team still has an extra long stop to do, so that gap increasing if you look at it after long stops.
We kind of, looking at the gaps, we cannot say exactly what's happening on the racetrack. We just received some interesting info that Sean Clark Racing and Dream to Drive are actually one behind another and battling it out on the track. So Sean Clark Racing, they are currently second, Dream to Drive are fourth, and they are separated by roughly 2 laps. That would be 2 laps if Sean Clark Racing would go ahead of Dream to Drive, and that's endurance racing. You don't have to give your way through for your rival if you have similar pace. So this is an interesting battle on the racetrack between Tauras Tunila and Jussi Neirola. As I think Sean Clark Racing almost ran into a GT3 car in that Le Mans chicane. And managed to escape it out, but gave a little more breathing room for the Dream to Drive car. Second position versus fourth. A battle of surviving. Before the teams will reach the latter stages of this race. Just a reminder, Dream to Drive team faced an issue as ERS Endurance received a penalty for cutting. So Dream to Drive faced a issue with their third driver, Domantas Kniva. He joined the track, he went out just to find out he has issues with the forced feedback, and he was unable to stay on the racetrack for at least one full stint. So after a couple of laps, they have decided to get back into the pit lane and take that next long pit stop, which is a huge drawback. But they had to take that hard decision. They did that and took the next long pit stop straight away. Tauras Tunila went behind the wheel. That's why they are currently so far behind their main rivals. So basically, virtually, they are a little bit further ahead. We have International Racing Team in the lead, but they have only one long mandatory pit stop in the sleeve. Sean Clark Racing have made those 2 long pit stops. Virtual Loop Racing, they have also 2 long mandatory pit stop on the table. As Dream to Drive, who are running fourth, they have at least one more long mandatory pit stop completed. And if they'd stay out and all the rivals would come in for that long pit stop, the situation on the racetrack would kind of stabilize, or at least go into the positions that the teams are currently realistically at. I wonder what the Dream to Drive team will come up with the strategy.
I think they'll stay with what they have right now. Just keep going.
Will Tauras have to triple stint at least?
He doesn't need to yet, and I don't think they'll start doing it now. I don't really see the point, especially now. I could see it being done in the night. Just do 2 triple stints, just to get back on strategy if Sean Clark Racing stay with the same plan that they've got now. But in general, I don't really see the point, because you've still got 1 extra long stop anyway. And yeah, I would just see it as they should just keep going for now with those same 2-hour stints. And then once they get to sort of the end of the race, then they'll see what happens. Or at least midway through, then you could start thinking about maybe if you really need an extra long stop. But even then, I mean, if you need an extra long stop, that probably means you've crashed somewhere.
Yep.
Which is already a big time loss anyway.
Yep, that's what endurance racing is all about. You have plenty of opportunities. You don't have to kind of make those decisions by looking at the timetable right away. You just have to think about what's still left in this race so far. It doesn't look too bad for the Dream to Drive car, the car that led the race from the start. But it doesn't look also too good as it was at the beginning. They kind of nailed it with this tire strategy at the beginning. And
then lost
yep,
later on.
Yep,
so
with the same strategy.
Yep, so it kind of they gained in the beginning and then they lost, so it kind of evened out, and I think they came back on zero. So both the ones who gained and the ones who lost, they kind of came back to the same place pretty much.
Looking at the pace at this moment, it looks like Jean-Claude Racing is on a better pace, but it might be due to the tire age difference. Dream to Drive should be coming into the pit lane shortly after a couple of laps as Jean-Claude Racing deals with the GT3 and gains a little bit of turbulent air to help him with the top speed as Taurus Tunila jumps nicely over the exiting curb of the Le Mans chicane. And again, both of the cars are pretty close to each other. Looks like the Jean-Claude Racing car is a little bit faster here. As we... Yep, we jump over to Muffler Shop because they are gaining on ERS Endurance Race. This is a battle for 8th position. And the gap has been melting down on the previous couple of laps, so that should be another battle, this time for a position on the track, which is 8th on the standing list.
ERS versus Muffler Shop. ERS we've seen going off in turn 1 a couple of times. And again, battles in traffic and difficult traffic, because once they get to the high banks, they're not really that quick, those LMP3s. And now you've got Muffler Shop stuck behind. The GT3 goes to the outside to, well, almost regain that position, but now they're going to almost come in free wide. Don't take too much of that curb. Muffler Shop doing it smart, doing it the right way, and I think they're going to close up now to the ERS Endurance car. And nope, maybe not. That Lamborghini is now boxed in, even though it's quicker down the straight. He's going to try and bump draft, I think, the LMP3 on the outside of Muffler Shop Racing. Try and take it round the outside, down into turn 1. It's the optimum line into turn 1. Muffler Shop Racing round the outside and make the move stick over ERS Endurance. And that's them up into 8th overall and 8th in class as well.
Yep, that battle is done, and we head over to Jean-Claude Racing and Dream to Drive, and this one is also looking to be done. Not quite over yet. Taurus Tunila is all on a full battle.
Put pressure on Jean-Claude Racing, but I think he's lost out on it now. Again, this is not for position.
But it's still a striking move, you know. You kind of lost it on the racetrack. That's not helping out mentally for the team. It would have definitely been better if they stayed ahead of Jean-Claude Racing before they made a pit stop. Now they kind of in a mood where they are losing out to a team that they have led before, and with the driver behind the wheel who is currently the fastest out of the three. I'm speaking about Taurus.
I think their bigger issue was when they got actually overtaken for position by Jean-Claude Racing. I felt like that was more of a turning point in the race. This is just different strategies, different laps. You're not really fighting for position. So the guys are also maybe not as hard in that fight. Felt like the big kick was getting overtaken for position, and which was for the lead of the race. That was for me the big kick. And as we've now completed 5 hours in this race, we've got 19 to go. I think me and Lorinas are going to take another short break, and we'll be back in an hour's time to take you through the next couple of hours of racing. At the moment, right now, just a bit of a slide. At the moment, it's International Racing Team who lead in LMP3 ahead of Sean Clark Racing, Virtual Loop Racing in third, fourth for Dream to Drive, and fifth for Lamos Racing Team Chickens M1. In GT3, Taiga Motorsport Racing Team, they still lead now by 2 laps, but GT Panama has a long pit advantage over them. And GT Panama sit in second in the Porsche. So big improvement from GT Panama there. Team Mami Corsa in third, fourth for Mach 1 kart racing team. Brilliant recovery from them. And B-Series ACRT Racing number 3 sit in fifth. That's your top 5 for both categories. And we'll be back in about an hour's time to take you through the rest, the next few hours of this race.
we can't win, you should win.
And welcome back to the WorldSimSeries 24 hours of Daytona. We're back on track for our final 3-hour stint in the commentary booth, and the drivers are ticking off their stints as well. In the LMP3s, it is Sean Clark Racing at the front of the field. Jussi Neerala leads in that car. Then we've got International Racing Team Dream to Drive, Muffler Shop Racing, and Virtual Loop Racing. And Dream to Drive, Muffler Shop, and Virtual Loop have all done 3 long stops, 2 long stops for the front 2 of Sean Clark Racing and International Racing Team. In GT3, it's Taiga Motorsport Racing Team still leading, and they were the car on pole position, and now they're still leading the race by 2 laps right now, and the same number of long pits as Mach 1 kart racing team, MSC AL Corsa, B Series ACRT Racing, and GT Panama. That is your top 5 in both classes, and let's head back to the track action with Lodinas.
Yep, so welcome back to the race that has started roughly 6 hours and 5 minutes ago, and we kind of have already a situation where we know which teams to follow and which teams are currently in contention of taking the checkered flag. First, in both of the classes, it's a little bit more obvious. In the GT3 class, we have a 2 laps gap between virtually equally strategically running cars, but we have a little bit more interesting situation where we have Sean Clark Racing leading the track, leading the group, but we have International Racing in second and the Dream to Drive car, who are currently third but are a little bit in an out of sync strategy. So with Muffler Shop and Virtual Loop also gaining on the tail, we kind of have a situation where we can still do a lot of guesswork, try to figure out which car is on a better strategy. Most of them in the LMP3s run on hards, though we still have Muffler Shop and Virtual Loop, who decided that medium is the better tire in the top 5 standings. We have more cars running on mediums, but currently the 3 leaders are on hards, which suggests us that this is the strategy of choice at this moment.
Yep, and hards working better. It looks like in the hotter temperatures that we've got right now at Daytona, temps will start to come down again in the night. I'm sure in the night we'll be back to the whole grid on mediums, but still a lot of cars on mediums, even though the leaders are sticking now to their hards. Interesting that the guys behind are still thinking that the medium is the better option. So I wouldn't say strange decisions, but I guess the teams have calculated that this makes the most sense for them.
Well, maybe they have tuned up the cars to what suits the tires better during their preparation time for this event. They had quite a lot of time to do so. Maybe they have something tuned to prefer the medium tires no matter what weather it is, as Dream to Drive goes into the pit lane for their next long mandatory pit stop, and they will be definitely the first one out of the leaders again to make that early long stop. Not to their likings, it was not planned. They had that issue, and now it's gonna be really interesting to see which driver will try to take that seat, and if it's gonna be Kniva, and it is definitely gonna be Kniva, so it's gonna be interesting to see if that issue has been sorted out.
Yep, he had that issue, and clearly it needs to be fixed if they want to run until the end of this race. Because if you don't have correctly working force feedback, well, racing is going to be very, very difficult.
Oh yeah, that's why they have
And
decided
if
straight
there's
on to.
only 2 drivers, you've also got a very, very difficult 24 hours up ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they fixed that issue. Had some tests going on, maybe a little bit of risk and stress now at this moment, as there is that driver change happening and that long stop counting. The car is still in the pit lane. We will definitely follow up with that car and try to see how it does. They are now down in P5 on the track, which is currently virtual track position. And that's gonna change throughout the course, not one time, but definitely more. It's still kind of the very beginning of this event. 6 hours is roughly 1/4 of the full distance, so it's just
exactly a quarter.
it's just a short distance completed, and already a lot of action, a lot of things happened on the racetrack for plenty of the teams. It's still everything up ahead for most of the teams. You never know what awaits you. We've already seen a couple of incidents where, well, one wouldn't expect to happen, but it happens in an instant usually.
I mean, the big surprise for me is GT3. I mean, Taiga Motorsport have extended a massive lead at the front of the field.
Well,
2 laps.
oh, that's a B-Series ACRT Racing Team, a GT3 which was running 4th, I believe. They lost the position in this spin. Or did they try to catch up with P3? Spin again. That's what you get. Oh, and they are on mediums, definitely. So that's what you get after going in a spin. That's very hot rear end tires, and if you are a little bit too aggressive into the next corner, you might expect another spin.
Yep, you really overheat the tires quickly, and especially the spin that they had. I'm sure they even flat spotted that tire a little bit, and then you really have to be careful, I think, for the next lap at least, to not have another spin. So I think that's what they'll try to do now.
So they were running 4th. They were catching up with the MSC Corsa car, and they made that spin. They stayed 4th, but then with the second spin, they lost out to GT Panama. In both of the spins, they didn't lose too much. They lost roughly 10 seconds, which is, well, it looks a lot, but in the perspective of a 24-hour race, it isn't that much. And it might have ended much, much worse, but thankfully, they are on the racetrack. They are trying now to cool off those rears and stay on the track and continue their journey here.
It doesn't seem like much, but still, every single one of these small mistakes, they add up, and you're losing 10, 15, 20 seconds of time. When you try to gain that back, there's a very high risk that you'll do another mistake and lose another 20 seconds. So sometimes you kind of have to forget about it and keep on driving. But yeah, it's really difficult, and you can't just say, oh, well, small mistake, 24 hours to go. These small mistakes add up, and sometimes you lose the race by 20 seconds. And,
yeah, of course, if you do a lot of mistakes, then they definitely add up, and that's not the way to do those 24-hour races. But small mistakes happen, and if that's not too often, then and you get one or two spins, I'd still say it's okay, because you've missed a contact with the barrier or with your rival. You didn't damage your car. I'm talking more of this perspective rather than those, making mistakes perspective. Of course, if you'll keep spinning, that's you will go nowhere. But if you make one mistake in a couple of hours, then this ended up pretty lucky, I'd say.
I mean, the other issue is you don't have safety cars, so the field doesn't get bunched back up. So those seconds that you lost, if you want to gain them back, you'll have to gain them back on track. You can't just, like in the real 24 hours of Daytona, just wait for a caution.
Yeah, of course.
Stay on the lead lap, obviously, but just wait for the caution, get everybody back together, and keep going. Here, you get a caution, and you're destroyed. You're not going to get a caution, so you can't get it back.
Yeah,
and even now for them, I mean, the problem would be that they're laps down from the lead. So even if there was a caution, what can you do? You can't get the lead because you're 2 laps down on the race leader.
Yep. They are not battling currently with Taiga Motorsports. Of course, you never know what's happening. Okay, there's another mistake, and this is not the way to go.
Like I said, you make one mistake, you try to get that time back, you make another. Look at that. That's half a minute, I think, lost throughout all of those mistakes, I'd say.
Yep, this time it was not that clear. They had a contact, and it was a little bit worse now.
They had a contact, sure, but it's still... Maybe if they hadn't made that previous mistake, they would have been saying, oh, okay, let's let this LMP3 just through. And like I said, mistakes add up normally. So you have to, if you make a mistake, you have to forget about it and just keep going at the pace you were going. Don't change anything. Once you start changing stuff, that's when more mistakes happen.
Yep.
Now, in 21st overall, not losing any more cars, which is nice to see. I think in earlier years we were getting a lot more retirements throughout the race. This year, a lot less retirements. We're not looking at too many cars having those big race-ending issues. We had an LMP3 who retired, and Osguri, we believe, is also retired. Pandilla Pistachio, they have not retired. They're still running around on track. However, they are 35 laps down from the overall race lead and 25 from their class lead. They've done 9 mandatory pit stops, long stops. They've served 1, 2, 3 drive-throughs and 120-second stop and go. And they've just had a half an hour ago, they've had a warning. High ping change driver. That was the message from race control. So they've been having a, how do you call it, difficult race? I think that's one way to put it.
Not an easy one.
No, definitely not. A lot of work, a lot of penalties.
GT Panama going into the pit lane.
What's also interesting, both of the Bravos Motorsports and the Bravos Motorsports B cars, they're also on track together. 26th and 27th in GT3, and the only car running behind them is the Pandilla Pistachio car. So these two, they're both 12 laps down from the leader, but they're running together, which is nice teamwork, but I'm sure they'd love to be running together, but higher up in the
field. I'm a little bit lost. Bravos Motorsports, 41st and 42nd. Yep, in the GT3 class, 26th and 27th. Good teamwork. Similar preparation, maybe.
Yeah, but unfortunately, quite far away from their say I think they would prefer to be running first and second together in a 15-second gap and not 26th and 27th together. But the B team is actually running ahead of the A team.
They had better luck in
We'll
these
see if,
6
We'll
hours.
see team orders if they come in, if the A team is preferential here. So they might still need to give up this 26th position for their A team. And Sean Clark Racing into the pits, and long stop, that is.
It is.
We'll
So
see
there's
who
going to be a
jumps in.
driver's change. Neirola was currently behind the wheel. We have Lesko and Nimtz in the team. I assume that Lesko will get behind the wheel.
Fourth driver.
Oh, okay.
As well.
Not everyone runs a 3-driver team, definitely, in the 24 hours event. Whereas Domantas Kniva is currently looks to be facing no force feedback issues, while Jan Nimtz gets behind the wheel of car number 5, the Sean Clark Racing, that they are currently in the pits. So still a little bit of wait time for the fourth driver in that team as we go around the track together with Kniva, trying to figure out if he's facing some issues. Currently his lap time was 1 minute 41.0, so that's right on pace, maybe a little bit lower, but the driver did not sit behind the wheel for the previous 6 hours. Well, just for one short lap without force feedback. He will adjust
Nims
himself.
is getting back in the car. So Nims goes back into the car. I guess they might have their other driver in for the night and doing a bit more of that early morning hour running, which is always difficult, and then maybe giving him time to relax now in the evening, and then tomorrow morning maybe as well.
Oh, international.
Overshot their pit box, ran over the lollipop man at the front, but not too many issues.
We didn't see if this car stopped at the entry of the pit lane, but it looks like it's just gonna be a short stop.
No, if they got to their pit box, it's gonna be a short stop.
Yep, so we might yet again see a change in the lead run, but this time that should be much closer. Both of the cars are currently in the pit lane, the lead cars of the LMP3 class, while Virtual Racing remains on track, but they are a couple of laps down, so no chance for them to overtake for at least a virtual lead this time.
And this year, what I can confirm is that we will not have a distance record at this race, at least for WorldSimSeries, just because the LMP3 cars are much slower than the DPIs that we ran previously. So this year, definitely no distance record for the overall winner. We might see a GT3 distance record though. That is not out of the question yet. Just some random information. We always need it.
Yep, so status quo has changed on the racetrack between the leaders. So International Racing Team got back on the track in the lead, but only with a 19 seconds advantage, and was one less mandatory long pit stop to their account. So this time it's much closer, so that means Sean Clark Racing is doing much better throughout the course of this race. And well, looking at the numbers now, the next time the similar strategy will take place, Sean Clark Racing should stay in front of International Racing Team. So it's getting a little bit more obvious with the leaders in this race. In the LMP3 class, the only question remains: how will Dream to Drive deal with that issue that they have faced? Kniva currently in the 1 minute and 40 second zone. Well, his last lap was 1 minute 41.2. That's still slightly slower than the lap times some drivers can achieve on the track in these conditions. It's still early laps for Kniva in this race. I'm pretty sure he will find that rhythm shortly. Maybe a little bit stress after that issue that the driver faced previous time. Slowly trying to get more comfortable with the track, with the situation, with the traffic, how it feels. And he will definitely, I'm pretty sure he'll be finding his pace in no time. We have 43 cars on the track. Well, we have 44 in total. Well, Os Guri, they are 35 laps behind, so, and they are off the server, so that might be another DNF. That means 43 cars are still battling here, so plenty of traffic on a track like this. So the drivers still have to be cautious, have to think about their actions on the racetrack as soon as they meet that traffic. They have to take wise decisions, and it's not the easiest part in this race with a combination of cars like this, LMP3s versus GT3s. You can see that live on your screens. The LMP3s, they are much better in the corners, but they lack speed at the ends of the straights, and here is the obvious difference. Even in a slightly damaged Lamborghini has much more pace down that straight, and yeah, it doesn't back off. It just gets in front of that LMP3, basically the lead car, and Jan Nimtz makes a small mistake. I'm pretty sure he was not happy about that Lamborghini not backing out. He will definitely get him in that next corner. This is the Rodriguez International Horseshoe, turn number 3. But it didn't help Jan Nimtz to kind of feel at least a little bit more comfortable behind the wheel, as he has seen that Lamborghini not backing out. Bravo's Audi, the two Audis that we have spoken recently, getting out of the way of that Sean Clark Racing. And you can see on your time screens, Jan Nimtz lost roughly 3 seconds now after they went out on track. In the battle with International Racing Team, so things might go differently for all the teams. Remember, Dream to Drive was in the lead, and looked like half of the job was complete. At once they had, I believe, 70 seconds advantage or so just before they met those issues.
70?
Yeah, I believe it was 68, wasn't it, before the first pit stop?
For Dream to Drive?
Yep, when they were leading this race.
No, they were ahead by about 18 seconds.
Okay. Where does the 68 seconds come from into my mind? I'm not sure.
I think that was the gap International Racing Team once had.
Okay, maybe.
They hadn't done a long stop, but the gap was not that big.
Yeah, right. It was before the pit stop about 20 seconds, definitely. It went down a little bit and then went up. You're right. I'm not sure where that 70 seconds came from, but maybe from the lead of the International Racing Team. Dream to Drive up to P4. Muffler Shop Racing went into the pit lane for their 4th long pit stop. Lamas Racing. 12 completed pit stops, running in P5. 3 long pit stops completed, so not everything going to plan for car number 2, which definitely had a lot of pace in the pre-qualifying
Car number
round.
2, are you sure?
Oh no, it's car number 8. I'm not sure.
Because car number 2 is
Yep, it's Dream to
Drive.
Drive. It is. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong part of the table. Yeah, it is car number 8. That means they roughly had the pace of 8th place in the pre-qualifying round.
Yeah, but I mean, in LMP3, I think pre-qualifying doesn't tell the full story. Just because most of the teams, I guess, knew that they didn't need to push super hard. Because everybody who did pre-qualifying in the LMP3s, they got into this Division 1 race. Because there were many more GT3s running. GT3s actually managed to fill out two full divisions. So in the LMP3s, I think most of the guys just did laps that they were qualified, and that was it. So.
Yep, that's a good point. The best example is Jan Nimt, who basically done just a couple of laps to just go under the needed limit to participate in this race. And it's another story this afternoon with the driver behind the wheel who is trying to chase down International Racing Team for the lead of this race, even though Sean Clark Racing is virtually leading this one already. Because they have been to the pit lane for that long pit stop one time more than the International Racing Team.
International Racing Team, their lead that they had that 60-second. I remember when they were when they still are off sync with the long stops, but when they were first off sync, they definitely had a bigger lead, and Sean Clark Racing is clearly dominating this race so far. And because of that fully fixed ability of the car, they have a big advantage at the moment. And while in other simulators you might be very afraid that you would damage the car and destroy it, here you're quite lucky because you can damage the car quite heavily and still be able to continue racing. So we don't expect that many big changes, I think, here. Even if when we go to sleep and we come back tomorrow morning, I don't think we'll see that many huge changes in terms of positions or cars at the front. We'll see some, for sure, but I still expect to see the same cars at the front of the field. We're watching the Lamus car, currently in 5th. They're 25 seconds behind Dream to Drive.
Yep, trying to create their own story in this race. Currently looking pretty nice, pretty, let's say, okay. We have that huge gap between the leaders, and you could say it's because of the leading car having made less mandatory pit stops. But look at Sean Clark Racing. They are only 16 seconds behind International Racing Team, and they are mostly in sync with most all of the LMP3 cars, except for Dream to Drive and Muffler Shop Racing LMP. So still, even though those gaps are huge currently on the racetrack, they are actually a little bit closer than they seem to be between most of the cars on the track, and it's still pretty difficult to say or understand who or which car is in front of the other car. only virtual places are currently held at this moment, with, well, not exactly clear who is in front of each other. This is Shizuoka G team, car number 17, running 4th in the GT3 class, trying to chase down MSC El Corsa car. I've seen one drive-through penalty from race control. It's most likely due to the extended use of warnings. If you collect 3 warnings, you receive a drive-through penalty, and we have 5 teams who have collected all these warnings, including teams like Steer or Shizuoka or the LMP3 car, and a couple of GT3 cars who have received those drive-through penalties, which I cannot see on the list. Midnight Racing, car number 43, have already received that drive-through. Do we have anyone at risk from the leaders? Well, actually we do. Car number 5, Sean Clark Racing, they have 2 warnings already. No, that's yep, it is. It is Sean Clark Racing, car number 5, on the 2 warning counter. So another warning, and there's gonna be a drive-through penalty. Well, with a gap like this, nothing too dramatic, but as Gustas already said in a beautiful discussion, every mistake counts. We don't have any cautions here. We don't have any situations where one can fix up for those mistakes. So a drive-through will cause them to lose roughly 30 seconds.
The pit speed limit is actually quite high, so yeah, I think 25 maybe.
Yeah,
but still a time loss, definitely, and it's a big time loss if you do. Let's say you get 1 penalty for an incident, 2nd penalty for let's say track limits, and another penalty for speeding in the pits, which are easy penalties to get, right, throughout the race. I mean, for track limits, you only need to do it 3 times. For an incident, push 1 car out and then speed in the pits while performing any of those penalties, and you've lost yourself a lap almost. And you've not really done anything crazy bad, something that's easy to do. You've just lost a lap. So these penalties add up. You do have to be very, very careful.
Shizuoka versus International Racing Team down those straights, and look at the speed of that Lamborghini. There's nothing that an LMP3 can do down those straights. Just hope for cooperation. That's what they get. Beautiful driving by Shizuoka GT team, GT Corsa team. That's what one would hope. Before those corners, even though at the back end, at the back of that straight, the GT3 has better speed, but they have to brake slightly earlier. They have to brake a little bit to a slower speed than the LMP3s, and it's good when you see drivers thinking wisely. Shizuoka GT Corsa team are on a chase for P3. They are 5.1 seconds, 5 seconds behind MSC El Corsa team, who are running a Nissan GTR car in this race, which makes both of us, Gustas and myself, happy to see such a brand participating in Daytona. Did we ever have a Nissan GTR GT3 car racing on Daytona in a special event in the past, in the real races?
I don't think I've ever seen a Nissan GTR at Daytona. I have to have a look, but
Yeah. Sometimes
Remember.
interesting thoughts come into my mind. That's CDT versus Ethereum esports team. I believe CDT have just came back from the pit lane, and that's actually Ethereum taking advantage. They are a little bit faster. Well, at least they were. Ethereum esports is the car that was running second in one stage of this race in the LMP3 class. Not sure how that went downwards after that. Well, they definitely had an early pit stop. They are kind of back into the sync of strategy at this moment. They still have a couple of pit stops more than the current LMP leaders, which would be your guide into a normal strategy of this race. But still, it looks like they kind of lost that speed that they could carry around the track before the first pit stop that they made.
I'm trying to look through, but it doesn't look like this car has ever done the 24 hours of Daytona. It has, however, run the 24 hours of Daytona as a DPI. Well, Nissan has. And the GTR has an old version of the GTR has run in the 24-hour classic at Daytona. So it has done some racing, one not in the same category, not the same car, and one an older version of a similar car in a classic race. So never the 24 hours of Daytona.
Yep, so nice to have this car on the virtual event. And see how it competes here. But it doesn't look too bad actually, running currently on a podium position.
It looks like it has very good straight line speed, and that helps around Daytona for sure. It does look like it drives like a tank almost, because if you look, you can see that really it doesn't want to. Oh, okay, they're just letting somebody through, but it does look like the car just is not turning. Coming to this braking zone here, down to first gear. Look at how much understeer the car has on entry. But you can see them going down to first gear to get that car turned. It's a very long first gear as well. I don't think I've seen any other car go down to first in any of these turns. Let's see which gear he does the Le Mans chicane in. Second, even. It's a long second gear, but looking at the apex speed, I think that the other GT3s can go through it quicker. This one just has so much more acceleration, even though it's not very aerodynamic. It's not very light, but it's still drivable, I guess. So they're doing a good job with the car. Doesn't look like it's super well handleable, but still, I guess having fun, enjoying. 293 was the top speed. And again, down to first. I don't think any other car goes down to first through turn one or any corner, really.
And you can see that battle building up quite nicely. There you go, that's Shizokor GT Course in the background, the Lamborghini which is chasing down for that P3. Well, actually now P2, as we have one car going into the pit lane.
Also, all three of the B-Series cars are now together on track. I mean, by position, 22nd, 23rd, 24th overall. They're all stuck together.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see on these straights, no chance for the Lamborghini to catch up. I'm sure they will in the turns. Let's have a look from behind. You'll see the gap coming down as they enter and exit the Le Mans chicane. Actually, no, it still went down, but not as much as maybe I imagined it would. These guys have done a good job. Good job of staying out of trouble, at least from what we've watched. I don't think I've seen this car in too much trouble this whole race.
Now the Lamborghini will face the real issues. We've already seen a battle between a Nissan and a Lamborghini before in this race due to the different pace on the different parts of the racetrack. It's going to be not the easiest task for the Lamborghini to make that move. We will wait that out as we hit traffic again with a Mercedes in the way. Leaves plenty of room for both of the cars. It was actually two Mercedeses that had to give room for these two cars battling for the second position.
Yep, and looking from the back of the MSC Corsa car, look at how much more power this thing has, how much more torque it has. It gains a lot on each and every acceleration. We're on board with the Assetto Corsa car. See the apex speeds through the bus stop, through the Le Mans chicane, sorry. I think it doesn't look much quicker through the chicane, but as we get back out on the straight, there's not much the Huracan can do. It's just running slower. And again, doesn't use the slipstream, thinks that staying low is better. Let's see the top end speed. It's actually higher, so 298. Okay, they were in slipstream, but wasn't expecting that the Nissan would be slower at the very top of the straight. So I think the difference here is it goes very wide, and I think that's going to be position taken. Thought they were maybe even letting them through. As they stay side by side, they still stay side by side.
Oh, the contact.
Lamborghini onto the grass, gets back onto the track, and survives it incredibly. Does survive that, so lucky, and can be happy that they survived this. Could have been much worse. They've got an LMP3 coming through. Shouldn't give them too much trouble. Shouldn't give the LMP3 too much trouble. Actually, this will probably play into the advantage of the Lamborghini, I'm gonna guess. But maybe not. I don't think the LMP3 will actually have a chance to make the move here. Nope, can't do it. It would have had to have been a crazy dive bomb. So the LMP3 got stuck, and it's gonna keep getting stuck because it's gone to the high side. And, well, you can't really overtake on the high side, and you've got the monster that the Nissan GT3 is.
Yep, it is definitely fast. It's, the LMP3 that doesn't know what to do. It wants that slipstream, then goes back up onto the high side.
Well, you're doing so many more meters when you go up on the high side.
Yeah.
You can't really do much. You can't overtake anybody.
Runs deep right into the first corner. The Nissan GTR. That's going to be slightly helpful for the Assetto Corsa GT Corsa, and there he goes. Straight.
Big dive down the inside, gets it stopped on the apex, but the Nissan is still there. A little bit more contact, but the Nissan should be able to isn't able to out-drag it into the kink, and I think Assetto Corsa has finally got that position, unless the Nissan can come back at him down into the Le Mans chicane. We'll see what happens. bit of a light flash, so clearly unhappy with the way that the Lamborghini was driving. And they both actually have a similar exit, so let's see what happens now. Down this straightaway, what can the Nissan do? He doesn't need to go to the high side, he needs to go under and to the inside line, I think. If he can find any space there, goes to the outside, almost puts himself into the wall. He had space on the inside, don't know why he's going to the outside.
Oh, that's deep.
He outbrakes him and gets it stopped on the apex, gets the move done. Well, he was not happy with how Shitsokor overtook him. Shitsokor not happy with how MSCAL Corsa overtook him. That seemed like a very clean move. Both of them pretty close to being dives, but yeah, both cars really in the spirit of battle. This is your battle for second position, by the way, in GT3. The Taiga Motorsport car, they're leading, and they're leading by 2 laps over this battling pair. So really, the battle for the lead is lost. Now you got to battle for second place.
Yep, the next car to receive a drive-through penalty is the gas speed car. While we deal with the traffic, I've just seen a notification from race control to the gas speed car to take a drive-through penalty. They are currently 27 seconds ahead of Customs GT. So that's gonna be tight after they will complete that pit stop. And that's Taiga Motorsports going through. That's the leader of your GT3 class we have just spoken about. They are dealing with that Nissan GTR, and that's going to be a drag race between Mercedes, Nissan, and an LMP3 car. Who is going to win here? Remember, MSCAL Corsa, they are not only on the racetrack trying to give room for the leaders, they are in a battle with Shizokor GT Course 3 wide down the back straight. Into Le Mans, LMP3 goes through, but not the GT3. I think the LMP3 spun. I've heard
we've lost it, kind of.
I think it's spun.
Another LMP3 comes through. So the GT3 has actually, that's I think the race leader, right? So they've now lost it again against this battle for second place. This could end in tears. I can see it happening, so let's see what happens now. Down the straightaway to the outside, tries the Shitsokor car. The Lamborghini, they're getting closer and closer to that LMP3 up front. Look at how much bigger that Nissan is than the LMP3 up front. It looks like they shouldn't even be on track together. Looks like the LMP3 looks like a go-kart compared to a truck, really. The size difference between the LMP3 and the GTR. To the inside once again goes Shitsokor, to the outside once again goes the MSCAL Corsa car, and this time they've lost the position, but now the LMP3 coming round the outside of the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini had to lift. They go off the road almost into the grass to the outside once again, the MSCAL Corsa car. And now they're under pressure from the race leader, trying to put them those 2 laps behind. But the Nissan, well, they want to get back into second. So this is a really sticky situation for them, because they kind of have to let the leader go. They can't hold him up for too long. Now they've got the Dream to Drive car coming up behind them as well. Goes to the high side. It's going to be difficult to outdrag the GTR on the high side. The GTR is going to have to lift and slot back into place. They don't have much space to slot back into, because the race leader tried to take them around the outside. Still doesn't happen, but through all of this, they've lost a lot of time to the Shitsokor car up ahead, unfortunately. They've actually now got a little bit of pressure, because the Mach 1 kart team is sort of coming up behind them. 4.2 seconds is the gap. So getting closer.
Yep, they are, and if they will continue their battle, Much one kart racing team will have more occasions of gaining on them, and both the leader and the MSCL Corsa car, both of the racetrack. I'm pretty sure the current race leaders in the GT3 class are not that excited. You can see another Mercedes gaining on them, which is just a suggestion that these two GT3s battling each other are slowing everyone down. Again, around the outside. This time it's the move done by the Taiga Motorsports. It's only just on lapping the cars by 2 laps, which it has worked out nicely for the Taiga Motorsports, if you can call it nicely. They spent quite a lot of time behind this battle. I'm pretty sure they became slightly stressful at one point, tried a couple of risky moves which didn't work out. Luckily it didn't end with a contact or an off track. We've seen one LMP3 disappear into the distance in the Le Mans chicane, and camera couldn't catch up with what happened to that LMP3. But yep, everything happened here in the course of a couple of laps. It was a monster battle actually between the two GT3s for P2. Finally seeing the Shizuoka GT Corsa team succeed in that battle, already 2.8 seconds ahead, and they can currently see that the Match 1 kart racing team is within 2.5 seconds with their rivals. And this is a Mercedes which is on a brilliant recovery drive now, up to P4 out of a very big competitive class. In a very big competitive class, they kind of doing a very good job, and you could say it's still not over. They are 5 seconds behind P2 now, so they could rise their hopes a little bit up. And looking at their GT3 class number, it's number 18. I believe they are the second fastest car in the GT3 field from the pre-qualifying round. Have to run wide, give room for those LMP3s. That's Lamus Racing going by. And they have left plenty of room. That Nissan is struggling a little bit. They have plenty of straight line speed, but they suffer on those corners as they are trying to be overtaken by 2 GT3s. This time both of the Lamborghinis carry plenty of pace here. And this is a B-Series ACRT car and Customs GT AC. So not in good positions, but definitely demonstrating that they have plenty of pace on the racetrack. So they had issues before, now they try to recover as they battle each other once again on the track. That's B-Series AC versus Customs GT. This is for position actually. So another nice battle without any differences down the straights. Both cars identical Lamborghinis.
Customs GT for position. Are you?
Okay.
They're a lap behind.
Oh yeah, they are a lap behind, but they are on the same.
Yeah, they're on track together, but there's a lap difference between them.
Nice catch.
I was looking. You said for position. I'm seeing a gap of 1 lap. Not really.
Okay. Oh, I think where is our MSC? They ran wide. They just lost out to Match 1 kart racing team. Yep, in that traffic. I think they outbraked themselves, at least what I've seen on the edge of the screen. But I think the GT3 Nissan has just simply braked out itself into that Rodriguez International Horseshoe corner, or was it West Horseshoe? It was West Horseshoe corner. Gasped, another drive-through penalty taken, so they took 2 drive-throughs in a row, or it's just a information bar on top of the screens repeating itself? Well, we had plenty of action on the racetrack, and it's still a battle that is not over between the GT3 cars, the top GT3 cars, Match 1 kart racing team, overtaking Shizucore, who have just entered the pit lane. So Match 1 car team back in P2 without any battle at this moment. And they went straight to a driver's change. As we approach the 7th completed hour of this event, I think we can try and go through the results screen to try and figure out how the teams are doing at this stage of the race.
So it's still International Racing Team at the front of the field, just 10 seconds ahead of Sean Clark Racing Virtual Loop in third with Dream to Drive. In fourth, Alamos Racing Team sit in fifth, and Muffler Shop Racing in sixth. That's your top 6 in LMP3. And GT3, Taiga Motorsport Racing Team, they're doing a fantastic job leading the field. Then it's Mach 1 Kart Racing Team, MSC AL Corsa, and Shizucore GT Corsa. They're now down to 4th. GT Panama sit in 5th. So again, a very diverse top 5. We've got 4 manufacturers in the top 5 in GT3. I love to see that. The more manufacturers, the more fun it is to look at.
As we were looking at the results of the current hour, Golden Lion team have made a mistake and lost out to Manolo Racing. They have just, I believe they spun. I didn't see an accident. I just, the camera caught it when it happened. Well, mistakes still do happen on the racetrack, even though it's not the final moments of the race. Most incidents usually happen in the early morning hours for the drivers, when most of them get tired and, well, kind of feel in a loop by going around that circuit. Tiredness kicks in and
almost looks like contact, but no, it wasn't. I'm sorry.
yeah.
I thought they had contact with the MG because the MG went sideways in the braking zone, and it just looks like they may have had contact. It's 17 hours to go though, so 7 done, 17 to go.
B-Series ACRT Racing number 2, so that's the Lamborghini we were looking at. They have just received a drive-through penalty from race director. I think this is the number 2 car, which was in a battle with that Nissan, so I wonder what that penalty is for. Kind of lacking some information about the decisions. And there we go, there's the drive-through, which has to be taken after it has been announced. This is number 20 car. Only one warning, at least what I'm seeing.
Number 24.
If it is 24, I'm not sure why I've seen it differently. So 24 has 0 warnings. Yeah, anyways, the drive-through penalty has been considered very serious and has been taken by the B-Series ACRT Racing number 2 car as they... no, that's the name of the team. There are two. Yep, there are three B-Series cars in the GT3 class, all of them being named as numbers.
The number 2 car, that's the number 24
Yeah.
car, and actually on track on the side of the car, it is number 67.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you can choose whichever number you want to do. All of those three are valid. So actually, we don't know. Maybe there is a penalty for them. We just there's just the wrong numbers put in. See that number 19 has got quite a few warnings, but they've served them all. The actually number 19, no, the number 29 car has actually recently got a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for speeding in the pits. Not the 120-second penalty that one of the cars got, but still pretty sizable penalty.
So Jean-Claude Racing slowly but surely gaining on International Racing Team in that virtual battle on the track, which definitely puts some pressure on the shoulders of the car number 1 driver Albrecht. It's an international team with drivers from different countries. That's why I'm pretty sure it is called an international racing team. We have drivers from Germany and from Slovakia and also from Albania in that car, which is currently in the lead of this race, as Jean-Claude Racing faces difficulties or some sort of small issues, and I think they have been caught by International Racing number 2 car here in this pileup of cars, where we see some Lamborghinis. We also have that Lamus Racing in between, where Jean-Claude Racing dominates, and that, I think that GT3 went off the racetrack. Maybe for a very short excursion. And is back on the line as we continue to look at the pace of our virtual leaders. Let's ride on board with Jean-Claude Racing as they try to catch up with car number 1. I'm pretty sure they understand the current situation and they just try to keep up with the pace that they can have in this stage of the race, where the Hearts still seem to be a better tire choice. A little bit different story was at the opening laps of this race, where the cars on the mediums were much faster in the cold stages. I wonder if the drivers will take that into consideration as we will hit those later hours of the day. It's a 24-hour race, meaning that we will go through all the stages one day can offer for anyone. So I'm pretty eager to wait and see what the decision of Jean-Claude Racing and International Racing Team will be when it gets colder, because, well, it was hearts when it was cooler at the start. The start took place in the early morning stages in the virtual Daytona racetrack. And it's currently roughly 5 o'clock in the sim time.
I think it matches real Daytona, right?
It should be. It should match.
No,
Maybe.
so
No, maybe not.
3 p.m. at the moment. I think it matches the real time at Daytona. That's 3 p.m. at the moment.
Oh yeah, that's very probable.
That's what I remember from last year, at least. That's why we started early in the morning. And sunset should be at 5:45.
So roughly in 3 hours.
Yes. So we'll not get to full nighttime today. We'll not get to watch it together, unfortunately.
Yep.
But this is... They're working through a lot of traffic now. It feels like there's a big gaggle that they've just gotten into. It sometimes happens this way. You kind of drive around and then it almost feels like you're thrust into a billion GT3 cars, and then you get 3 or 4 laps where you meet 0 cars out on track. So sometimes this happens, especially for the leaders, who might then actually be in a battle with other GT3s. Then there's an LMP3, so everything out on track at once. And then you get a couple of clear laps, and those are sometimes much more fun after you had 2 or 3 laps with just constant traffic.
Yep, so more battles building up in the GT3 class as the teams have went through those pit stops. Shizuoka Racing, Shizuoka GT Course Racing trying to gain on B Series ACRT Racing. That should be the number 1 team, the number 1 car in the team. They have 3 cars, as far my knowledge goes. Don't see the 4th car of this team, and all of them actually do pretty decent in this race, even with all those penalties that they receive. All 3 cars are in the top 10 of the GT3 class, with the highest of them, the car number 40, or the first team car. Currently running 5th, being chased down by Shizuoka GT Corsa car. Both Lamborghinis, so no more eternal power on the straights of the Nissan. Both cars have the ability to battle it out quite equally. Just try to make no mistakes around the corners and try to be safe running down those straights. Oh, and it looks like it's going to be an easy overtake for Shizuoka.
Not sure that's going to stand. I've seen well, there was a warning for that, but I think overtaking under the double yellow is not allowed. It's like overtaking outside of track limits. I think that might be a question mark. And they've given the position back, actually.
Yep,
so
it was a position given back situation. Nice catch of the situation as the battle continues.
They did the correct thing. If you don't let somebody through, then you're just in more trouble. And this is a 24-hour race. You really don't want to be in trouble.
Yep, it's definitely a much less loss of giving that position back rather than having a trip through the pit lane, which takes roughly 30 seconds.
He almost ran right into the back of him. He clipped the grass and everything.
Well, we've seen similar situations this afternoon where contacts were not avoided when things got a little bit too close, as we have more LMP3 traffic work being done. And as we chase on those slightly slower GT3 cars, it's a very nice spot to view the action happening in front. One Lamborghini overtaking one Mercedes, and that LMP3 backing out of it and deciding that no, guys, I'm actually backing out. I'll find a much more comfortable part on the track to make that move done. One Mercedes down. Through tries to go Shizuoka GT Corsa car around the higher part of the banking. Move is complete, but they lost out to B-Series ACRT number 1 car a little bit too much, as they would have liked. The Mercedes, you can see that arrow pointing to that car, is trying to gain back. As you can see in the upper right hand corner, hopefully he will not make mistake, as the B-Series car ran wide into turn 1, still leaning on the GT3 car power, though it's much heavier than the LMP3, and after a mistake like that, they didn't stand a chance to stay in front of that LMP3, and they actually don't need to stay in front of that LMP3 because it will still go much faster through those corners alone. You can imagine the difference of pace around the corners that an LMP3 car has versus a GT3 car, because if you look at the speed down the straights, the GT3s are not losing anything, and well, it is a roughly 7-second difference in the lap time. So that means that the LMP3 gains those 7 seconds only around the infield part of the racetrack. Well, of course, including the Le Mans chicane, but still, it's a very huge pace difference around those corners. You can barely see now that LMP3, it's basically gone into the distance as Shizuoka GT Corsa car tries to gain back on that Lamborghini. They definitely have much more pace. Maybe they are on fresher tires. Some actually lost the time or the moment when this Lamborghini was in the pit lane, but now
that almost looks like B-Series gave that position away. I just opened the inside and said, come right on through. So actually they're still side by side. Gap is 0.0, and actually B-Series coming back down the straight.
Oh, that might be different setups that the cars have.
Yeah, it could be just more or less wing, and that more or less wing actually helps Shizuoka to get ahead, because I think they just had more wing. They can brake later and be more stable, so finally gets through, and this time completely legally gets through. So Shizuoka racing up into, that is P5?
No. P4.
Yep, that's P4. And there's another battle, B-Series versus GT Panama.
Yep.
Out on track. This is AMG versus Porsche. We've not seen much of the GT Panama Porsche, but they've run in second, they've run in third, fourth, fifth, and now they are running in, is a lot of counting, around P7 or 8. Oh, I'll have a look at the result sheet. They are running 7th. Yes, I was right. And actually, I think it could be that they just overtook the B-Series car. Because look at the gap, they've already pulled out. Well, I guess we'll keep an eye on this just for the time being, but I'd like to see an onboard view of that Porsche.
There we go. We have a vote.
Flat 6 to listen to.
We have a vote happening and taking place on the WorldSimSeries YouTube channel. If you don't know what to do, you can go over there and give up your vote. The question is, will Sean Clark Racing overtake International Racing Team and take a lead in 30 minutes? Not sure when that question was asked. But just to let you know, if you are a little bit bored or want to take a little bit more action and be involved in this race, head over to the YouTube channel of the WorldSimSeries platform and just give out your vote if you're watching us not on YouTube, of course.
Oh, well, the voting is on YouTube, so you have to watch. Coming in to the braking zone, getting closer is GT Panama. To the back of a Mercedes that they're well, yeah, I guess they have to be lapping this car. They've said number 74, but that doesn't exist, even though it's written on the back of the car. What does this livery remind me of? Well, it's a Gulf livery, clearly. But it has some other...
Slightly unusual shape for a Gulf livery. Well, the colors
yeah,
are
big,
there.
Big Gulf logos on it as well. But, I don't know, it reminds me of something else as well. I feel like I've seen a different version of this livery as well. But that car, I mean, it is the 991 gen, the 991.1 gen car. If it looks old, right?
It does look old.
It does look
Classy.
very, very old.
Old and classy.
I think the livery helps as well, but to make it look older. But I can't believe how old this. I mean, it's not that old of a car. Actually, wait. I have to look. I think it's maybe even 9 years old or something. It's introduced in 2016, so yep, this car is now 9 years old. So it's I feel old now.
Thanks for noticing that out. I feel like a granny now then.
Yeah, it's a 9-year-old car now. Doesn't feel that way. I guess the .2 gen was quite similar. It just looked different from the rear. But I think that livery helps as well to make it look ancient. I mean, it looks like almost a 996 gen, or at least an early 997. Like age-wise, not looks-wise, but age-wise. On board with the Sean Clark racing car. 4.2 seconds, that gap at the front of the field at the moment. And somebody has got a penalty. But I can't see who, so. 16 hours and 39 minutes to go. By the way, in terms of the GT3s, they are just about on pace to get the distance record on WorldSimSeries. So last year we had the Daytona 12-hour. So that kind of, well, they beat their own distance record because it was the first Daytona 12-hour run on WorldSimSeries. And we're looking inside the safety car at the moment. So, what is going on? Okay. So, the 2 times that the Daytona 24-hour has run, the GT3 lap record was, let me just check one more time, but it was 787 laps. Sorry, 788 laps. That was done in the first 24 hours of Daytona in 2022. That was done by the AOR racing team, and Jan Nims, unsurprisingly, was part of that team. Grantas Kratskas as well, part of that team. Then the year after, Customs GTAC took the win with 787 laps, and then last year we had the 12-hour. So 787 laps is the lap count to beat. At the moment, the teams are running close to beating that. They're pretty much on course to equal it.
And there will be no overtake happening before the 30-minute mark, because Sean Clark Racing is heading into the pit lane. for a halt. So that's going to be a short stop, I believe, as International Racing Team are making a long stop. Now the position is going to definitely change, as Sean Clark Racing, who have been trying to catch up with International Racing Team for the whole past stint. They didn't make it. They gained roughly 14 seconds. But now with this shorter pit stop, they will head out in front of their rivals, as they will match up with the overall count of the long mandatory pit stops completed. International Racing Team is the leading team, who has the biggest advantage in the long mandatory pit stop compartment. They will have it for a longer time than most of their rivals. Now, Virtual Loop Racing, they are trying to catch up with the International Racing Team. But I believe they will have to head into the pit lane shortly, because I'm trying to figure out why Dream to Drive is 1.2 laps behind Virtual Loop Racing. It has to be because they have just made a pit stop, because they were definitely closer to the virtual. Yep, yes, indeed, Virtual Loop also going into the pit lane. So correct me if I'm wrong, but kind of the strategies, the moments that the teams stop have equaled out a little bit.
Yeah, that's what kind of should have happened, really.
Oh, and Virtual Loop Racing going for that long stop. And they will equal out the long stop count with the Dream to Drive team.
So Sean Clark Racing did overtake International Racing Team in half an hour.
Yep. Oh, so yep, there was no question if they will overtake before the pit stop. I think that should have been the question. It should
overtake
in 30 minutes. Yep. So I think the question should have been, will Sean Clark Racing overtake International Racing Team before they go into the pit lane? That would make more sense, I think.
That's why I voted yes, because I knew they'd have to pit, and I was sure that they had to take a long stop, because that's their normal strategy.
Oh, nice.
Too bad there's no prize.
You don't know. You don't know that. Maybe there will be a prize. No one said nothing about a prize. That means that there might be a prize.
Okay, I'll be waiting for the prize. I'll send my address. You can send me a
maybe the prize will be.
Oh, that's tied into the Le Mans chicane, though. Nobody's getting a prize for that. The only prize for that could have been a car in the wall, but both survive, thankfully.
Yep, this is Dream to Drive versus Golden Lion. It was tight, but still plenty of respect was left in that corner. So good job by both of the teams, as Dream to Drive will go through back into P3 now, as Virtual Loop Racing Team still standing in the pit lane, but a very nice comeback by Virtual Loop Racing, trying to escape those issues they faced in the opening laps of this race. Stayed there, fought really fiercely, made not many mistakes. I don't recall seeing Virtual Loop Racing making more mistakes after that first corner thingy. They just stay on the track and battle it out. Well, of course, they are still quite a chunk of track behind Dream to Drive, whom they have just equaled the long amount of pit stops, as there was a Lamborghini standing sideways on the exit of turn 6 at the beginning, at the opening of the backstretch. No problems there also. Thankfully, no one made any mistake whatsoever. This is Ethereum esports team versus Steer team. Battle for P9.
now I can see again what we're looking at. 1 second, that gap. Ethereum and Steer. If they can get any closer. The closer you get, the more difficult it gets, though. Remember that. So we'll see how much more or less difficult it will be for them to get close. Normally, if you don't have a pretty big... if you don't have a pretty big advantage... Oh, actually, both of them into the pits. So this will be a battle of the pit crews as they head on to pit road. If this was NASCAR, we'd be having a massive a battle of the pit crews. Let's see what happens here. So this will all depend on who's got more fuel in the car when they're coming down into the pits. I'd like to watch this whole pit stop, actually. I want to see who actually comes out first. So Steer will move away first anyway because they have a their pit stall is a little bit earlier. I like how all of the Lollipop men are standing out in the pit lane just waiting for their cars. For the 7.5 hours they've been standing out here, so I hope they at least get a good bonus for that. Still waiting. Actually moves out first, does Ethereum. Steer moves out much later, so they must have had either some damage to fix or, well, much less fuel, but I can't imagine that much less fuel, so probably less, I mean, some damage to fix for Steer, no damage to fix for Ethereum. That's a 6-second reversal of time in the pits. So battle of the pit crews, Ethereum wins this one.
Look at this Lamborghini. Oh, it's definitely seen some better days. And this is Customs GT, sure actually.
The front doesn't really line up, huh? The hood?
Oh, yeah, but let's see if the steering column is in place. Yep, it's pointing straight. So
damage. The engine is in the rear. I think in a couple weeks we'll see this car on a boat and shipped to Europe.
Oh, yep. And it's still drivable, good as new. Maybe a little bit slower down the straights, but you will not notice that.
The front hood doesn't line up a tiny bit, but
yeah,
they're good as new. It came out of the factory like that year. It was built like that year.
Yeah, never abused and never seen contacts.
Only to church by grandma.
Yep.
Driven to church by grandma, this one. So, and the front damage, there's no damage. It was built like that. That's the Italian way.
Who could argue with that? If I'd be the buyer, I would definitely trust you. And basically, I'm already buying this car, waiting till it hit the shores of Europe, as it will hit the shores of pit stops, entering the pit lane, and it's gonna be fixed quite nicely by the crew. I assume that Customs GT will face a very long, 3-minute long pit stop, where they will present a brand new Lamborghini. That's what's happening. Disconnecting from the server to make that driver change, as we have a battle between Be Serious and wow, Chushpanchik race department side by side and swapping places. Woo! Could you pronounce that name?
No, I tried and it didn't. It's not going great.
Chushpanchik race department.
I think we need to have a team name check before each race, so we could have some easier to pronounce names.
Oh yeah, that's good. I think that's a good suggestion. We could present one rule where the teams could have the ability to create names only from 5 letters, let's say so, to get the life a little bit easier for us, because we kind of like
if it's a normal word, like an English word, that's fine. Or
carrot.
letters. Yeah, carrot's fine.
Apple
it could
racing.
Be like or yeah, 5 letters, that's fine. Letter names are fine.
Whew. Hopefully we will be heard. as the Sirius ACRT racing team are on the racetrack trying to chase down the the Audi of Godspeed, which was off the racetrack or maybe trying to fit around the Rodriguez International Horseshoe Corner with the Gold team. Didn't lose a lot of time, so maybe it was just a look by the glimpse of an eye as we join Steve Racing, which has just lost to Ethereum, and Ethereum is trying to chase down the Golden Lion. That's what's happening here with the GT3 cars in the middle, Godspeed being overtaken by Ethereum. On the entry to the backstretch, I'm trying to figure out what's there on the table between Golden Lion and Ethereum. Wow, Golden Lion already on 5 count on the long pit stops. So currently they are basically losing 6 minutes, or actually gaining 6 minutes on Ethereum Esports, if you can count it like that. Well, roughly 6 minutes they would be.
Ethereum has done how many? 3 long stops?
Ethereum has 3 long stops and Golden Lion have 5 long stops.
So yeah, that's about about 6 minutes. Yeah.
Yep. So this is what makes looking at the results a little bit more difficult. The rules.
That puts Golden Lion at around the P4 range.
Oh yeah, and they were running actually further up the order. They were pretty high at one stage of this race. I'm pretty sure the 5 long pit stops are not there because of the strategy of the team, though it could be.
Gets the position. Ethereum overtakes Golden Lion. Golden Lion comes back, almost has an incident.
Well, they tried. They definitely tried. But it looks like Ethereum is on much fresher tire and they are much faster. And look at the last lap of Golden Lion. Well, they were involved in a situation with the Godspeed team. Not sure if that has something to do with the lap time, but it's definitely really slow. 4 seconds off pace. Well, 3.5 seconds off pace on the last lap. Let's ride on board and cutting the chicane. That's a slowdown. That's a slowdown. Yep, I think they had to slow down to not gain advantage to avoid drive-through penalties, and they lost out here pretty much. Maybe they are on the end of their current stint and about to enter the pit lane. Not on this lap, but maybe not in the furthest future. They are on hards actually, so well, you wouldn't expect a team to suffer on the worn out tires issue when running hards in the LMP3 class, but well, you never know what the teams face here. As Golden Lion dropped back down to P10, still virtually running higher than they are right now. Lamos racing into the pit lane. Wow, 2.6 laps difference between P1 and P3. 1 long mandatory pit stop, 3 minutes, so that's just 1 and a bit lap. So that means Sean Clark Racing is comfortably in the lead right now, actually, by a huge margin against the nearest rivals, with Dream to Drive being roughly around the tail of International Racing Team, still a little bit behind them. Maybe not behind, maybe in front of International Racing Team. So 1 long mandatory pit stop is roughly 1.5 laps. Well, roughly, yeah, isn't it? So that means, well, International Racing Team and Dream to Drive are on the same lap, but Sean Clark Racing is 1 full lap ahead of all the cars.
They've been having incredible pace so far, so it's not really surprising.
This is the car that we are talking about.
And they've been the dominant team in anything WorldSimSeries for the past year.
And still continue the domination. Of course, it's only a little bit less than 8 hours into the race, so 1/3 of the full distance. So plenty of things waits for the teams in the future, but usually the constant performing teams, they have the magic ability to avoid any issues and will stay as it is, but you never know. But right now, looking at the results, I think it's right about time for the teams running behind think through the strategy, think something special to try and start gaining on the very fast Sean Clark racing car.
Sean Clark Racing. Dominant last year. They actually won both categories last year. So this year going only for one. They've only got one car entered. But they know how to win this race. And I'm sure they'll be pushing for it even more. Last year, again, it was the 12-hour, but still doing well to get that title back. This is a new car for everybody. There is a daily series on WorldSimSeries, the endurance 1-hour races, but still in a special event setting with so many of the top drivers in WorldSimSeries, this is definitely a new experience for everybody. And Sean Clark Racing managing to do it really well, especially in terms of race pace. It looks like the others have maybe had more qualifying pace. Race pace, it's Sean Clark Racing domination so far. Maybe not domination, but they've stayed out of most trouble, for sure.
Yep, look at the GT3 class. Whenever I take a look at the overall standings, most of the occasions I get surprised. Team Mami Corsa is currently second. Did we ever have a glimpse at this Mercedes before? We've had Match 1 kart racing team. We've had Shizuoka Core GT Course. We've had MSC L Corsa car. Now we have Team Mami Corsa running P2. So without the domination of Taiga Motorsports racing team, there is a very nice battle happening behind as Match 1 kart racing team is headed into the pit lane. Team Mami Corsa is leading the remaining group of the GT3 cars. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't recall Mami Corsa Racing being P2 in this race so far.
I don't really recall this car being in the race at all, to be honest, so it's a big surprise to see them in P2.
I don't understand. Okay, they started ninth. I think this is a Italian team. Oh, and they are gone. While I was looking at the results.
Just as they appeared, now they're gone. So we don't know how they appeared in second, and now they're gone. So cool.
As I was looking at the results screen, I turned my head to the other screen, and I've seen them off the racetrack. So yeah, okay.
I think this was just a mirage, really. We've been commentating for pretty long here, and I think we're just seeing things. This car
Well,
never
nice.
existed before.
I really like the late evening time of such races because then interesting things start to appear or even disappear.
Oh, the car's back. It's back. Look, it's back in second.
And it's 1.3 laps ahead of Shizuoka GT Corsa team.
I've not seen this car. I don't remember.
I don't understand. They
really
are
don't remember
53
this
seconds behind the leading car. What? They are not a full lap behind Taiga Motorsports.
I don't know how we've not seen this car throughout this whole race.
Okay, I've got a new question for our YouTube channel. Have you ever seen Team Mami Corsa through the course of this race? I think we should have a vote.
Especially in P2.
Especially in P2, definitely. They
And
started
somehow
9th.
on the lead lap. They were on the lead lap before they took this long stop. Which makes even less sense because we've been seeing a gap of at least a lap and a half for the lead of GT3 for the past hour and a half. So where has this come from? I have no clue.
I don't know what to say. They are still in the pit lane. Now they are 1.4 laps behind Taiga Motorsports. They might be on one long pit stop more ahead of Taiga Motorsports, meaning that they are much closer than they are now, which will definitely leave us with a bigger surprise.
I mean, there has to be something wrong with the timing screen.
There they go.
They're leaving the pits.
They should remain in front of Shizuoka GT Corsa car. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be really close, but they should still be in front. They have just completed 4 out of 14 long stops, and they are gone. What? They are down in. Wow. They are not gone, but
we've got some kind of ghost car on the track.
Yep, something.
They've just randomly shot up to second, and now they're back down to. I feel like I've seen this car in 22nd or so.
Yeah.
I don't think they just appeared in the race. I think they've been running, but I've not seen them that high up, and now they've just randomly dropped. They went to second and then randomly dropped to 8th.
I think this is an issue with the time extreme, definitely. Yep, they were in the race, most likely. I've seen this car. I think there are a couple of Mercedes with this livery. That's not the only one in a livery like this, but that there should be something wrong with the timing screens. Now it's kind of getting into the place. Yeah.
They don't even know how they got up into second place. They were so surprised they spun.
Wow. I need my tea now to try and calm down. Oh my god, and Team Mami Corsa drive through for cutting, so they even cut the line on the pit exit, and they will have to enter the pit lane again for that drive through. But it was a really fun couple of minutes.
Yep, definitely.
We were definitely busy with something.
Oh,
look! There are GT3s coming into the pit lane. Two, that's Team Mami Corsa, and that's difficult to catch. And that's Duok Pavairuoti. Okay, it's no, it's very similar. Okay, from the distance it looked like that they are on identical liveries. But no, this just the color. That's just a similar color. And Duok Pavairuoti, they have also taken a drive-through penalty. But Duok Pavairuoti drive-through penalty taken. This is an entry-level team that the leave on the rear bumper suggest that these guys have just started their racing careers. Well,
leave is not mandatory, by the way. It's just that they put it. It's not like everybody who's a new team, they have to have that leaf on the back of the car.
but it's a good suggestion to everyone to try and understand.
Taika Motorsport are a new team, at least for us looking at these races, and they're leading in GT3, so maybe they don't need that leaf on the back for every car. They are a new team, they're not new drivers, that's for sure, but yeah, we haven't seen this team much, and now they are dominating in GT3, 2 laps ahead. So GT3, actually GT Panama, are they in a battle, or are they just, did they lose the position? But they're close. This is definitely a battle for second. So Mach 1, MSC Corsa, and GT Panama, they're back in a battle.
For third, it is for third because we have Shizuoka GT Corsa in the second position. But, well, what we've mentioned before, this is still a very tight battle for P2 in the GT3 class, which, well, it's definitely fun to look at. And GT Panama looks to be gaining on MCC. Wow, MSC. I just figured out I cannot speak anymore correctly. But they are always there. The Nissan GTR GT3 is kind of always in the mix for the podium places, but whenever anyone catches up with them... yeah, but what... Doc Povirot, another drive-through taken. Wow, this is a competition who will
I think they may have gotten a drive-through while serving the drive-through for speeding. I want to have a look because I'm almost sure that's what happened. Up and down the inside, almost.
Yep, that's gonna be a battle with that Nissan, but that should be a little bit easier move for the GT Panama, as the MSC Corsa team made a mistake. They will be really fast down the straight. The Porsche should be slightly slower than the Lamborghinis, but they are kind of packed up with that LMP3, so the Nissan decides to take that inside line into the Le Mans chicane as they enter 3 wide into that corner. Porsche backs out. They understood that they will have plenty more chances, but look at the pace that the Nissan is able to create, running down those long straights, losing out into the corners. They don't care about it at all. They know that they can get back on those straights, and that's what they always do. And this is not the first time we see this during this race, which makes it pretty exciting for us to watch.
Yep, by the way, so that was that penalty for the Doc Povirot team. That was, yep, as I guessed. They had a drive-through from race control, and then they had another drive-through because of speeding in the pits while serving that other drive-through that they received. So if you're going to get a drive-through, make sure that you don't get another one while serving the first one. And the battle continues. Oh, a little bit of contact, but no harm done yet. GT Panama versus MSC. Corsa down the inside versus MSC AL Corsa. GT Panama still side by side. The Porsche is not going to have that straight line speed that he might need, but if he can get in front here, he might have a chance. He's going to have much more traction as they head out into onto the banking, and I think he's done it, and I think he's done it by quite a bit because the LMP3s have gotten in front. GT Panama up into 4th.
Yep, that's job done for the GT Panama quite nicely. Quite nicely calculated move, and now with those LMP3s in between, they should remain safe.
Yep, GT Panama should be in a pretty good position. We'll see if they can catch up to Mach 1 kart as well. I think that should be their target for this stint. But Mach 1 kart actually catching up to Assetto Racing as well, so might not be too bad. And might be a possibility for us to see a battle for P1, for P2, sorry, in the GT Freeze. Between free cars. Let's see how quickly who catches up and if they can. Yeah. This is Muffler Shop Racing. They've dropped back quite a bit. They were running in the top 5 in the LMP Freeze, from what I remember.
There were plenty of teams who were running in the top 3 or top 5 places. It's all shuffled up now due to the long stops or issues that the teams have faced in the hours so far. 5 long pit stops for Muffler Shop Racing LMP team, and this is the most long pit stop amount in the top 10 of the LMP3s, so they are also virtually slightly higher, as are the Golden Lions. They are 11th. So as mentioned before, what we see on the timing sheet doesn't realistically reflect the real positions on the racetrack, and we will figure them out only on the final hours of this event. That's the rules. That's the possibilities for the teams to have different strategies, try and kind of think through differently about what's happening during the race, and some of them are facing issues. For example, Dream to Drive, they would definitely be currently on a 3 long stop strategy, but they had to come in and make a driver swap right after they made one, not to their likings. So that's what's virtual racing about, at least on the original Assetto Corsa platform. By the way, all this racing is thanks to one driver who is currently running in the GT3 class, the currently mentioned Team Mami Corsa team. To my knowledge, I was kind of informed that the creator of the real penalty team, the team that made endurance racing and driver swap possible, the starts behind the safety car and all kinds of extra very nice features. They are participating in this race in the recently mentioned and surprised team, Team Mami Corsa, car number 32. So welcome aboard, and nice to have you here, who made these all special events even more special using the Assetto Corsa title, as they get involved in a lap battle with another Nissan GT-R. That's Nordoker Racing Team. They are currently 27, still battling with that Mercedes. There we have 2 identical Mercedes liveries. Why we've got so confused with Gustas, as these 2 run side by side. There is a number 1 Mercedes in the background, and it looks like both of these Mercedes will meet up. There you go. I'm seeing a Mirage now. That's Chushpanchik team chasing down the Team Mami Corsa. Chushpanchik is way down the order in P34, as we have GT Panama team chasing on the Team Mami Corsa. All this happening on the same spot on the racetrack as the Dream to Drive LMP3 tries to deal with these cars. Nice battles, not for positions, still fighting each other, trying to kind of make fun of it and think about the positions after 16 hours.
So 16 hours to go, almost, and almost 8 completed. So far in this race, it's been a long and difficult race so far. Let's have a look at who we have in our top fives in class. So Sean Clark Racing leads in LMP Free ahead of International Racing Team, Dream to Drive, Virtual Loop Racing, and Manolo Racing. That is your top five in LMP Free. And GT Free, Taiga Motorsport Racing Team, they continue to lead. And they continue to lead from pole, by the way. Mach 1 kart racing team in second, GT Panama in third, Assetto GT Corsa, they're in the pits. They're now down to fourth, and MSC AL Corsa in fifth position. That's your top fives as we tick off 8 hours of this race. A third of the race already completed, 2/3 to go. 16 hours still remaining as Taiga Motorsport and Sean Clark Racing lead in their categories.
Yep, so still plenty of work for all the teams remain on the table. They have to think about the strategy. They have to be aware of various situations they might end up during this race. You could see that there is still plenty of on-track action. We have 43 teams still participating in total. 45 teams started this race. 43 survived through these 8 hours of racing as we continue the journey on the first special event of 2025 on the WorldSimSeries platform. And it's been one of the it's definitely the best special event of this year, but it's actually one of the best special events I recall so far. Nice competition, plenty of battles, even though we have two obvious leaders in both of the classes. I'm still pretty certain that there's a long way to go till the finish line, and I'm not counting on what I see right now on the screens. I'm pretty sure there will be more battles, and I wish all the participating teams good results, be wise, and just try to avoid those mistakes that sometimes happen. As GT Panama is still in a battle with another Nissan GT3. This time they should, or well, they at least try to make that move done on the exit to the backstretch. Now let's stick with the Nissan, which should have better pace, but we don't know about the setup of the car.
No, we don't know about the setup, but the Porsche has some very slim chances to be faster down the straight, and the Nissan gets the move done. And this one's definitely set up differently from the MSC AL Corsa car. We just saw it even from the gearbox. They took the Le Mans chicane in third, and with quite a lot of RPM in third. So very different way the car is geared. And down into the pits goes GT Panama for their 9th stop of this race.
Plenty of
this
stops.
Should be a normal pit stop, I'm gonna guess. So Mach 1 kart racing. They stay up in front and are now in second by quite a big margin, so can relax a little bit. They shouldn't be feeling any pressure from behind. Looking at the... Let's see, this is the Mach 1. Yep, still the Mach 1 kart racing team car. Actually, GT Panama in a battle with B-Series AC. They're separated by nothing right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. They're side by side. So GT Panama out of the pits. B-Series were still out on track into the Le Mans chicane. Who's braver on the brakes? It's definitely B-Series. Actually, GT Panama lost a lot of time. Hopefully they can come back down the straight. As it is Lamborghini versus Porsche on this one. Again, more competing brands, more fun for us. As to the outside and back to the inside, tries going GT Panama. None of those options work. And the battle continues to rage on. The beautiful sound of the Porsche Flat 6 still side by side, these two battling it out. There's an LMP free behind that can't really do much. Down the inside goes GT Panama, and I think that might just be job done. He's going to have much more traction with that rear-mounted engine and gets it done. Finally, I think, for GT Panama. Gets it done. And now has the position. B-Series AC drops behind into 18th, so 17th position for GT Panama and 3rd in class. And who has dropped out of the LMP3s that...
Someone has dropped out of the LMP3s? That's Lamus Racing if you're talking about the car. Whoa, that's so much late braking. Oh. It was not on purpose. I think GT Panama caught the B-Series ICRT Racing number 2 car by surprise. Or they just misjudged that breaking point badly.
Nobody's gone from the LMP3s. It was Ethereum who were doing a long stop. Oh, under the double yellow? No,
nope.
Because they're coming into the pits. Yep. Yeah. Ethereum were in the pits and doing a long stop. That's why we didn't see them, because I saw the GT3 leader in 15th overall, and I thought we had lost an LMP3, but we hadn't.
Yep,
so only Assetto Racing has retired, and Osguri has retired in the GT3s. Everybody else still running out on track. Our friends at Pandilla Pistachio Racing, I can tell you right now, they've collected 63 incidents so far.
Wow.
Actually, they've calmed down, so their last penalty that they received was 4 hours ago. They last received a warning 2 hours ago, so they served 3 drive-throughs and that 120-second stop and go. And, well, actually, they've got their race together now and are driving a lot more calm at the moment. So good for them. And they're not losing as much time anymore either. So I'm happy for them. And do you want to guess who has the fastest lap in GT3? Without looking at the timing screen. I don't think Lurinas is here, so for our viewers, I'll tell them at least. So Monkey Z Racing, who are in 26th position in class, they actually have the fastest lap of the race, 144.8, and actually B-Series ACRT are in the 44.8s, and Mach 1 are in the 44.8. So good job actually by the Monkey Z car, who are down in now 25th, because they've overtaken the Baklajani car, which is a massive surprise for me because they've never really been slow. They've always been in the fight in any of the races we've seen previously, so to see them in 40th position, that is very strange. And also Monkey Z, they're 11 laps down from the lead, and have the fastest lap of the race, but they've completed 8 long stops, so could be related to that. And Baklajani, in terms of long stops, they've got 5. Right, so something's definitely not right with the Baklajani team. I hope we'll be able to figure out somehow. And
Yeah, we have a couple of discussions lately. So sorry for some little confusion here on the live broadcast. Let's get back into the racing, where GT Panama, they've made a successful overtake on MSCL Corsa Nissan GTR, but they are the car number 27, the Nissan GTR, still going strong and still holding on to the possibility of being in the battle for podium places. At one point we were kind of caught by surprise by the Team Mami Corsa pace, performance and appearance in P2, and at one point it looked like they are less than 1 lap behind the Taiga Motorsports, but it was a slight issue with the timing sheets. Maybe it was not an issue, it's how the timing sheets work during the live sessions that confused us the most. They are still doing pretty great, coming mostly from nowhere. I think they start, well, not from nowhere, they came from was it P9 in the qualifying session? Yep, they qualified 9, so still pretty high up the order, and the pace of the GT3 cars is phenomenally close. I'm not sure where that huge gap of the Taiga Motorsports came exactly from, but well, they managed to keep a very steady, fast pace, avoiding mistakes, and that's what have made them lead this GT3 field already by 2.3 laps. So if that's gonna continue like that, after the remaining 16 hours, they should be almost 7 laps ahead of the second-placed GT3 car. It's going to be interesting to see how that will end up in the future, or let's say tomorrow. As we go over to the LMP3 field, that's the IRT number 2 International Racing Team car. They are up to P11 as Chushpachnik race team received a drive-through penalty from race director, so they should be heading over to the pit lane shortly. So the IRT number 2, they were kind of struggling badly this afternoon. They didn't have the best pace. They were constantly towards the back end of the field, but I think they kind of found a very comfortable rhythm lately. Look at the lap time, it's 1 minute 40.8. I think they have just made a pit stop, so they should be on fresh tires, and well, hopefully that's a sign that they are kind of doing a comeback into this race, as they are actually battling to get into the top 10 spots now, as they are only 1.4 seconds behind Shizuku Racing. And Shizuku, remember, they were pretty high up the order and at one point of this race, but basically there were a lot of teams that were in the top 5 places, and it's shuffling quite heavily through this race after those pit stops are being made. But this is definitely a very nice race to watch and to try and do the guesswork. Currently, the safest teams, well, the most stable teams are our race leaders. That's Sean Clark Racing and Taiga Motorsports. They kind of look to not have any direct competition, and they are currently 1 lap ahead of International Racing Team, and really close on the racetrack itself, dealing with the traffic. That's Jan Nims and Chris Inani behind the wheels of these 2 LMP3s, having to go through the very heavy traffic of this 24-hour of Daytona event on the WorldSimSeries platform. P3 currently goes to the Dream to Drive car, 1.6 laps behind. So it looks like Kniva is losing out slightly to Chris Inani because, well, and they are heading straight into the pit lane. So Dream to Drive has 1 mandatory pit stop more to their account than their most rivals, and I think that's this pit stop will be another long pit stop. Yes, it is. And well, this means that basically, virtually, Dream to Drive team is somewhere around the same place on the racetrack as the International Racing Team is. That means that both of the teams battling for P2 now are more than 1 lap behind the Sean Clark Racing Team. It was a different scenario. At the race start, Dream to Drive were leading this race from the very first lap. And then things got slightly out of hand. They nailed it with the strategy at the start. They lost a bit during the 4th stint, I believe. And then the issue came, but they are still here in this race, trying to do a very competitive battle.
Oh, somebody off the road. Yellow Mercedes. Oh, green Mercedes.
Yellow-green Mercedes.
It looked yellow in the first shot because I saw the car going off the road, so I just didn't see that one, but yeah, looked pretty funny. So still, this is the Sean Clark Racing leading car. Jan Nims behind the wheel. We'll see if they'll have their 4th driver in at some point. Matas Mendeles, by the way, now getting in behind the wheel of the Dream to Drive car. And see how he does. Back behind the wheel. Their fastest driver is Toras Tunila. And he is... No, actually, Virtual Loop Racing hold the fastest lap of the race with a 39.5. But I'm sure we'll see lap times come back down once the sun sets fully around Daytona. So far, not expecting any big improvements in lap time. Might see some small improvements in lap time for the drivers that maybe are very, very quick in their teams and maybe haven't run. But yeah, lap times should improve once the sun goes down. And actually, because of the way we started this race, the quickest lap times should be super early morning time, in-game time, which is going to be around the checkered flag. That's when we should expect the fastest laps of this race.
Yep. So I'm pretty sure the fastest laps will drop in this race as soon as we hit those colder states of the day or the night. Oh, there's a battle between Shizuku and International number 2. IRT number 2 team, as I have been speaking about them, they kind of came alive. That's Buttigieg behind the wheel now, and he's kind of doing a very, very good job at this moment, catching up with the number 10 car, which at one point was in the mix for positions in the top 5 places. They are now battling for the final spot in the top 10s. But as mentioned before, there is a huge, well, not huge, but there is at least 2 long pit stop difference between some teams, though Shizuku Racing and the International number 2 teams are on 5 long pit stop counts, so they are on a direct battle here for position on the racetrack. No virtual fighting, no virtual calculation on the current positions of the teams.
Mercedes just drove off the road.
Yeah.
The turn 1. Be funny to see that, but yep, this is a battle for position. They have to get around some of the other GT3 cars there as well, so it becomes difficult, and I love it about traffic. To gain spots in traffic, it's one of the most satisfying things you can do. Oh, big lock up, and almost ran into the back of the Shizuku car in front. That was actually super duper close as they came into the braking zone. They really did almost crash in. Northeastern Automotive Club gets their 5th long pit stop done. As the race continues on, IRT loses a bit of time. Still 15.5 hours to go, so these battles, they kind of come and go, especially with different drivers having different pace. Sometimes you might see it going one way and then see it going the complete other way. As we've seen with the GT3s, especially. B-Series AC, they're down into the pits. We're seeing cars with a lot of pit stops. Lamos Racing with 15 pit stops, somehow running 6th. How are they running 6th? They've done 4 long stops. So same amount as Virtual Loop, and 1 less than Dream to Drive, but 1 more than International Racing Team and 1 more than Sean Clark Racing. And somehow running in 6th after making 15 pit stops. And only 1 of them is a drive-through for crossing the pit entry and exit line. That was 5 hours ago. With the amount of pit stops they've done, they should now know where the pit entry and exit line is for sure, so they won't make that a mistake again. But 15 pit stops and being this high up. That shows very good pace. Dream to Drive, 39.8. Matas Mendeles on a push as he gets not the fastest lap of the team. Toros Tunila still holds that with a 39.860. 8.72 was Mendeles' previous lap, and now this lap he set a 42.6. So gained one lap and then lost everything the next lap. This is him on track and trying to overtake
Ethereum esports car.
I would really like in my AC Evo wish list would be car numbers like they have in Competizione.
Yep,
But
I'm pretty sure that's coming.
That car numbers correspond with what is written on our timing screen. Because when it says car 77,
and
you look at that, and the biggest number that you have is car 45, I believe. And car 46, I think. Yeah, the maximum that we have.
46. The numbers are handed out to the teams by the order they have finished the pre-qualifying runs, as Matas Mendeles runs into a little problem with the GT3 car, which gained extra amount of speed down the backstretch. And he's trying to overtake that Mercedes that's going definitely high up now, and will be some sort in the way for Ethereum car. But it looks like, well, the Dream to Drive car lacks a little bit of straight speed. Maybe that's because all the and that Mercedes is actually willing to battle that LMP3 on the places that it can. Still leaving plenty of room, and well, the Mercedes doesn't want to lose too much time. Now it goes over to the left side for the Ethereum car, as the Dream to Drive car continues its journey through the field of the GT3s that are much slower in the infield and slightly faster down the back stretches or down the endings of the straights. But this is what you would expect from a multi-class type racing with a combination of cars like this one. LMP3s versus GT3s. I will repeat myself again. I really enjoy this combo, and I think that suits this race pretty well. As Jean-Claude Racing hits the pit lane. Will that be a short stop? I've already lost the count, but I think that should be the long stop for... Nope, it is a short stop, so Jan Nimt will still stay behind the wheel of... no, it's actually a long stop, sorry. Simon Speth is going behind the wheel, the driver who was saved for the night drive. For the Jean-Claude Racing team, as International Racing Team regains the lead position now, which is still a virtual lead position, as they will lack one long mandatory pit stop compared to Jean-Claude Racing, and already two long pit stops compared to the Dream to Drive team, who are actually battling for the second place. International Racing Team spins around on the exit of corner number 6. That's plenty of time lost. This is a lot of time lost, like 15 seconds. We will figure this out at the end of this straight. That's how you lose some spot, especially when you're in a battle with another car, even though you might not understand that, because looking at the timetables, the situation looks differently. But the teams with more long stops to their account, they should be much higher up the order. So you should and you have to understand this quite clearly, because this is an endurance race, and at this moment everyone runs the best race they can for themselves, not actually battling with the cars on the racetrack. Even though we have battles on the track, we have nice fights, as International Racing Team is heading into the pit lane, and so should Virtual Loop Racing be doing if they haven't done it yet, because they were on a very similar strategy before. stopping at around the same time as the Dream to Drive, Sean Clark Racing and International Racing Team cars. Maybe they have already stopped for a short stop. Manolo is in the pit lane also for a long stop. And IRT number 2, they are battling with Shizuoka for P9. No, it's actually P10 now. We just don't have Manolo. There it is, and it's still a battle for P9. So who are we missing? Because it was a battle for P10. Someone came into the pit lane and lost to these two cars.
So Sean Clark Racing, with the issues for International Racing Team, they continue to hold the lead even after the pit stops. Even after completing an extra long stop, I mean. So International Racing Team still owes us a long stop, because they're on free. Same as Manolo Racing, they're still on free as well. Steer on free as well, so they'll need to get their long stops done.
So that's basically, so Sean Clark Racing is gaining roughly, let's say 20 to 30 seconds per stint against the International Racing Team, well, at least in the previous stints, because as you remember, we had that vote in YouTube as it was asked, will Sean Clark Racing overtake International Racing in 30 minutes? And I said the question would have been better if it was asked, will Sean Clark Racing overtake International Racing Team before the pit stop? So before they came into the pit stops, that time it was 4 seconds difference. And then International Racing Team made that long pit stop, so that's why they lost. And now it's vice versa again. Still with Sean Clark Racing now keeping that lead, even though they have that one long stop more. So they are doing roughly 30 seconds per stint advantage pace here. So 10 stints. Okay, 8 stints have been completed roughly. So that's times 30 seconds. That gives us 240 seconds, and that's it. That is roughly 2 laps, isn't it? 2.5 laps.
Yep, it is a pretty big difference. Virtual loop, that's one that is strange to me, because they've been extremely quick. They hold the fastest lap, but it looks like they just keep losing time. I mean, compared to the lead and compared to Dream to Drive.
Virtual loop in the pit lane. That means that if that's gonna be a long stop, they will lose out to Dream to Drive. That's not gonna be, and it was not a long stop. They will not lose out to Dream to Drive. So Virtual Loop Racing still on a 4 count of long mandatory pit stops versus 5 long stops of Dream to Drive. One thing is for sure, Sean Clark Racing is well in the lead by about 1 lap now.
Yep, so Sean Clark Racing, the dominant force last year, still dominating this year. And we were concerned, maybe after qualifying, maybe not concerned, but excited to see them have a lot of competition. They've weathered the storm so far, but still 15 and a half hours to go. You don't know what's going to happen in those. We've seen Sean Clark Racing have issues previously. I'm not saying they will, and I don't wish they will, but anything can happen. It's still 15 hours to go. Remember, last year, the Daytona event was only 12 hours. We haven't even reached that yet. We've only done 8.5. So in 3.5 hours, these guys will reach the distance that they completed last year, and they'll have another one of those to go.
So basically, two Daytona 2024 special events taking place this year. 2 straight in a row, but it's always 24 hours of the Daytona race. It was shortened slightly last year, I think, due to the budget or problems or other issues.
Lighting issues at the track.
Yeah,
they couldn't get the lights working. There weren't enough tires. They didn't bring enough tires for 24.
Yep, we had issues with tire supplies, we had issues with electricity supply for the racetrack. Everything came back to normal this year, and we are very excited seeing this nice competition, even though already the leaders stand out of the pack quite clearly in both of the classes. Taiga Motorsports kind of stopped gaining, or maybe it's also because of those different strategy stops, but
I think it also, for them, they're now in a more sort of conservative race, so maybe they're not pushing as hard.
Yep, that might be the case, but well, looking at the gap, it kind of stabilized on these 2 laps. Maybe it's because of the different time stamps when the teams hit the pit lane. Anyways, looking at the battle for the lead, for the virtual lead, looks like Fresinani is doing a slightly better job at this stage. They gained and are still gaining. It was 18 seconds between Sean Clark Racing and International Racing. It's now down to 15. Maybe that has something to do with some heavy traffic, and indeed it does. Look at
wow, the biggest traffic jam you could ever imagine. And again, they're gonna get through this, and they're gonna have just empty track for the next couple of laps. You'll see it, and it is something that happens in Daytona. Everybody kind of gets clumped together sometimes, and you approach this massive row of traffic with so many cars. And if this was a DPI instead of an LMP3, he'd be through all of this in about 1 straightaway. Now in the LMP3, he's having to work for it, really work for it.
Yep, be cautious. I'm pretty sure they don't want to lose a lot of time in situations like these. But they try to do and go through the field as fast as possible, but they also need to be cautious and extra careful. So it is really a difficult situation. Until now, I'm pretty sure everyone still don't feel tiredness and feel pretty okay. That might be a problem during the nighttime, during the real nighttime for the drivers, as well, it's normal for human beings to be more and more tired into the night. That might be a bigger problem. Maybe you are feeling okay, but when you hit the traffic with like 5 cars, there might be some dude who is a little bit more tired than you are, as we see the virtual loop car battling Sean Clark Racing team. Yep, it is. Well, looks like Simon Speth is currently not feeling too comfortable with this car. Remember, he hadn't started this race. This is his first stint. He needs to feel the rhythm, he needs to feel the track. I'm pretty sure he has done plenty of laps in the practice session, but well, one needs to kind of get in the rhythm, and it's a little bit harder task to do when your teammates have already made 1/3 of the distance, kind of know the track throughout and how it goes, and you jump right in. You don't want to be the slower driver, but you don't know the track, you don't know the situation with the traffic, so you kind of have to get comfortable, and it takes a couple of laps, for some less, for others a little bit more. Now it looks like Simon Speth is kind of still on the left foot here, not trying to be too fast, not trying to do crazy things, but he's already thrown at traffic, thrown at cars behind who are slightly faster than him. Look, side by side again into the Le Mans chicane. I'm pretty sure, that's what Simon Speth basically should do here. Just ease off and try to feel that rhythm. Try to kind of get on the pace. He lost quite a lot of time to Chrissy Nani. They're direct rivals on the racetrack for the virtual leading position, but it looks like Chrissy Nani has met the traffic himself. He is starting to lose a little bit of time, even though Simon Speth was involved in a battle with the virtual loop team, Fedele, behind the wheel of that purple LMP3.
This is International Racing Team going through one of the GTRs.
It looks like this time the traffic is working in favor of Simon Speth. Gap is going back up again, and well, still a reminder, this is not a direct battle, not direct competition for the lead of this race. Due to the different times the team did the long pit stops, it's actually easily Sean Clark Racing in the lead, though on the track it might look a little bit different with only a 15 seconds gap between Sean Clark Racing and International Racing Team. That's actually not the case, and the real gap is closer to 1.5 laps actually between the leaders and the P2 car at this moment. And theoretically, looking at the results, P2 should currently go for Dream to Drive car. It's roughly almost 3 laps gap now between International Team and the Dream to Drive team, but there is 2 long pit stop difference between these cars. So to my calculations, Dream to Drive, if International Racing Team would pit now 2 times in a row for that long pit stop, if that would happen, but that will not happen now, the Dream to Drive should get ahead of the #1 International Racing Team car, as it is facing some more work with the traffic. They have just overtaken the Taiga Motorsports car number 25, the lead car of the GT3 class, and they are heading on to the banking, the backstretch of the racetrack. Approaching the Le Mans chicane, you can see the GT3s. Wow, the Lamborghini has so much better run down the straight. I think they had even a better exit out of turn 6, but look how much they struggle in the corners. The LMP3 has to kind of wait it out until they could get back on the power, and that's gonna be another similar situation. International Racing Team kind of leaving the inside line open, but well,
they lift. That looked like the Lambo really came through fast. Maybe they have some damage, because that's a pretty big straight line speed difference, bigger than we've seen so far in this race. Oh wow, okay. A little bit slow on the exit from the AMG in front. surprises Chrissy Nani in the International Racing Team car, but now gets down the inside, makes the move stick. And this is traffic again. It's the cars are pretty similar in terms of pace. There's not that big of a difference in lap time. So again, it's difficult moves that they have to make in traffic. It's not as easy as in a super fast car like the DPI or the LMP2. Here, you got to work for it.
Yep, and they are trying to work really hard, but wow, how much did they lose here during these 2 laps? So roughly 3 seconds on the previous lap, and that should be very similar loss on this lap. Thankfully, the Lamborghini is much further away this time. But that didn't help the number 1 car here in that battle. Look how much they lost. It was 14, well, it was 13.5 seconds between Jean-Claude Racing and International Racing Team. It's now up to 19 seconds in the course of 2 laps. No wonder. You can look at the lap times. They are pretty slow, and well, some teams of the GT3 class, well, they understand the situation and they easily lift into the corners, understanding that they will not battle the rivals on the corners, and some others just are just
big dive down the inside, almost collects the other AMG, and still side by side. I mean, the GT3 they've just overtaken. They don't really have anywhere to go, to be honest. A little bit of contact, maybe not, but gets through it. I mean, the other AMG really can't go anywhere. I mean, he's not going to lift in the middle of the straight to let somebody through, so you kind of have to stay on power, and then he kind of drives his own line into the braking zone. It's difficult for the GT3s. They don't have anywhere to go, really, because, I mean, if you don't try and fight him, you'll just lose so much time. So difficult decisions needing to be made by all of the GT3s.
Yeah, but well, most situations we've seen, it was really respectful, really thoughtful, and the way you are describing, they some of them they are lifting just I don't know, for safetiness, but the others they are in the race, and due to the performance difference, they don't have any other choice. If they want to do their race and think about it, they just try to be on the limit, and in some of the corners they are faster than the LMP3, so they are staying on pace, but so far most of them have done a brilliant job leaving enough of space for each other, even though it looks like harsh battles and hard battles, but it is the way it is with this combo, and it's a really great combination of car classes on this racetrack. Back into the battle in the GT3 class. This is match 1 car racing team versus MSCL Corsa, and there's one Mercedes in the middle of these cars because the direct rivals are driving the Nissan GT-R GT3 car, the car that dominates speed down these straights this afternoon and this past almost 9 hours already. Would love to see the top speeds of all of the cars. I'm pretty sure that the Nissans dominate this afternoon with reaching the highest speeds. Now look at the Mercedes. It managed actually to almost overtake that Nissan by the end of that straight. That's where match 1 kart racing team tried to find their luck, as they see their direct competitors battling with a lapped GT3 as an LMP3 goes through. That's Ethereum esports car. And now it is so close between MSCL Corsa and Match 1 kart racing team on the racetrack. And they know straight away that they need to make that pass on the track, because as soon as they will hit that main straight, that Nissan GT3 will shine with that top speed. into turn 6, looking for a good exit, and it looks like MSC are nailing that 6th corner to get back early on the power. The Mercedes went a little bit too deep, but it looks like the Nissan had to lift off. But look at the speed difference and the draft that works magic for the Nissan. There's a little bit of lag happening here, isn't it? Wow. We have different cameras. Good thing that we have the on-track camera view on the right side of, on the top side, on the right top side of our screens. And this is the move done for Match 1 kart racing team back into P3. Now, what's the difference between GT Panama, Match 1 kart, and MSCL Corsa team? Wow, GT Panama, they are on 4 long pit stops already. 2.2 laps behind Taiga Motorsports, who have 3 long pit stops. So is Taiga Motorsports losing out a little bit here? To GT Panama, looking at the strategy, they will have to come into the pit lane for a long stop, and then there will the 2-lap gap will kind of disappear, and it's gonna be more of a half-lap lead against GT Panama. Where did GT Panama come from with that Porsche?
GT, they've always been there. No, this one,
yeah, but so close to the leaders. Look, well, they have one more.
Laps.
Well, 2.2, but they are on a 1 long pit stop counter. One more pit stop in that counter. So as soon as Taiga Motorsports will come into the pit lane for their long pit stop, it's not going to be 2.2 laps, it's going to be half lap.
Oh yeah, that's strange.
Not the first time it is strange for us in this race, and we have Shizuku GT Corsa car. Well, no wonder. I always thought that the gaps in the GT3 class have to be much smaller, because looking at the pace, most of the cars are on a very similar pace here. And I always wondered why it is such a huge gap in the GT3 class. But looking at the timesheets, it is not that huge of a gap now. Oh, Lamos Racing almost hitting the side of Shizuku Racing LMP3 car in that Rodriguez International Horseshoe corner. And this is an this is a direct competition on the racetrack. I was just looking at the results, and both of the cars on the same strategy. So this is a real on-track battle for position. We are not certain which position the teams are battling for due to the different amount of long pit stops. Currently they are battling for P6, but virtually they might be doing even better, because we have Steer. Okay, Steer is already behind. We have Manolo. Do we have? Yep, we have Manolo in front. Fifth.
I mean, for me, the most impressive thing about this team is they've done 16 regular pit stops. That's double of what Sean Clark Racing has done. And into the pits comes Shizuku. Nope,
Wow.
not into the pits.
They tried to go into the... Wow.
The entry. They thought about doing the donuts on the Daytona sign, hit it on the infield, the tri-oval grass, but decided that there's still 15 hours to go.
They suddenly remembered this 15... Oh, and it's a drive-through penalty.
Well, they've missed the entry. Of course it's a drive-through.
Oh, straight away? So they received the drive-through straight away?
I'm not sure. I thought they would receive it later, but they definitely crossed the pit entry line. What happened there?
Almost crossing the pit exit line.
Actually, they decided to come into the pits very late, and they've driven straight on, reversed back, and I really don't understand this.
This is not the first time we don't understand something.
No, we don't understand something very often, but this is very strange. What is happening here? It looks like maybe some kind of failure, because they just went straight on. Like, the car didn't even turn. Did the monitor turn off or something?
Maybe,
So
yeah, maybe some technical issue. Something with the hardware. I don't know, maybe a cat jumped on the laps of the driver, or something that we cannot understand here.
Okay, so now they didn't have a drive-through previously. Now they've got a... No, they had a penalty from race control 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
But it doesn't look as served. And so they'll have to do it again. I guess it didn't count because they just went straight on. Back into the pits this time, guys. Please remember where the pit lane is. And they do it correctly. Could they have thought that they would speed into the pits, and that's why they... But it still doesn't make sense to go off the road. Yeah, okay.
I love your comments. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah.
I'm not even gonna try and figure this out anymore because this is...
Okay, I was just willing to stick with this black LMP3. Is this allowed to do so on the exit? Wow, that looked aggressive.
Are they just collecting penalties now? I'm sure that's not allowed.
No, man, I think they kind of lost patience here. Vermivic behind the wheel now. I want to stick with this team for a little bit longer.
What else is coming? What other? Maybe we should just. Maybe we're missing a lot of stuff. We're watching the leaders so often. Maybe further back down the field, there's a lot of interesting driving going on. You can call it that.
Will there be another drive-through penalty for cutting the line on the pit exit? We always find something interesting to watch, don't we? Especially when it gets later into the night on our times. Nope, I think they will stay out on this track now. Well, maybe it doesn't count as crossing the line on the inside of the pit lane. Yep, staying out on the racetrack. 2 drive-throughs in a row puts Shizuko Racing Team into P9. And they looked strong, and they still look pretty okay with the amount of long pit stops that they have already completed, but it's still
drive-through self-inflicted and given out by race control. I feel like I mean, with that stop and everything, they've probably lost an extra half minute.
And look who's back into P3.
In GT3. Oh, our friends. Nope, they're not in P3. They're in P4.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, MSC Corsa. Okay. Oh, wow. MSC Corsa.
They just keep coming back into P2, P3, wherever they want. They race in any position they wish, and they just come back into any position as well.
The first thing I will check in the morning when I'll get back into my studio is the position of Team Mami Corsa.
They'll be leading. You'll look at the monitor. They'll be leading. A few minutes later, they'll be back down in 5th or 6th. But yeah, as you said, these are the guys from the real penalty app. So maybe, just maybe, this is a very wild conspiracy theory. Maybe they have some secret backdoor hack that they go in with, and they just vault themselves up into P2, P3, P4, wherever they want. So this is our conspiracy theory of the race. And how are they 300 seconds? Oh no, the gap is coming back down. Because it said they were 300 seconds behind and not a lap, so yeah, the gap is coming back down.
It's not only us who are going crazy sometimes, it's also the timing sheets. Look, it's going up again. So it's not only us who sometimes feel confused and lost in the timing sheets. It's the timing sheet itself sometimes trying to figure out the distance between the cars. I'm pretty sure it's happening because one of the cars is in the pit lane doing that long mandatory pit stop. That's MSCL Corsa team. Car number 27. They are doing a very phenomenal job in the GT3 class, currently on 3 long pit stops. And Mami Corsa is actually on 4 long pit stops already. Wow, it's so difficult to say and understand who the actual leaders, or at least contenders to P2 in the GT3 class is at this moment. It's mind-boggling. Yep. Back into, well, they are in P3 now, so I was not lying.
How are they back in P3? Maybe because GT Panama took a long pit stop, or somebody else, and they dropped back down. Very, very, very strange what's happening on our timing screens at the moment. And I think we're gonna have a cut to go to part 2 of the stream, so you can switch on over to that very, very shortly. We'll be doing that in about
we have to figure this out when we will have that cut.
Yeah, a few seconds time, I think we'll be cutting over to part 2. So stay with us. We'll run you through the grid again as we reach now 9 hours completed in this one. Sean Clark Racing leads in LMP3 and Taiga Motorsport leads in GT3. Stay tuned and jump over to part 2.